Don't see trees, don't see no land up in the sky. Again, there's no land in the sky. Drive that home. You don't look to that place and see any evidence of that. Don't see no water. You know that. You know there.
Yep. I love hearing that, as I've been saying that on repeat. Ain't no land in the sky. So I love hearing that, those ripples. I can see the ripples. That's awesome. Yes, there is no land in the sky. But dudes out here think that there's rock balls and dirt and land in the sky. I mean, I guess that even if there was, I guess that wouldn't change what's happening here on Earth. But I do find it strange that people think there's like rock balls and land above their head. The land's under you, not over you.
Well, what other questions do any of the new folk have for us to chat about, consider? Any questions, guys?
Yeah, I have a question.
Go.
So as you said before, you say the Earth doesn't move. So how do you think we get day and night?
So I propose that the equator is the ground line reference
Keep it
of
simple.
the
Yeah.
race.
Yeah. You're starting halfway
Keep
through
it
the
simple,
story.
dude.
You're starting
This guy's
halfway through the
super
story.
young.
All right, I'll drop it. You, Luke, go for it, man. Please.
The sun is it's smaller and closer than what they tell you. It's less powerful as well. So like it's a local phenomenon. So as it circles over the Earth, it goes out of your view essentially, but that's only a small part of it. There's a lot more to it.
I was just going to put forward the idea that the sun and the moon go around a racetrack. That's it. The Earth is the racetrack, right? And the sun and the moon go around lighting different parts of the racetrack. That's it.
Yeah, not a bad way to put it. Yeah, I was going to say, like, start simple, right? You're inside your house, you turn on a ceiling fan, you see the fan moving above your head, right? Then you go outside and you see cloud moving across the sky. Then you see a helicopter moving across the sky. Then you see the sun moving across the sky. So what's the common denominator? You're not moving. Those things above you, they're moving. But people, for some weird reason, they want to jump.
But here's the thing: is we can't really prove that. We can't prove that it's moving or we're moving.
No, Lou, I wasn't trying.
Both are moving. Like it's all in relation. It's relativity does have its point here. Like
yeah, but Lou, my point wasn't that's proof of anything. Is that's just the observation.
Right.
The claim is that actually the opposite is happening. So I wanted to point that out. Is that this is what we observe, but the claim is that actually your room is spinning. Actually, the Earth is spinning.
Yeah, we experience the Earth no matter what as stationary. Okay, we experience the Earth as with a flat horizon over water. So if you're going to claim otherwise, once again,
right?
Please submit thy evidence.
Mm-hmm. We're just simply stopping at our observation. You don't have to make it. You simply go outside and say, I see the plane moving, done.
Yeah. He had the question, though, right? So does that sufficiently answer your question with respects to, or whoever it was that answered the question?
Yeah. Thank you.
All right.
Earth big, sun small.
Yeah.
Sun
imagine
above your head.
Imagine a big plate and you only have a small light above it. And that light is like, holy crap, I got to light all this. Okay, I got to travel. I need to move around because I can't do it all at once. It's impossible. I'm too close and too small to do it all at once.
I'm not saying the Earth is like a plate, though. Just saying.
Well, bruh, I'm not claiming a shape.
No, not you. Not you. I'm just saying. Whoever's listening, because people might hear that. Oh, Earth's a plate. What?
Wait, what?
You gotta be careful. Your racetrack
No,
example was really good.
You took
Don't worry about what
my
they
statement
say.
out of context.
It's not about that. This is like all the anti-flat earthers. They'll give a shit no matter.
No, I'm talking. It's the new people. New people will hear plate and then go, "Oh, so Earth's like a plate." Then you just gotta be very careful.
No, like LeBron James, you took it out of context. That's not what I said.
How about
I thought your
Well,
racetrack
you know
example
what?
was spot on.
I don't expect athletes to fucking be like flat Earth geniuses either. Like, you know what I mean? Like, they might understand the fundamentals, just like we're trying to explain to these guys. So imagine, okay, how about this? So when you guys, instead of like attacking everybody when they come in, imagine that they're all NBA players.
I think Kyrie Irving has.
Yeah. No, imagine that you're talking to NBA players. They might be second string, but they're NBA players. Okay, so like,
not second string. I don't know what you're talking about.
I'm just trying to tell you how to behave. This is what this is.
Okay, never mind.
Tell me I'm misbehaving.
I see what you're getting at, Lou.
No, Lou, you missed the reference.
Sorry to
Anyway, you made a weird example out of it, but
sorry to cut in here. I'm just trying to say goodbye since I'll be leaving at this moment since I got a French medicine. Yeah, you too. I'll probably be back though. I'll probably be back. See you around though.
Take care.
It was a pleasure. Be well.
I missed all that. How did that go?
We've had a really productive night, basically.
Awesome. Great job. Sounds like it.
Lou's been keeping us in check. He says we're not behaving properly.
No, I'm not talking about tonight. You've been very well. All of your behavior has been very good tonight. But
Lou's ready to take his
but
I'm not as young.
yeah. No, dude, I'm starting to get drunk. This shit's about to go haywire.
Oh shit.
Yeah,
Maybe
no, you are.
Yeah.
The rest of us are still fine.
Mute. You make me think I'm gonna call in sick tomorrow.
Oh fuck no! It's early still. I got started early, I think, because so. Oh shit!
Take a vacation day and hang out. This could be interesting. I just got the advisement at work. They're like, you guys have too much vacation time. You need to use up the rest.
That's how I use my time too. I save it all to the end of the year. Most of I have 2 weeks of paid vacation, but it's mostly used for inclement weather because I work outdoors in construction. So like, it's used for like if we have too many bad weather days in a row, I might take one or two. Like use it there. If my back hurts, my shoulders hurt, if I'm sick, I use them for that shit. And then at the end of the year, I see how many I have left, and then I'm like,
I wonder often. You probably wonder this about me or me about this or whatever. Lou, I'm wondering. Are you in 9 to 5? You work during the day, right? Like,
yeah. I work. I'm on the job by 8 o'clock, and I leave at like. I start.
Oh, okay. My job, I have to be there like 6 or 7,
and leave by 4.
Really?
Yeah.
It's kind of a short
Construction, man.
Well, yeah, me too. I work at a cabinet shop, but I'm just wondering. It's like Lou's like sometimes way up late at night with me. Sometimes.
Oh yeah, dude. Sometimes I'm too old to be doing that shit, man. I'm too old to every fucking time I do that. You guys got to fucking. I need actually. You know how I talk shit to you about how you're out of line and you're obviously drunk? I need somebody who gets stern with me that says,
you know whose fault it is? It's Flat Earth Tooth's fault.
Somebody who says, Lou, go to fucking bed, dude. Go to fucking bed.
It's Flat Earth Tooth's fault every time. Let's just blame it on him. It's his fault because he's always in here. And I'm like, bitch, you keep me up all night and I got to work. Flat Earth Tooth, just blame it on him.
Lou.
Yeah.
Go to fucking bed.
Oh, it
You just
ain't
lost,
that
like-
way yet. It
Oh,
ain't
shit,
that way
yeah,
yet.
yeah.
It's also
It's only, it's only 9 o'clock. We're in Central Time Zone. It's only 9 o'clock. We can stay up all.
Fuck, I need to
We
go.
got
to
another
bed.
few hours. We can keep going for a few hours.
Not you guys.
I think he's talking to you, Helio.
What?
I
What did I do?
Y'all need to
I have a-
calm down, man.
No, if you catch me at 2 a.m. Central Time, definitely say shut the fuck up, Helio. I can't even fucking shut up,
Why-
Helio. Go to bed. Whatever.
Why is dark when sun go away?
Oh, you
So-
know why? You know
Bring
why?
us back on
Because-
track, dude. Bring us
I'll
back on
tell
track.
you exactly why. Because it's over there.
It's over
But
where?
why
The
is
sun,
dark?
the sun is over there, and we can't see it anymore. It's because the sun is over there.
And
It's
why
gone
is
far
dark?
away.
What?
Why is
Because
dark?
It's no longer present.
But
Well,
light
where do you think the light comes from? For daytime, comes from the sun, right?
from ionosphere.
No, the light doesn't come from the ionosphere. It comes from the sun.
Oh, that's why.
And then when the sun is not in your vision anymore, it's over somewhere else. Then it comes back, and then you can, see sunlight again.
Word. It shows up.
That's weird.
It's like, oh, hey, I'm here now.
Look how hard the fucking hard is that?
It moves.
Now,
You don't.
Ian, do you want me to describe it in the heliocentric model? I can do that.
No.
You're
Say it.
scaring people away from the VC.
We will start to rotate if you.
Our numbers are.
We just, I don't know if you
Off
guys
mic.
even have the sounds on. We just dropped like.
It's
half
just
of
like which one's more difficult, the heliocentric model or the
the helioskeptic
Earth
model.
idea.
The helioskeptic model.
Yeah, the heliocentric.
Ooh,
Well, I mean, I can tell you about the tilt of the Earth and its relation with the sun
Oh, you
moving,
can?
eclipse around the
know.
sun. Yeah,
Okay.
What's more tilted, the
Okay.
Earth or you right now?
Can you tell me that 23 degrees it's tilted?
23.4 degrees. Yeah, I'm familiar with all that idea about the heliocentric model.
In
Quite familiar with it.
confrontation with what it tilted.
What?
Yeah,
In
Helio's tilted at
confrontation with-
66.6 degrees.
No. See, that's where shit gets all messed up because it's like it's tilted in relation to the sun, right? See, you said you didn't want me to explain it, but now we're
Tilted to
talking about
Nope.
the relation to the sun.
it. Well, it's a relation to the time-space continuum.
Oh.
What?
And how look that
Yeah,
time-
so we're not going to even. Yeah, we're not going to talk
Time-space
about
continuum.
space-time. It's well.
Is that the same
This-
model
this
that
all
suggests that
exists.
light has a speed?
Yeah, it's the same kind of idea. This is where Einstein's shit comes
But
into effect.
that space must have shape that you can make confrontation.
No, but you know what's really fascinating about space-time? It's flat. Unless there's mass involved, and then that manipulates space-time.
They are saying that it's flat.
I know they say that. No, that's why I'm not lying.
But they can say also that it's pyramid. What is
No,
different?
they can't say it's a pyramid. Only spheres. Mass affects space-time through spheres.
Wait a minute. Check this out, though. The background radiation is flat also, and it's all centered around Earth. They're saying that the Big Bang is all centered around Earth. They're all perplexed about that because it can't be, but it just happens to be that it is.
Who's the religitards now?
Yeah. And I digress. No, I don't digress. And their expansion of the universe, it's interestingly, that's all centered around Earth as well. Everything has to have a starting point, doesn't it, ladies and gentlemen?
Mm-hmm.
Can we multiply 66,000 miles per hour with 4.5 billion years? Then we will get results where we are now from the Big Bang.
No, Big Bang is bullshit. Sorry.
Why?
Because it assumes gravity, and gravity is bullshit. Gravity is like a.
Only for that.
Gravity's like a. What's gravity like?
Why you said that word, fucking shit?
Gravity?
Yeah, don't say that. People will sound like
gravity's like a part-time. Gravity's like a part-time lover.
I got a better
You can
description.
be gravity, a part-time lover.
Here, I got a better one. A green Manalishi with a two-prong horn. A green Manalishi with a two-pronged horn. There you go. Rock and roll trivia for you. Tell me what song that is, and you win a brownie point. That's being racist. That's right. We don't have the brownie points anymore. Sorry.
I have no idea, but why I say gravity's a part-time lover is because it's the thing that's acting halfway through. The object has to be instilled with energy in order for gravity to exist. So how can a universe come to be with a force that only showed up halfway through the equation? The carriage needs the horse to pull it, folks. Gravity is the carriage. Without the horse, the carriage sits there. Gravity is the carriage. The carriage needs the horse. Are you getting it? No? Okay. I tried.
Whatever gravity it is, it's in heliocentric model, it's used for curving water.
That we never measured or observed. Yeah. Nice one.
Because gravity is lazy.
That's quite a procedure, isn't it? Like something that bends water, but the water that's supposed to be bent is never bent. Bendy water.
That's because of light.
Bendy light and bendy water.
Real water, which presents like a real, it is not real, but it's real, but maybe it's real, but it's refracted, but it's real. But it's refracted.
We could tell it was real, but we have no way of telling that it was real. You can't even measure it, but we know it is.
You can even record it. You can even touch it. You can go behind the oil rigs and touch the water, and it's real.
The water's real. The curved water is not real.
Can you imagine, Sonny, that behind that oil rigs there is real water?
Real water still way, way, way beyond it, and I'll propose that it is all horizontal from that point, all out further, because further out it is from where the habitat touches the water to where the horizon is beyond that beyond part where the horizon is way, way out there beyond habitat is higher up. It's higher up in level, like your eye. It's higher up in your view than the preceding parts. This is the for sure sign that no water is curving. Otherwise, there would be a drop-off point that we keep talking about, for like 8 years now.
But we need to point it out that everything till the horizon, it's a real water. It's not any fake water.
Not fake water, exactly. It's not a mirage. The oil rigs are not a mirage. Everything past 1.225 at 1 foot above the surface is not a mirage. You could go by while looking at it the whole while out there on a speedboat and touch the freaking oil rig, and it would be the same one you were looking at from the shore on those days that you could see it if it wasn't blanketed with fog. Oh, hello to the world as it actually is, and goodbye to the false ideas only, thoughts only of the world. Those time to leave those, like we did Santa Claus, the Tooth Fairy, and the Green Manalishi with the 2-pronged crown.
We're in the business of making people think. Sometimes the silence is what it takes to know that the seed has been planted. Bomb has been planted, CB.
Yeah, I just got back too. My phone died there for a sec.
So, like, I think about energy, and I think about potential energy, kinetic energy, realized energy. But when I look, like, every morning, go to the gym upstairs, and I pick up a 30-pound weight. But first, I look at the 30-pound weight to make sure that I'm picking up the right weight for the job that I'm trying to accomplish. So warming up my shoulders, I'm going to use like a 10-pound weight because it's light. When I'm maybe doing curls, I'm using 30 pounds doing curls. But each of those weights are assessed as individual weights. When they're sitting on the weight rack, I'd almost say that they're like potential energy. Now, when I pick them up, I believe they become, I realize the potential of the energy that the weight possesses by picking it up. So it becomes realized energy at that point when I pick it up. Now, when I curl that weight up, realizing its potential energy of 30 pounds. And then I release that realized energy and it curls down. They would say that's gravity. I would argue that it's me releasing the realized energy that that weight possesses. So I'm starting to think of this whole construct of gravity as bullshit because of the idea that each independent item that interacts with this surface should in fact be observed as an individual item versus a uniform blanket description of this gravity. That was all. Thank you for listening.
No, but that last conversation with the last few guys was really good. And shout out to Lou. Thanks for kind of clearing the floor and allowing things to kind of flow.
Yeah, I did a little bit of bulldozing through the beginning of that before people got what I was getting to. Like, you got to recognize when you have newbies, like, these guys aren't all a threat. They're not all a danger. They're not all trying to take you down. You know what I mean? Like, some people are just curious, and they're not. They know none of the stuff that we talk about in here. None of it.
You have to lead the dance. That's correct. Yeah, they don't know how to freaking merengue and tango. Like, you have to show them. So, yeah. I agree. And it's like all about reading the room too. Know your audience. Like, I find that some people like sort of just unmute and then just start dialogue or just start monologue, really. It's like,
yeah, I'm not by any means.
You're not even answering their question.
I'm not by any means saying to like trust that all of them are naive, you know, because like those guys were naive, and I'm sorry if they're listening now, you know, but they were. You know, we have to give them the fundamentals. That's literally what they want. Like, how do you explain those pictures from space? Like, we don't accept those as pictures. We don't, you know. There's different definitions. It's different. It's a whole different worldview. Once you've been in this game for, you know, if you really if you understand the flat Earth, you've forgotten like what you used to believe. It's really easy to do that. It's really easy to forget.
But on the same vein, Lou, and we disagree about a lot of stuff, and we give each other shit, but we agree on that. You know, when new people jump in, you just gotta kind of feel where they are. You know, and so, you know, if there's a shitload of people just jumping on somebody that's kind of ignorant about the topic, they're questioning it, or they're new. They came from a Reddit forum or wherever they came from, how they found the server. Just kind of, you want to listen to them more than you just want to jump on them, and just kind of see where they are.
Yeah, look, I don't feel better when I friggin' chase somebody out of here or I ban them. You know, like every person I've ever banned, I've kind of felt bad about it, even though I rarely do it. The people who got it deserved it. Like,
oh yeah,
but,
yeah.
But you know what I mean? You know, like, in fact, that's why I got the pseudo mod rule. I don't really ban people. I don't mute people. I don't fucking deafen people. I'm gonna tell you how it is. I'm gonna step up and say, hey, you're being disrespectful, or you are lying, or you need to correct this behavior. I'm gonna, you know, like I just do it right here in front of everybody, and I put you on the spot. You're gonna choose how you play that card after I present it to you, because I'm putting you on the spot.
Mm-hmm. Make them accountable.
That's right. That's right. Stand up behind your word. Make it mean something.
Well, so like a lot of times, like a lot of new people come in here and they've been watching some anti-flat Earth videos and they think they have a gotcha on us. But they're not really familiar with the argument and how it goes, and which I love that. I love that when they come in, and that's why, you know, I want them to talk more than we do, so that we can see. All right, so you've been watching Professor Dave. You can already tell who they've been watching, you know, and what their supposed arguments against flat Earth are. If they're genuine, they're always genuine in that way, because they're not Professor Dave, or because those are anti-flat earthers. They make videos that are anti-flat Earth. But new people that have found this server through different platforms, and then come in here and say, well, this is what I heard or whatever. It's like, oh, so what do you think about it? I mean, how is this, as far as your worldview goes, I mean, what do you think about this? Is this, I mean, what do you think that the flat earthers are dumb or something? Because you might think flat earthers are dumb if you watch some Professor.
Oh, come on, I stopped you on this earlier. You don't have to do this speech every night, dude, about how people think we're dumb. It looks bad, dude. Like,
okay, well, I mean, I hear it every day because I hear it through YouTube channels and freaking Facebook and all that. Just like the only reason we think the Earth is flat is because we're dumb, you know.
No, dude, if you sit here and monologue for 15 minutes about how, most of you people fucking think we're dumb, but we're not dumb. We understand things and stuff. And fucking, you know what I mean?
I know. I do it on purpose. I ain't gonna lie, Lou. I do it on purpose sometimes. Really? Well, I mean, I'm pretty offended by it, and that's why I bring it up.
That's my job, is to offend you daily, dude.
No, I'm not talking about you offending me. I'm talking about the offense. Whatever. Fuck it.
Damn, and Lou just said you had thick skin.
It's all good. It's all good.
Well, I think that's what it does require, right? I went around my office on Monday just to a couple individuals, and they all know. I mean, I've got my 3 images posted up on my cubicle, so everybody can see when they go by. They see the moon and they see the plateau and all these things, and I get a couple questions and whatnot. But there's a few people that have like gone specifically to and said, "Hey, X, Y, Z." And the Earth is flat because of these 3 reasons that I lean on, observations and whatnot, and you can tell how they react to you with your presentations and such. But it becomes how you present it and how you say it with your chest versus I think. Right, but it's also, you have to be cognizant of meeting people where they're at, as they say, right? Or as you guys were saying.
Yep, exactly.
Respect where they are and try not to project. Because I was warned of that. They're like, you got to be careful not to project onto other people, because that can scare people away from you as well.
Well, what's really interesting about this room, when new people find us, they came here to ask us questions. So you have to treat them in that respect and say, oh, this is interesting. Why are you curious about the flat Earth? I mean, what is this this thing? Is just like, you join this room. tell me what you think about it. And then you can go from there.
That's key. I think that is key to hone in on that what you just outlined is the idea that, okay, we've established that they're here. Right. So as they would put it, that establishes motive. We don't even have to ask them. No, actually, no, I'll retract that.
Well, they didn't come here to get preached at about flat Earth. They came here because they're curious.
You know? Exactly. So the question then becomes, and I think maybe that's what we can lean in on, is what is their true motivation for coming to the server versus us preaching at them? And that's a good point, Helio.
I've been trying to preach that point. All right, so I'm preaching to the flat earthers about
it. Why do you preach every single night the same exact script? You tell the same story every night. Same 3 different stories, actually.
You know why? You know why? Because it works.
Nah, dude.
All right, CB, it doesn't work.
No.
That's why Lou's telling you to stop doing it, Lou or Helio.
Okay, so it doesn't work. So people.
Yeah, just like your 3 questions.
I didn't come up. Okay, whatever.
How did you find this place?
Thank you, CB.
So how did you find this?
Shit.
So what got you into this topic? It's like, dude, let's just get right to it, man. All that. They don't.
The whole Band-Aid thing, like you were saying, like I love you. I think you noticed that from me. I love to rip the Band-Aid off. I'm gonna just skip the bullshit. Get to the thing that they're avoiding and fucking rip that Band-Aid off.
Yep. That's the way now. That's the move.
All right, cool. Maybe it was for a little bit. All right, I'm gonna, I'll check it up, man. Whatever.
But we also have to remember, right? We'll all look at that dude who simps for a chick. Yeah, I said simping. That's right. We also can't pimp for the flat Earth, right? Because I don't want to be over here trying to beg people's ears about, like, we're not idiots, like we're smart people because
Right.
we see, like that's
I
the
get that.
idea
I
of,
get
like,
that.
we're not
Yeah,
simping for their ear.
I get it.
So,
Yeah, there's some people who don't know how to go about doing what I'm describing, right? Like they're not.
Well, but Lou, like, I mean, there's been times I've done it where I've like, you ask somebody a question like, do we observe, like when I ask people, do you observe level when you hang a TV? And they're like, and I'm like, hey, what's your damn chest? Do you observe level when you hang a damn TV? Yes or no? And people get all scared when you ask a simple question like that. Like you can answer questions with your chest when it's that simple, right? You can stand behind that stuff. And that's the what we've lost is the ability to stand on what we observe and unpack that further, trusting our senses versus believing what these people tell us in these storybooks. Okay, I'm done monologuing. I'm sorry.
No, you're good.
All right, since there's a break, I'm going to defend myself on those simple questions that I asked
Oh,
first.
shut up, Helio! You can't
No, fuck you. I'm going to say it.
not defend this.
Jesus, Helio, Lou gave you a big compliment, said you had thick ass skin. So you have the thick skin, dude.
You don't have to defend yourself. It's your damn server. You can kick us all off.
No, it's not my server.
No, I gotta correct that too, motherfucker. This is not Helio's server. Fucking
Listen.
Nobody should ever think this is Helio's server.
Look, Lou,
Why are you all picking on Helio like that?
Lou, let me.
No,
let me
the only
take-
reason I ask those questions is to get them to talk and
Shut the
Anyway,
fuck up.
Let me take your size 15 out of my mouth real quick and just say, I didn't mean like that. What I meant was I apologize for poorly stated words. The YouTube aspect of it. That's what I meant. You can cut us to the
Yeah,
live
we
world
help
that
each other.
No,
I mean,
no.
I
Most
use
of
it
the
for
time
support.
We're moderating him to save his channel. He doesn't really have a say anymore.
I do.
Oh,
I utilize the channel in support of the server. It's not. I don't.
I
I mean,
know.
whatever.
Great bunch of people, man. Everybody has their job. Everybody does their part. It's a great contribution of amazing characters. I salute every single one of you, man. Lou's like the bouncer.
Dude, I'm a pretty good bouncer.
Let's see. What size foot are you? 15, right?
Yes.
Hey, Lou. How big old boy are you?
No, I'm not that big. I'm not that big, but dude, I'm like, I shared my picture. I told you guys, I'm 6 foot tall. I'm 220 pounds, and I'm a fucking daily physical worker. So, I climb ladders. I fucking move fucking materials. Like, dude, like,
He's related to Paul Bunyan. He's Paul Bunyan's grandson.
That's not. I mean, I kind of resent that, but I see what you're.
You resemble it. Don't lie. You have sausages for fingers, don't you? You have sausages for fingers, don't you? Your palm is like the size of a
I was referring to Roy D. Mercer. You ever heard of him, Roy D. Mercer? How big of old boy are you anyway? He did.
No, I'm not.
Phone calls and shit where he'd like, what?
I'm about to open up a big old can of
Big old can of whoop ass on you. That's Roy D.
How big a
Mercer.
boy are you? Let's talk about
How big old boy are you anyway?
Oh, you're doing some redneck shit. You're like, you're talking to a Yankee dude. Like, well, you think I'm gonna fucking get?
you Yankee, we're gonna open up a family size can.
See, now this guy's a Californian. He knows who Roy D. Mercer is. You goddamn son of a
Yeah,
bitch.
no, Californians are Southerners. They're just fucking liberal Southerners. That's the only difference.
I'm gonna look up. I'm gonna play.
I wasn't born yesterday. That's how I know who that Mercer boy is. Shit.
Who the fuck is that guy?
Shit.
Roy D. Mercer, man, you got to listen to some of this, Lou.
I I've heard the name. I have no idea who this dude is. Fucking, but I know it's some redneck shit. That's all. Like, especially when you were like, y'all got to listen to some Roy D. Mercer.
Yeah, that's pretty much how it goes. That's pretty much how it goes. You know what I'm saying? It's just like, I'm Roy D. Mercer.
It's good to see Platypus in here.
We ain't seen that motherfucker all night. He's just been hanging out, didn't say shit.
Well, that's okay. He probably doesn't want to. I don't know.
I guess he doesn't.
He's just like taking it easy. He doesn't want no big old family-sized can of whoop ass opened up on his ass, does he?
He sure don't. He don't want any shit on that shit.
Like, next thing you want me to laugh at the redneck comedy tour, like, let's get her done. You know, like, fucking hilarious, bro.
That's the stupidest part of it.
You don't like Larry the Cable Guy? You think he's a retard or something?
The drunk guy is funniest.
No, I'm just saying that shit ain't funny.
What's his name?
That shit ain't funny. Period.
Okay, Louis, you're a stiff.
No, I'm a fucking Yankee.
Do you like any comedy at all?
I like, dude. Dude, do you think I'm funny sometimes?
I think he likes Eeyore.
Yeah, I think you're fucking hilarious.
I think Eeyore is Lunatic's favorite character of all time. Eeyore.
I'm just wondering.
I don't base my fucking comedy on some other comedian who already got her done. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not gonna just have some one-liner and shit like that fucking makes.
I get it.
Well, I guess Eeyore just came naturally to you then.
I guess it did.
Oh shit!
Yeah, you better stop hating on my boy Eeyore now, son.
I'm just drunk Milwaukee asshole. Just born into me over here, and well, anyway, I can't do it in a Southern accent because let me try to do the Wisconsin. I can't do the Wisconsin accent. I was thinking about that earlier today because this is why I love you so much, Lou. I was thinking about
if you want to try to be Wisconsin, you got to think Canadian, but not all the way.
But no, it's like it's just a step away from Canadian.
Yeah, your toes are right up at the line there. Right up on the line there, almost right to the border, but not quite to Maple Country.
So you can't do it either, Sonny.
Yeah, because we won't accept you.
Oh shit, man! It's just like
it's so bad the Canadians don't even want you.
Can I ask a question? A question.
All right, Dave.
Did you all know the Earth is not a ball, but there's still a lot of people that think it is?
Oh my God! Are you kidding me?
Yes.
Dave's telling y'all to get back on.
I heard that on the news, Dave.
No way. People still think Earth is a ball. What?
Did you know that they've been launching rockets?
Did you know they're already writing articles that say post-globe? Then what are you going to do now in the post-globe paradigm? Let's go look.
All right, boys. So getting back to brass tacks, I was involved in a discussion earlier today through Shane. You guys know him, Shane St. Pierre. We were talking to this guy who knows boats. I was talking about a little bit about navigation. Now, the only question I had for him that I threw on the table to hear what his response was, compass. A compass. And my question to him was, are there different versions of compasses? His presentation or his answer to that was a southern version of a compass.
Did he explain how that was physically, like how it worked? Like a southern compass? Is that
the title of the tool of the link? Because he shared a link, and I'm not gonna go share it now because it's pointless. But the title of it was Southern Hemisphere Compass. So I mean, just looking at it, it showed north, south, east, west, and had a needle in the middle. And I thought to myself, the title of it, Southern Hemisphere Compass.
That's ridiculous. Yeah.
Now, hold on, though, Helio. Before we start jumping down the throat of the title of it, let's unpack it. Cool. Right? Southern Hemisphere Compass. Okay, fine. Is there such thing as a Southern Hemisphere? Yes. Can we have a compass for that area? Yes. So the idea of a Southern Hemisphere compass is fine. It doesn't negate the fact that it would still be observing north and south by default of observing north. But it becomes... It provides a slight, I guess you'd say, fallacy because it presents the idea that there's a southern point. But you have to almost stop and observe Southern Hemisphere compass.
Yeah, but you're going to have to look into magnetic declination at certain southern latitudes, and it just doesn't work. You can't use a compass at certain points, at latitude south. So it just doesn't work. You can't use a compass.
Well, that's like saying you can't use a compass in Australia.
Okay, well, it's not. Well, that's not true either. So it's just kind of like, and maybe I'm wrong. So they have a different type of compass that they use in Australia. Now we're gonna have to ask the Australians about it because
where's Timbo? Damn it. Paging Timbo.
Calling Timbo. Who else is from Australia? Or we've had some South Africans in here. Wish we had some more people from South America that could kind of go through some details about this. But yeah.
There's something that happened that I figured I'd throw out there for a Southern Hemisphere compass.
But they don't have a compass that they use in the Southern Hemisphere that points south. That's a ridiculous idea. Nobody does that.
The crazy
as far as I know,
the crazy thing is their observation when using the tool would be, well, yeah, it's pointing to south because it shows it right here. Right, and your argument to that would be it's pointing to south because it's attracted to north by default.
Compasses don't. By default, they all point north. Exactly. What I was saying about magnetic declination, the further you go south in latitude, then you have to start to make adjustments if you're sailing and stuff like that. Right. But most people that are sailing, they don't sail across the South Atlantic or the South Pacific. They sail along the coast.
Right.
They don't just willy-nilly just go out, in open ocean. That's ridiculous. And airplanes don't do it either. Because you wouldn't be able to use a compass, and that's not the way people travel today anyway. I couldn't imagine what a compass might do if you were out in the South Atlantic or South Pacific. It's not going to do anything. It doesn't prove a goddamn thing. But if you're near the equator or above the equator, north of the equator, I'll say, not above, then the compass is going to point north. Even if you move south of the equator, it's still going to point north. But the further you get in latitude, it's going to get funky, especially if you're trying to travel east or west, based on that. I've never seen anything where people have said, oh, well, it works the same way, or when you get to the southern declinations, then you can, definitely, we have a southern compass. No, there's no such thing.
Thanks, man. Appreciate that.
Well, I mean, look it up. Look it up. You can find out for yourself. I've looked it up before. And yeah, there's no compass that can work, at certain declination at latitudes south, and nobody travels those paths anyway. They, as far as airplane and ship travel, they travel along the coast for obvious reasons, because why would you travel in the middle of nowhere? It's like, hey, I'm trying to get my fastest point from Johannesburg to Perth, and the shortest point between 2 points is a straight line, right? So I'm just going to go from Johannesburg to Perth, and guess how many shipping lanes go there? How many airplanes travel there? 0. Some people claim that some people do go straight from Johannesburg to Perth, one airplane flight. I just don't think it's true. I mean, call me a freaking conspiratard, but even if there were, they can say, well, nobody travels that way because nobody's going from Johannesburg to Perth. Nobody does that because there already people that want to travel that way. So they're going to go to another airport, drop off some people over here and in Kenya, and shake it and fly around, and then some people are going to go to India. So you're going to have several different drop-off points where you're just like, I want to go to Perth from Johannesburg. Like, well, you're not going to be able to take a direct flight from Johannesburg to Perth. You're going to have to fly along the coast. In the Pacific Ocean, bro, the Southern Pacific, there could be an entire continent over there that nobody knows about. Could be as large as North America. Nobody flies over there, or all the shipping lanes don't go there. So who knows? There you go, Kiwi. Yeah, exactly. Well, that's traveling to the east, but yeah, or it's all east. I mean, you can travel west too, but yeah, the Pacific Ocean is. I don't know if it's something you thought about before, but yeah, they just don't. They don't travel that way. And freaking, who would blame anybody? It's like, all right, it could be very dangerous to travel across the South Pacific. And it's like, you know what? I'd rather travel across the coastline because it's the safest route. No shit. I think I have a travel map here somewhere. How many images? It shows shipping lanes. I have another one that shows flight travel and stuff. It's like a lot of globies be like, well, somebody did it once, and that proves that the Earth is a globe. It's like, All right, so all of these hundreds and hundreds and thousands of flight paths from airport to airport, and you're going to show me one, and that proves the globe Earth. Okay, thank you very much. Kiwi, I think I ran everybody off. Or maybe I guess I ran everybody off. Trying to find this.
Say what?
No, never mind. I think I ran everybody off and nobody's talking. Maybe Lou was right. Shut the fuck up, Helio.
All good, dude. All good.
For the sake of your channel, that'd probably be good advice, but otherwise, do what the fuck you want, man. That's what I do.
What would you do if you had a YouTube channel, Lou?
If I was you, I'd shut the fuck up.
Hey, so shout out to Big Globe Energy who just joined us. Welcome to the 24/7 community, 24/7 server. Glad to have you. If you are available for chat, feel free to unmute your mic and engage with us.
What's your YouTube channel, Lunatic? I'm not going to fight with
you know. I've told you too many times that my job is just to instigate you, dude. Like I have so much fun doing.
Lou, shut up for a minute. Okay, Lou, shut up for a minute. I just welcomed somebody into the server, into the room. They just splashed. Right? Was that a good greeting? What do you think? Rate me.
I don't know. Why do you need my approval? I was focused on fucking talking shit to Helio, dude.
You think that's entertaining to people?
I'm trying to get it.
I don't know. I don't.
Greeting and welcoming. All right, I'll shut up.
No. Is there somebody new that jumped? I don't see anybody new in there. So
I was just. He joined. I welcomed him, and then he left. So I was appealing to Lou to be like, "Hey, was I welcoming enough? What do you think?" I rumpus you guys.
No. Look, Kiwi. I've noticed this. This is a trend. Like, I want you to be you. Okay. Like, I don't want you to seek approval of me or Helio or anybody else in here. I want you to fucking do what you do. And if there's something that I disagree with, I'll let you know. But I'm not like the say all be all. You know, like I'm not. I'm not gonna lie. Typically, I'm an outspoken person that typically doesn't have the same belief as flat earthers or globe earthers in many cases when it comes to these nuances. Like my opinion is going to be my opinion. I'm not like jumping on some YouTube channel most of the time. Like, so you want my approval? Like, dude, it's gonna be hard to get because like if you agree with me, like then you're just like me, and that's unlikely.
What it was specifically was just trying to what you'd said earlier about playing with the audience, so to speak, observing the audience and stuff, and just trying to engage with the audience. So it's more of like, hey, when these guys come into the chat, how can we welcome them? Is it like too much? So as soon as we see somebody jump in, is it too much for us?
Yeah, I know.
Welcome to the chat.
I personally think it is too much when somebody jumps in and we immediately call them out. Okay. I think they want to, like I was saying earlier, I think they want to listen in and see how they could possibly fit in, see if they can relate, see if they can engage. I think we put them on the spot too early, too often.
Okay. And that's what I was looking for.
All right. So that being the case, so should we stop? When it's kind of like just us talking to each other and people jump in, should we just go ahead and try to move?
No, dude. What we need to do is feel natural. We have a good time. Let them blend. Let them start to relate. And if they want to speak up, they will. And when they
can't,
do,
if their mic is muted. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. No, but that if their mic's muted is because they didn't go through VC process. But maybe they're still.
That's what I'm wondering. I mean, because
maybe a lot of people trying to get a feel if they even want to do it. You know what I'm saying? Like,
okay.
A lot of people are very sheepish, especially when it comes to this topic and being broadcasted on YouTube.
Sure. Yeah, I get that part of it. not always the case, though. I mean, so you kind of have to do a shot in the dark sometimes. You're like, hey, I see somebody in here. I'm going to unmute them. And, especially if it's just us, like, it just kind of gets boring. But, hey, it's up to them to open their microphone. They might say, hey, I just don't feel like talking right now. I just want to listen. That's cool. But a lot of people which I don't.
It all has to do with us recognizing what our goals are. Okay. What are the goals of this server? What are we trying to do here? Are we trying to go back and forth with the same Glober zealots over and over again, getting more and more heated and making it more and more toxic? Or to get that Jerry Springer effect on the live stream that nobody's watching except for globe earthers and flat earthers? Or do you want people to start, like normies, to start listening in and going, wow, that was a really good conversation. Let me share that with my friend. And then get engaged and say, maybe I can join that place. I have something I want to offer on that topic. Like, productive chats, productive conversations. People who are disallowing productive conversations need to be let go. They don't need to be here. This is not. I don't think it should. In my opinion, obviously, some people might have another one. In my opinion, this shouldn't be at this point. It shouldn't be a debate server. You can go to Gem Pandas. You can go to fucking Geos. And you can engage with all of these fucking practiced globe zealots, or you could come here where we have weeded out the liars. We're going to have an honest conversation, a fun conversation, one where we're meeting each other on an intellectual and emotional basis, trying to look each other in the eye and say, look, I know you don't understand this yet, but this is how I feel.
Yeah.
Or you may never agree, but here's why I think this. Like we really like the internet has kind of left us with like this very toxic battleground, and there needs to be a place where people who are truly interested in the conversation can come without being, again, I like to use this word, intercepted, without having a bunch of zealots shouting down their throat or direct messaging them, trying to fucking persuade them otherwise away from the public eye, like being deceitful in that way. Like, no, somebody who is actually interested in learning more needs to have a place to go. And there's no place left to go except for here. But we treat them all like shit when they get here.
Sometimes that does happen. Yeah, that's unfortunate. Yeah, I agree with you, Lou.
We need to decide what we're doing. Are we trying to expose them as being part of a cult?
Are you going to expose somebody that's really ignorant?
Are you, or are you trying to let them see what's in front of their eyes? Yeah, like that's pretty much the way I see it.
We're here to have awesome conversations and meet new people that are genuinely curious about the topic.
I mean, there was a time where we were trying to do the arena and it was going to be the debate thing, but these other servers, like, I mean, they had Geos, not Geos, but they had Gems, but like, it was black and white. It was, spy versus spy shit. Like it was
too many shitheads.
Yeah. Like it's kind of cool. Like the server died off a little bit. Let's admit it. It did, but we're getting better quality for the people who do find their way in here as strays.
Yeah, that's the one thing that I'm going to really say is that, I always go back to the idea that this place, I call it home. Just from a standpoint of it's a place that I can come to clear my mind of all the contamination and the yelling and the no, you don't understand and all that stuff, because all that stuff exists out there. Like, if you want to go out there and venture and do your thing, cool. But like Elijah said it best the other day, the genuine of the genuine, right? And that's, we have genuine information, observations that we're willing to render. If you're willing to listen, sit down and have a conversation with us about it. And you won't beat that, right? For quality of people.
Right, but I mean, and I think we're kind of coming to an agreement here on this in the server, not like we had a meeting or anything, but I think people are getting there with that. Whereas in the past, it was just so cutthroat, and it's a hard transition for people to make. Great reset shit. But no, I maybe we need a different directive, a motivation. Like, QE's not here anymore. He doesn't fucking come around here. You guys can stop fucking kissing his ass and trying to mimic him, Sonny.
One thing I'm going to say with reference to that. Sorry for the background noise. I make that statement like I don't idolize put like men's names, right? And I'm not sorry to say I in this statement, but I find even when it comes to referencing, the Nostradamus or whoever those people are that claim shit, whoever claimed anything, if you understand what you're standing upon, like you really understand it, you don't have to refer to anybody. Huey, Wit, any of these people, because we're all doing the same thing. We're all observing the same thing. They are teachers. Let them teach you, and then you can go forward and teach what you understand they taught you. I hope that makes sense. But does the mission statement change that?
This is what the mission should have been all along. We got sidetracked for a long time. It should have been about trying to meet people on their level, not trying to expose them. Which is what it's been on every. Let's expose the other side.
That's ego shit, right? That's like I beat my chest, I beat you, let me stand upon you in battle, and I've won. It ain't about that, man. It's like I am more than willing to go ahead for my team and ask 100 stupid questions just to get that
you have to understand that the other side, when it comes to exposing the other side are like a whole bunch of like third fucking tier fucking trolls. Do you think exposing McToon or exposing fucking Soundly or exposing fucking Matthew Learns or exposing any of these people, do you think this is like the end game?
No.
Do you think no?
It makes no difference.
Those people rely on us in order to have a channel.
Yep. If we don't exist, they go poop. Right? Like I'll always say in talking about the energy that I choose to pour into your cup, if I take that cup away, you don't exist. Right? You exist as much as I pay attention to you. And this is why I say we're a bunch of people.
Those people are meant to keep us running in circles, biting at our own tails and fighting at each other and dividing us. They are the COINTEL Pro. The shit that they insert, and they don't realize it because they're not paid. They're not paid. They just do it as on a voluntary basis. They are the biggest NPCs of all the memes.
Think about a Trojan virus, a Trojan horse, right? What it does. It goes in, it affects, it copies, and it just keeps replicating the same shit over and over. Go in, infect, and it keeps spreading. But I'm talking about computer antivirus, Norton antivirus software. That's what I'm talking about when I say, anyways. Clarify that. Norton anti. I wonder. Crap. Software, scanning technology. Yes, I think I've covered my bases enough on that. Sorry about saying trigger words.
No, the main thing is heed no mind. Like, dude, they are nothing but a distraction to stop you from your actual task.
Yeah, man. Like, just go in and they're like, look at me. No, I'm busy. I'm busy. Look at me. Gents, have an amazing night. Thanks for the chat. Be well.
Adios.
Oops.
Oh, shit, I wanted to say something to him before he left. That was a really good point, Kiwi, man. He's freaking cool. One of the coolest flat earthers I've met on here. And Lou, that dialogue you and him just had you're absolutely right. It's the way it should go.
I know, dude. You guys should always listen to me.
Fuck you. Kiwi man, keep coming around. He's a star when it comes to, as far as I know, man. Every time I hear Kiwi talk, man, it's good stuff. Good stuff. Love it. All right, what we're gonna do now, Lou? I see Republic is in here. I don't know if he's listening, but
I don't know.
He's old school. He's old school. Good to see him.
You know what? You know what I think we should do? If I'm gonna go on the ego trip and pretend like I'm like some kind of fucking demigod, you know what we should do? We should play my song because I'm fucking awesome, dude.
All right, let's do it, man. I like it. Down, down, do it, man.
It's gonna take a second. I don't have it ready. I should have. If I was really that awesome, I would have had it ready.
No, but the fact that you aren't that awesome makes the song even better. Because it came from your heart, and I can tell that, and that's why I love the song.
Well, I made it like it wasn't from my heart. Somebody else wrote it, and
no, that's not true.
Yeah, no, like it took. I really put myself into it.
I know it took work. It took work because you're not a singer, vocalist, or whatever. But that's I can tell, and you put your heart into it. Don't lie.
Yeah, no, it's not mine. Like don't you guys
that's a damn lie
on parodies and shit.
Listen, the person who wrote the lyrics and the music, they just helped you with it, but it's your heart, bro, man. Promise you, man. I'm a vocalist, so don't fucking don't even you put your heart into it, I can tell, so don't even mess with me. Hello. 40, we'll get back to you after this song.
After this quick commercial break.
Ballers are despairing in disease. They are sharing the same outlook on the topic of FB. Kiwi baited Panda Star, Miggy style this places. Hank Hill knows when they are lying. Crypto throws it in their faces. Sonny plays them like a piano, leaving them in pain. Dave Hinkle shouting out the banner, driving them insane. They are all in love with lying. They are preaching and a shouting as Flat Earth destroys their globe. Ballers run away up out.
I don't mind the Baltar's lies, the ignorance it shows. We can throw them in cogdis when we destroy their globe. Horizon and entropy, two things Baltars despise. Just one moment of silence for the Grover's demise.
Some will lie to suit Bill Nye, their fundy mutton asses. Some will lie to suit the guy that's preaching to the masses. Some will fall in love with truth, speaking loud and shouting. As Flat Earth destroys the globe, ballers run away a pouting. Battle Mod took the liars, throttling their asses. Roger from the Netherlands, but smacking as time passes. Then there is the omnipresent Lord above us saying they are all in love with lying. It's a game that he ain't playing. Joby taught a baller, Crit will lovingly explain. Lunatic knows their evil plot, got Rockins on the plane. They are all in love with lying, they are preaching and a shouting. As Flat Earth destroys the globe, ballers run away a pouting.
I don't mind the Baltars lies, the ignorance it shows. We can throw them in cactus when we destroy their globe. Horizon and entropy, two things Baltars despise. Just one moment of silence for the Glover's demise.
Thank you, Lunatic, for that brilliant, friggin' honest description of what.
You're welcome. You've been blessed by the greatest fucking Flat Earth singer of all time.
Hey, I'll tell you what. Check this out. I got a message. I got a DM from Angst, who's in the room. He doesn't have a role, but I'm gonna go ahead and unmute Angst. He seems very adamant about this Ball Earth. And now, Angst, if you don't open your microphone, that means you're a big pussy.
Hello?
Hello, Angst. Tell us about this globe.
Look, I just think the information you guys are spreading is really harmful because, like, there's no way they're lying to all of us. If they're lying to all of us, it would get out somehow. You know, someone who's not a part of the secret cabal would hear about it, you know? So it's like everyone's lying to us. Everyone, like, it doesn't make any sense, bro.
I can't believe he actually opened his microphone.
Bro, gravity exists. Like, come on, dude. When you drop things,
wait.
Oh, let's go step by step.
Is harmful. Our information is harmful because our information is harmful because gravity exists even though you can't prove it. And since you can't prove it, our information is harmful.
Dude, the burden of proof is on you.
Okay.
You're the one saying it doesn't exist. It obviously does when I drop it.
Okay, so since we don't think it exists, why do you think it exists?
Because when I drop things, they fall. How about that?
Ooh, that's a good one.
Do you have an explanation for that?
Yeah, Helio. What are you
Guys,
going to do with
disband
that?
the server. Guys, disband the server. He just
You've never heard that one before.
I've never heard that.
Explain that, Helio.
Oh, things fall. Gravity. All right.
What's causing it to fall? Something. There has to be a cause for everything.
Really? Why does there have to be a cause?
All right, don't ask Helio. I'll try to work.
Go ahead. Yeah, do this, Lou. Go ahead.
I'll try to work through this with you. All right. So, when you say things fall, what things fall?
Any material object.
Any?
Yeah.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Are gases anything?
Are those considered like a material object? They don't.
Yes.
Yes. Composition.
Yeah, they're physical. Gases are physical. They're material.
Not everything that's physical is a material object. That phrase is very
gases matter. Matter has weight.
Yeah, not everything that's physical is a material object. That's a technical.
And they all fall according to you.
No, I said every material object falls. Not everything that's physical is a material object.
So if I let go of a balloon, like a helium balloon, and it goes up, does it fall?
That's not a material object.
It's not material?
No.
Okay, you already lost. I'm not going to continue with somebody who has this type of logic. You know you lost.
You mean this type of logic has nothing to do with logic?
No. You are. Look, helium is a material thing. So is the balloon. The balloon itself is rising, right?
Sure. Yeah, but that doesn't mean that the composition of the balloon is a material object.
What?
Like the composition of the balloon is not a material object. What don't you get? That's what I'm saying. It's
explain this.
Guy's a troll.
Well, how the fuck do we even deal with this kind of retardism? It's like if there was no helium in the balloon, it would fall to the ground.
You just admitted to me that both the helium that's inside the balloon and the balloon itself are both material.
It doesn't follow from that therefore they're material objects. What classifies something as an object?
Shut up. How old are you, son? How old are
you? Do you understand? Not everything that's material is an object.
Nah, look, I'm only a pseudomod. Somebody fucking time this dude out.
You don't even understand basic philosophy. You realize everything that exists.
He's gone. I have that ability. I was just pseudo pretending.
Anyway,
we pseudo pretending to fucking.
All right, well, yeah, he was an idiot, but we do have a genuine like globe believer in here. 40. He was wanting to talk, before. Well, he was here, and now he left. Maybe he didn't want to get punked out too. 40, get your ass back in here if you want to get involved. And he was just in here, and he started to actually give this dude shit, but then he just left. 40, man, where you at? Okay, well, never mind. Yeah, that was complete nonsense. He messaged me. He's like, "Here's what he sold me," and it's round. These radical ideas you have are harming people. Please stop. It's hurting our children. Like, I have a child that hasn't. He knows I'm a flat earther. It hasn't hurt him. I don't think he gives a shit about flat Earth, but I don't think he's hurt by it.
I've been coming on here for about 4 months, and I've not heard one person defend the globe at all.
You're right.
They want to. They don't want to look at the Earth. They want to go out into space. They want to go out with satellites. They want to know about the Arctic. They don't, and they want to know a reason why.
Hello.
I mean, I've not heard one, and I've been on here almost 4 months, and I have not heard one person to be able to defend the globe with any kind of consistency whatsoever. It's just ridiculous.
And since you've been on here, Iron Horse, I loved your input too. I mean, you're a smart guy. All right. So, and 40, finally found his way back here. What do you think about what that the other guy, the guy that came in for?
I don't know. I left it as soon as he came in.
Why did you leave?
But hold on. We want to hear it exactly, because like even when the Globers come in and start laughing at other Globers, it's pretty bad. It's like
Well,
what
yeah.
was wrong? What was wrong with that last guy?
Well, I mean, like, how many people have tried that, right? Like thousands. Like people came in here as like gravity, boom, gotcha, and then they couldn't really back anything up, and so.
So are you embarrassed when you see somebody bring up those weird arguments? Are they
kind of?
Yeah. Okay, cool.
But you gotta like, from their perspective, that's like the natural argument, right?
Cool. So that being the case, how about you address Lou's talk about the helium balloon there?
I have not looked into it. What is it?
Oh, I was just talking about. I mean, it was based off of what that last guy said. He was like, "Why do things go down?" And I wanted to be specific. I said, "Like what things? What things are you talking about that go down?" And then immediately, a helium balloon stopped being a material object. It was no longer material.
What?
Yeah, you missed that.
Yeah, you left before you heard what he said, bro. I was just like, where the fuck is 40? I was waiting for him to finish so that we could ask you, as a glober, you had two Globers in there, and he was really just here to make a clown, be a clown. But hey, as far as that goes, now the helium inside the balloon rises. It picks the balloon up because it's inside the balloon. But if the balloon didn't exist, then the balloon would just be on the ground, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
And if the balloon popped, all those gases inside that were making the balloon rise would expand omnidirectionally to fill the available space, correct? Following their potential to reach basically like an Archimedes principle density layer where they would mostly reside.
Yeah, I would say like I don't know if it'd be omnidirectional. It'd probably be mostly in one direction, but it has.
It's primarily going up with, like, say, hydrogen, right?
I mean, I'm just spitballing because, like, hydrogen.
I wouldn't say
not very visible.
No, with hydrogen, with helium, with nitrogen, these gases go up to us.
They're affected by their relation to other gases, not because of gravity. Just anyway, that's the way I.
No, but that's why I said Archimedes principle.
Yeah.
So you have a density layer. Gases that are, there's many layers of gases. You have hydrogen and nitrogen and helium.
Ozone.
I don't know the order. I don't know the order that they go, but they will stack each other in the atmosphere. And
based on their density.
Yeah. Based off of their density, exactly. And gases being considered to be fluid, just like any water or any fluid gas or whatever else. It's all based off of Archimedes' principle. It's the density of itself within the medium that it's surrounded by.
And where do all these gases come from? Do they come from outer space or from Earth?
I think they come from outer space originally. Is the idea?
What?
No, wrong. Even according to your model, they claim most of the gases that are created here on Earth. In fact, I'm sorry. Most of the gas is all of the gas is created at the surface. All of the gas is created at the surface or below it. but it seeps from within the Earth.
But where did it originate?
Or from the bottom. In most cases, it's from within.
I hear you.
It's from within the ocean.
I hear you, bro.
All right, 40. We're not talking about the Big Bang.
Yeah, I know, but that's what I was referencing. Like, right?
I know what you. I knew where you were going. That's what I'm saying. So now that everything's established according to the Big Bang, all of the gases that we measure and all this stuff, the layers in the atmosphere, all of the natural gases come from Earth. They don't come from outer space.
I disagree with that statement, though.
Really?
Right?
Why?
Because I don't really think that they come from Earth, right? They're just exchanged.
All right. Oh, hold on. Do you believe in the Big Bang?
Lunatic.
We're going to cut the chase. No, we're going to cut. Do you believe in a Big Bang?
No, we already know he believes that bullshit.
Shut up.
I don't necessarily believe in the Big Bang, no.
Really? Okay.
Maybe. Oh, no. Oh, strategically you don't? Or because you...
Well, I'm trying to wrestle science and religion at the same time, so my current answer is no, but it might change in the future.
So strategically, you say no.
So
what are we talking about to just join?
Oh, we're talking about specific ideas. I mean, if you're confused, that's okay.
We're talking with Fortes, so it's kind of going everywhere, bro.
But Lunatic, like my point is, like, plants can exchange gases from one form to the other, right? So
on Earth.
Yeah, but it's not formed on Earth. It's just exchanged on Earth, right?
What does that matter?
What the fuck?
What does it matter if it's formed on Earth or where it comes from? Or that has nothing to do with
like the language of the Earth.
I mean, he is actually right. That is also what the flat Earth would say.
Or something.
That nothing is per se created; it is a transfer of things, like volcanoes. But
where do we know that it comes from? It's not. It doesn't just spontaneously erupt in the middle of fucking air, right?
Creation.
It comes from the ground. The gases come from the ground, as far as we know.
Well, I mean, they're transferred. All these different states of matter we're in like this ecosphere, right? So they like continuously transfer between animals, plants.
All right, explain this ecosphere. What do you mean by ecosphere?
It's cyclical.
Yeah, it's cyclical. Like a plant will take carbon dioxide, turn it into oxygen.
Right,
take sunlight, right.
But are you about to say that there's like a fucking oxygen generator in the sky, or where does it come from?
No, that's what I'm trying to say. That it's not spontaneously generated; it's just transferred within Earth continuously.
Okay, so where are you aware of any gases that came to Earth from anywhere else?
I mean, again, you go back to the super old idea, right? But like currently, I don't understand. I mean, I don't have a super education.
Actually, this Big Bang idea is a really new idea. So I don't know what you mean by the super old idea. It's very new.
Okay, well, I mean, as far as like the time frame that they give us, right? Like,
it comes from the Kabbalah, from Babylon, bro.
Well, I'm just saying, like the time.
All of the ancient cultures knew that the Earth didn't come from a Big Bang. It's just a few people, promulgated this idea. So tell us about this old idea where, yes, even in that model, the gases are still originated from Earth. They don't come.
Well, no, the particles that created Earth are generated from gravity, right? It wasn't Earth, like Earth
right. So Earth was generated.
They weren't generated from gravity. Gravity does not exist. Helio.
We're talking about a model. We're not talking about reality.
I know, because the models aren't reality. We don't have.
Yeah, I know. We're just
reality.
You're saying your model generates.
Anyway,
hold on. 14. You're saying in your model that gravity generates gases.
It's not my model. I'm just describing that model, right? So it's saying that gravity pulls matter together, right? It attracts it over large quantities of time, and they've generated these large structures, which are stars, moons, asteroids, planets.
I'm sorry, brother. I guess I haven't spoken to you in a while. Are you stepping away from the heliocentric model?
No. What he's saying is that gases out, by the heliocentric, Big Bang.
Are you just trying to
coalesced.
step away from the fantastic claims of gravity?
Forte is strategically learning our arguments and trying to find a better way to fight them. That's what he's doing.
Yeah, he's been doing it for years. That's why we're here today.
I'm articulating my understanding.
The corpse, and that's the problem. Is
My
the globe
understanding could be false.
is dead, and so
All right,
you might
sure.
poke holes in our arguments, but the globe is dead. You can't bring the globe back to life, and so
For sure, I don't. Cool.
All right, well, check this out. I mean, what you're saying is that gases from the Big Bang coalesced together due to gravity and then became solid matter, and they created stars and suns and then planets that started to as everything 14.5 billion years ago, all that shit, and that's how Earth came about. But now the gases are coming from Earth and they're contained by gravity. Is this what you're saying or not what you're saying?
Yeah, I just have a little bit of issue from the language, but generally, yeah, I agree. Yeah.
All right, so 4.5 billion years ago, that's when Earth was essentially like when there was like storms on the Earth and it rained on the rocks, and that's what sort of created everything they see.
What's funny, I think we all lost sight of it. The thing that he asked that I actually wanted to, when I was talking about Archimedes' principle, what I wanted to get into is that basically you were asking what is this up and down vector, right? And I would personally argue that it is a law, not something that can be tested. Like the things either go up or they go down based off of their density. That's all there is. It's a law.
You're saying density and buoyancy would account for what, the 9.8 meters per second squared? Is that what you're saying? Lou?
Oh no, I'm sorry. I thought you were talking to Forte. Ask me again.
So you're saying density and buoyancy are going to account for what?
What I'm saying is no. The question isn't how fast it falls or rises or any of that. It's why is there an up and a down? That's the thing that Globers are really stuck on. Why is there an up and a down? I'm saying that it's just the law. It's just if things moved from if up was left and right was down, then all of the heavier sediments would settle on the right.
Well, there's a lot of people who say that's not so, that there isn't another reason that things go down, and
there is more to it than that. But there's still a general law of what makes up and what makes down. And it's not something that we can put through the scientific method. That's why it's a law. If it could go through the scientific method, but I'm the one that's claiming it's a law. Like this is Lou's law. Like nobody ever like like.
Hey, where's down, Lou?
I'm going to start using that.
Toward the ground. Where's up?
What are you, a moron? Haven't you ever heard of Lou's law?
Hey, bro, if you could walk up to anybody on the street and say, "Where's down?" Oh, it's toward the ground. Or where's up? Toward the sky. It's just like, how fucking easy is that?
Lou's law, bro.
Lou's law, bitch. I got you. Got you.
That's awesome.
Right, and it's just an observation, and the Globers come here as if we have to replace it. If we're not going to accept gravity, their versions of gravity, then we have to replace it.
But they have to agree with that. They have to agree with that. They have to agree with Lou's law, because up is up and down is down to them as well. Down is toward the earth, up is toward the sky. They have to agree with that, because everyone experiences that. If you don't agree with that, then you're out of your mind. So now if you just like, well, then you're going to have to start making shit up about gravity. It's like, well, it's up. All right. So then you could say, well, up is up to me here in America, but the people in Australia, up is up to them, but down is toward the earth too. It's like, bro, I agree with you, but are they on the same plane where up is up and down is down, or are they?
Hey, I want you to be on the up and up with me. Fucking tell me how it is. Is it Lou's Law or not?
I don't know. I mean, I just kind of
up is up. Up is up, motherfucker.
Bro, man, I've actually freaking had arguments with other flat earthers about this, but yeah. And it's just like, I've been saying the same thing. I think I had an argument with Anthony Riley one day about this. It's like, bitch, up is where, when I'm standing on Earth, up is.
No, I've heard Globers get really ridiculous with this. They start giving you shit. I've heard a guy get all about like scuba diving and losing orientation and shit. Dude, where do the bubbles go?
Up.
Okay, Lou's Law. Okay, fucking got another one.
That's funny.
Well, what are you guys saying exactly, though?
Earth is a level stationary plane.
Oh no!
Up is toward the sky and down is toward the ground.
Damn. What we're saying is this, brother. Up is up for everyone, and down is down for everyone.
All right.
Because in the heliocentric ball model, when I point up, that's Australia's down. And when I point down, that's Australia's up.
You're playing a semantics game that is disserving you.
No. This is what the globes claim.
The globe teaches that up and down is relative. And what we are saying is,
what do you mean by
as
relative?
flat earthers, we're making the assertion that up and down are objective for all people.
Yeah, they are. Like that, but you're playing a semantics language game that is disserving you.
No, that's not semantical.
No, because in your model.
No, it only gets semantic on the model. Because everybody understands up based off of all of our math, all of our everything, all of our models, they all come from assuming that the water is level. Okay,
hold on. Can I just critique something about flat Earth?
Before you come in, can we try and talk? We try and talk one at a time, because Ball Kicker was talking, then Helio rumpused Ball Kicker, and then Lou rumpused Helio, and I've only been here 30 seconds.
Yeah, I apologize.
It's my job to rumpus Helio.
No,
can we just not rumpus each other at all? Is that a thing we can do? Fortes,
I'm not sure that I'd want to be rumpused by Helio in a different context, but
no, I'm a dick. Go ahead.
Okay, what were we even talking about? I lost my train of thought after. Oh, that was hilarious, Crypto.
Is objective or relative was the topic.
There you go. Yeah, Fortes. Would you agree that in your model, the heliocentric model, that people are in basic agreement that up and down are relative?
What do you mean by relative?
What I mean is it subjective for every person? That every person on the globe literally has a different up and different down.
I don't think so, right? Like everyone sees up and down the same way, right?
Okay, I'm telling you that in your model, they say that because you're floating in space, there is no up, there is no down. That's why one of the axis and all of this is kind of laughable.
Well, it's like a social construct, right? Like you can describe to your friends sitting next to you, like, bro, this is up, this is down, and like we can all agree on that, right? But you can have like an abstract understanding, like, oh my God, there's this globe, and like on the other side, like up is not up for them as we see it here. So I think it's like a semantics game that disservices flat earthers. I feel like it's not a good argument for you guys to present that.
It's not a good argument to present that we all experience the same thing, no matter where you are on your globe.
No, I understand what you're saying.
As an argument, I wouldn't even say this is an argument. I would just say that this is a logical You can't escape it. Almost. If you are a flat earther, you have to believe that up is up, universal, objective for all people.
Yeah, but would you
and down
agree
are objective?
But would you agree on the ball model that up is up and down is down the same way for you? But you're not going to experience it differently.
No. None of us.
That's what makes it relative. That's what makes it relative. Hello. That's what makes it relative.
But bro, I just don't understand the point. Like we're in agreement here. Like it's a non-argument.
No, as usual, Fortes, we are not in agreement. No, we're saying that up and down is objective on a flat Earth, and that everybody in your camp, for the most part, or at least many of them, will have no problem admitting that up and down are subjective.
In your immediate space, up and down are always going to be the same. But as you traverse Earth...
that's clear double speak.
That's not what we're even talking about, bro.
That's clear double speak.
It's real simple. Up and down on the flat Earth is objective. On the ball Earth, it's subjective. I don't even know how this is an arguable point.
Okay. All right. Will everyone on Earth say that up and down is up and down from where they're standing?
I don't think everybody on Earth will ever say anything in unison, bro.
Well, I mean, if you talk to someone in Tokyo right now and you said, hey, which direction's up? And which direction's down? They'll point up and they'll point down.
Yeah, with all due respect, I'm not sure you're really understanding what the issue is. It's not whether people colloquially understand what up and down is.
This guy doesn't understand Lou's law.
Okay. So it's the idea that on a ball, up is every direction and down is every direction, depending on where you are on that ball.
Yeah.
But on a flat plane, up is only one direction.
Okay, yeah, I can understand that.
So that's the difference.
Yeah, I have no disagreement with that. I'm just saying, like, why is it brought up?
That's what they've been trying to say when they say that it's relative versus kind of objective, right? So if there's only one up, then there's no disagreement as to which direction up is. Whereas on a ball, depending on where you're stood on that ball, up is, everyone disagrees where up is.
Yeah, but I just don't understand why that's even brought up. Like, how is that? Like, what is the point to say that?
I have no idea why that was brought up. I just clarifying the argument.
I know why it was brought up, because gravity doesn't exist, and he thinks gravity causes this nonsense that he's talking about.
Which is kind of like my point.
Crypto didn't get. We were talking about Lou's law, the universal law, the great philosopher of the. When would he live again?
I can't believe I have my own law now. This is fucking awesome.
I like it, man.
Because I feel like it's a flat Earth gotcha moment, right? It's like kind of like a flat Earth.
There's a lot of those.
It's like a flat Earth saying for flat Earthers. It's like these globers think up is down, and it's like ha 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 ha. But I'm saying it's like
yeah, that's the thing. It's not even us saying it. It's your camp saying it. I could pull up articles about it right now if you want.
But we're in agreement. Like Crypto just laid it out. I'm in agreement with you, but I'm just saying it's like not a. It's like a non-argument. You know what I mean? Do you understand what I'm saying?
I'm not using it as an argument. I'm saying that it's an unavoidable logical conclusion that I reach when I become a flat earther. I have to accept the fact that up and down become objective. It's not an argument that I would use to defend the position or try and help someone see my point of view. It's just a logical conclusion that has to be reached if I'm going to be cogent. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay. Live on a ball, you don't have that. You can't reach that same logical conclusion. That up and down literally becomes subjective for all men. They become relative.
Yeah, it's subjective in the abstract, but it's like when you're here, we all agree what it is. Like if you're in the local station, like if you're in your room, we all can agree what up is, we all can agree what down is, but when you're thinking abstractly and you're visualizing it in your mind, right, you can be like, oh, okay, yeah, that's, It's different for people on the opposite side of the globe.
Can I pose a problem?
Yes.
Let's say you're in free fall and you're holding a ball, right? And the ball is falling with you, right? And you throw the ball up. What's going to happen?
You've exerted it. It's pretty easy. This is just standard physics. So, like, you've exerted energy, going away from you. So, yes, it will still separate from you.
Or if you threw it down.
If you throw it down, you're going to be adding more force, but eventually it's going to still collect the drag. And
but what is it doing? But that's not my point. Is it going down and down at the same time? And if you throw it up, is it going up and down at the same time?
Down is down and up is up. What's the confusion?
So you're in the vomit comet and you're holding a ball. It's falling with you. You're both in free fall and you throw the ball up. What direction is it going?
Depends on the quantity of force exerted.
It's going down still if you're in the vomit comet because if you're in free fall.
Thrown it up.
Depends on the quantity of force
still going
exerted.
down. But it's just that you haven't thrown enough force into the down vector. So, like,
check it out. Like, if you're falling, right, and you shoot a gun straight up, where's the bullet going to go? It's going to go up, right? Because you've exerted a massive quantity of force on the bullet. It's not going to fall with you.
That makes the direction relative.
Oh yeah, no, because there is still no relativity. Everything is still based off of up and down. Even in that, if you want to try to claim relativity in that situation, no, that doesn't exist. Because you would have to say that you could make something move side to side like indefinitely. Basically, no. In the vomit comet, this is not real. This isn't just because you simulate it doesn't make it like the actual effect. You're trying to better understand when you're simulating. You're trying to better understand what's happening in the natural world. You're not actually doing what's happening in the natural world. You're doing something that you can control. No matter what, you're still bound by the laws that exist. So Lu's law is still there. Down is down. Up is up. Things that are moving down continue to move down. Things that are moving up continue to move up. It's just a matter of like how much energy is behind them. At what velocity are they moving up or down? See, Lu's law has not been challenged yet. You guys fucking go ahead and challenge it.
Challenge it.
Shut up, Crypto. You don't count. What? How are you going to challenge it? What's wrong with Lu's law?
I don't think you've stated it very clearly yet, Lou. I don't want to put you on the spot.
Very clearly. I think Helio restated for me very clearly. Like up is up and down is down. There's this it's a density layer. Some things are more buoyant, some things are less buoyant. What is the reason why they go in that vector up and down instead of any of the other vectors? Who knows? Nobody knows. But the law says it does. So you are left with these two things. What is up and what is down. And everybody knows what is up and what is down no matter where they are. This is objective.
So Lu's law is up, down is down.
Up is up, down is down.
I challenge it.
Why? How?
Well, what if you're doing a handstand?
Well, then the blood rushes to your head and you eventually die, and you understand then like which way is up.
You understand Lu's.
Yeah, but then up is down and down is up.
Or your brain gets more oxygen and you become super.
No, because the oxygen rises. It goes to your fucking toes. It fucking up is up, down is down. You cannot fight this. No matter what, up is up, down is down.
I think I've watched the House of the Rising Sun music video like 1,000 times. Such an underrated song.
The Doors, even though I'm a Doors fan, the Doors have never been underrated for a day of their existence.
It's the Animals.
Oh, fuck. God damn it. Yeah, you're right. Oh, fuck. No. No, but okay, for that one song, what else are they known for?
They're known for some other ones. I don't know offhand, but
all right, so how can you overrate a one-hit wonder or underrate a one-hit wonder?
They got House of the Rising Sun, We Gotta Get Out of This Place, Don't Let Me Be Misunderstood, Horse with No Name.
I like all those songs, but they're definitely... You won, but the Lose Law still stands.
This so reminds me of the argument that I had with the Anthony Riley. I think it was probably 2 years ago, and I said the same thing you were saying, Lou. I was like, up is up and down is down, and I think that's why Crypto jumped it. Is like, what if you were sideways? Are you laying down is up towards your head? No, of course not. You know, so it's like, what the fuck are you talking about?
It's like my scuba diver.
And I was saying, on Earth, up is toward the sky, down is toward the earth. Right? I'll call it Lou's Law. You know,
dude, you guys don't have to call it Lou's Law. I won't be offended if you rename it.
No, but it's the same thing I was telling Anthony one day. We talked for like an hour about it, and I was just like, no, up is toward the sky, down is toward the earth. And he's like, well, you know, he's giving all these fucking examples and shit. It's like, no, I mean, I'm talking about general. Freaking everybody that experiences up and down, up is toward the sky, down is toward the other. I mean, how fucking hard is that?
Yes, nobody can deny that, you know, if you're asked to point up or point down, you're going to point towards the ground or towards the sky, right? But that doesn't make them not relative.
No, they could be relative if you could prove that they are relative. Like, what if they're objective? What if all of those fucking things are exactly the same, the way that we experience them in real life?
Yeah. It's like, yes, I can lay on my bed, and now up has nothing to do with my head. Like I said, up toward the sky, down toward the earth. That's objective, in my opinion.
Are plumb bobs? Is there no plumb bob? Like, if I set up 2 plumb bobs anywhere on Earth, technically, according to the globe, none of them are parallel. Yeah, there is no such thing. There is no such thing as a parallel plumb bob.
Not even a foot apart. I don't know why this. I brought this point up with multiple Globers, and for some reason it triggers people. I don't know why.
Because
it's a
you don't know why? It's because they want to believe the Earth is a globe, even though they have no evidence for it.
I mean, to be honest, though, guys, like it's a non-argument, though. You know what I'm saying?
No, it is. It's a really good argument.
Well,
that's why they hate it.
We're in agreement with what you're saying.
I know. You agree with us while fucking losing. Like, you fucking... Dude... Like, you can agree with us all you want. We're not going to talk shit because you agree. But, like, dude...
It's like saying, bro, water's wet. I'm like, yeah, it is. You're like, yeah, so how do you explain that?
Up is up and down is down. Sky, earth. Up is toward the sky, down is toward the earth. What's to disagree with, right?
I don't disagree. I agree.
Okay,
That's why I'm saying, like, it's like you're wasting our time breaking it up.
No, it's not a waste of time because when we say, "Hey, Earth," all right, how about this? Earth is a level stationary plane. Do you disagree?
I disagree.
Okay, cool. On a level stationary plane is up toward the sky and down towards the earth.
If we pretend on this plane that I don't believe that exists,
you don't have to believe it. I'm just asking
you
in general.
Play with your blue ball a lot.
All right. So, how about on a globe?
I mean, I can understand it. I can understand the argument. I'm just like,
how about on a glurf? Is it out toward the sky and down towards the ground on the glurf?
Yeah.
Okay, well then, you think it's a moot point, but it's not because we don't. You, in your personal experience, have never experienced the Earth as a globe.
I mean, I believe I have.
Why do you believe that?
I can't see like Denver from Colorado Springs where I'm sitting.
Really? So since you can't see all across the Earth, that's why you think it's a globe.
That's part of it.
Wait. Hold on. That's what your first. That was your first argument. I can't see Denver. Earth is a globe. That's your argument.
Yeah, it's like a pie, right? If you had like 1,000.
So if the Earth was flat, you could see everything everywhere. Is that your argument?
I would argue that you could see more than what you could see.
God damn it! Answer my direct question.
No. No.
Bro. By the way, this is Helio.
But that's kind of a straw man, right? Because I didn't say that.
Yes, you did.
What are you
yes,
saying,
you did.
Cortez?
No, I didn't say I could see everywhere. I said I couldn't see Denver.
No, you can't see Denver. But I can't fucking see Paris either. But I don't think the Earth is a globe.
Yeah, but Denver is 60 miles.
Why don't we just?
What did you say, bro?
I said I couldn't see Denver in Colorado Springs. Colorado Springs.
Okay, why don't we just ask Fortes? What makes you think you can see that far, Fortes?
Because standing on mountains, you can see other mountains in much further distances. There's no air obstruction.
Much further meaning how far?
Like hundreds of miles.
Yeah, that's impossible on a globe. And go on.
I mean, from higher vantage points, you can see other high vantage points.
So you're saying Denver to Colorado Springs?
Yeah, it's only 60 miles. Like I could see the skyscrapers if the Earth is flat. Standing on top of Pikes Peak.
No, you can't. How tall are the skyscrapers and how long is the distance between you and the said things? The heights of both? That becomes infinitely small at the vanishing point. No matter what you do at a certain distance, everything shrinks down until you can no longer see it. It's too small.
The city's only 60 miles, bro, apart. We've seen Chicago from, what 50, 53, 54 miles, something like that?
Well, then you should be able to see it unless it's clouded over, elevation.
Well, sorry if we're not going to take your word for it that is impossible.
Just providing one sliver of the pie, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's just one sliver.
That's not a sliver.
Fortes, have you gotten to know the Earth's curve calculator at all?
I have not.
Once you start comparing, you should check it out and see if you agree with the math equation and everything. See if it makes sense. And then you start comparing real life, what you see. You can type in, like I live 7 miles. I live on the beach 7 miles from where a ferry docks. And so I type that into Earth's curve calculator. And it says there should be 33 feet of mound of water between me and that ferry, and it's not there. So
yeah, but like there's phenomenon that they say accounts for that, right? So it's kind of like hard.
Yeah, and I could list off like 30 of these observations that I've done. Everyone in this room has done
based
it.
on
a house.
I've got a brain buster
in New Orleans.
I've got a
They
brain
call the rising sun. Go ahead, Lou. I'm
so check this out. So Forte, let me ask you. Maybe it'll work, maybe it won't. What is so like when something is orbiting the Earth, like the ISS or whatever else? What state do they say it's in when it's doing that?
I think that's in low Earth orbit.
Well, no, hold on. No, what state do they say it's in? We'll get to whether it's low Earth or high Earth.
Well, what do you mean by state? I'm just shooting in the dark here. I don't know what you mean by state.
What you're anticipating what I'm trying to get to. So just say it.
Well, I don't know what you mean by state. I tried to say it. You said no. So what do you mean by
I thought that was the right answer too, Lou. So
all right. Well, all right. They claim that these things are in a constant state of free fall, right?
Yeah.
Would you agree?
You have to.
Yes.
You
have
to
agree. 100%.
All right. So here's the brain buster. What happens when you lose the Earth's gravity?
They would traject outward towards their momentum.
Is there hold on. Like the weightlessness happens because just like with the vomit comet, you are falling around the Earth, right? Like, so if you stop falling around the Earth, are you still weightless?
You would fall around something else.
Yeah, because you wouldn't be attached to a surface.
All right.
If the entire universe is made up of gravity wells and all that kind of shit, you will always be in free fall. Just about.
No. Okay, well, what if you get closer to a bigger planet? Like, let's say you were to go to Jupiter, like orbit Jupiter. At what point? What happens when you switch over? Like, where is the switch over? What happens in that whole area in between? Like, do you start getting a pull from both?
I think
how does this work?
I mean, I'm just spitballing based on stuff that I've read and heard and watched, right?
Yeah, no, it's obvious spitball. This is why I brought it up. It's a brain buster. You're about to spout off a whole bunch of bullshit to try to answer my question instead of saying you don't know.
Well, I can tell you what I've heard, what I've watched, what I've learned, what I've been taught. That's about it. Can't tell you anything else.
I mean, the concept of gravity wells is really not hard to understand. But
gravity isn't a pull.
But it's not a pull. I never said it was a pull. Like,
no. I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to Forte. See, like it's based off this whole presupposition. They still think of Newtonian gravity, like the Earth is pulling and then Jupiter is pulling, like, or Mars is pulling, whatever. Like that's not how they claim it works, even in your model. Okay, right. So what happens when you get outside of the Earth's gravity if it's not a pulling force?
I'm not sure on the nuances of gravity.
In low Earth orbit, you wouldn't be. There's so much shit involved with orbital mechanics that they can't even figure it out. I mean, get the 3-body problem. After. This idea of low Earth orbit it's kind of like a cop out, I think, for them. And so, it's like, hey, we're falling around the Earth. That's how we experience zero G, with quote unquote 0 G, but there's no such thing. And so then they just make these cartoons of people in the space station going, "Look at me, I'm floating," and this is the best evidence.
You're not really helping. I wanted to hear him go through the brain buster thing, not you.
I mean, he's avoiding it. He's avoiding it. I mean, he knows what he knows.
Well, can
exactly
you restate it, Lou?
No. It's wide open. It's wide open. It's as confusing to me as it is to you.
Okay, well,
what I'm saying is, okay, like if you're in a constant state of free fall around the Earth, and that's what causes like this weightlessness, right? Like, or if you're even in a vomit comet, you can change your velocity downward towards the Earth to get this simulated weightlessness. If that's what it is, then what happens when you get far away from the Earth?
I think gravity acts upon you less, is my understanding. It acts upon you less and less. That's just my understanding. I think there's a limit, but I think like all objects are acting upon each other, and whichever has the highest mass, right, has the highest gravitational, say, essentially.
But the other part of what the thing is like my whole thing, I know I kind of set you up this way unfairly, but this is all Newtonian gravity. And Einstein says that gravity is not a force, and that gravity is not which means it can't pull anything. There is no pulling motion anywhere.
All right. Would you agree that gravity and its definitions and like ironing it down and what it is kind of in contention even amongst the people that say they know?
Well, yeah, because it's based off of this like Narnia that you guys have in space. Like we can actually prove like what we experience here on Earth, but you guys want to avoid that topic and we go to space every time. So I'm going to make a fucking ridiculous fallacy out of whatever you claim space is and bring you back to Earth. So Lou's law still exists. Up is up, down is down. Explain it.
Love it. That's good stuff.
I'm 3 deep, Lou. How many deep are you?
All right. How many spaceships exist out there with up and up is down is down? On the ISS, where's up?
I think there is no up in the ISS.
Really? So the astronauts supposedly on the ISS don't know where up is?
Well, I'm actually just speculating right now. I haven't really.
Why don't we ask? Maybe next time you talk to him, maybe you can ask him.
Well, I mean, like the interior of it, like it would make sense that they would create an artificial up, like to kind of orient themselves.
Artificial up.
What the fuck? They've never done that. They've never claimed to have done that. Why are you making shit up, bro?
I just said I'm guessing.
No. Oh.
I knew this was going to do this.
I just said I don't know, but I'm guessing.
I know, but I knew he was going to do this, Lou.
Like if I was to create an ISS, I'd be like, hey,
40's one of the. Are you MSU University graduate? Like making shit up university? This is you.
Bro, I just said I was making it up. I'm not pretending. I'm not saying I'm not.
Oh, I made up Lou's law, but it seems
you didn't.
Work.
No, you didn't. You didn't make up Lou's law. Up is up and down is down. There's no way around that. But it's a
construct on Earth, though. Like
really? So okay. So you agree with Lou's law? Up is up and down is down on Earth.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. So how about an outer space that can't exist? It could be anything.
Well, what's the prerequisite for up is up and down is down?
Right, well, I mean, you have a. I'm a huge fan of science fiction, and so I've followed all of that shit. I can tell you a lot of shit about Star Trek and Star Wars and all the different kind of space shit. When you guys are talking about the ISS and fucking spaceships traveling through the galaxy and shit, I have all kinds of ideas in my mind. There is no up and down or time or calendars and all that kind of shit. I mean, it's all based on Earth calendars and shit. They have little. On their computers, they have, this is what time it is on Earth, but we're not on Earth anymore. We're out in space. It's just like, bro, nobody's ever done that.
Look, actually, to be fair, so if he agrees with Lou's law on Earth, we've already won because that's what we experience. When we go into Narnia, into space, like, there's nothing saying that can't be 3-dimensional space with balls that are orbiting over the top of us. Like, they could be doing that. And in which case, if you were in free space, yeah, then you're going to have to start dealing with relativity issues and fucking all kinds of stuff that's Glober sounding shit. You know what I mean? Up is down isn't going to be relative to Earth anymore.
You know, that just made me think of a crazy thing, Lou. I wonder if like there's an additional explanation for flat Earth that could work where outer space does exist. Like
it can exist, but it cannot exist as a vacuum.
I don't believe. Yeah, it cannot be a vacuum.
All right. Well, let me ask you this, 40. Do you think that? All right. So they might be wrong about how they've dumped all these thousands of satellites into space with rockets, but now maybe outer space can exist on a flat Earth. I mean, what do you mean by that? So
just trying to
wait. I know you're spitballing, but check this out. They've already supposedly taken thousands of fucking satellites to space through rockets, and they just dump them off and they go in, low Earth orbit. And some of them are even fucking 1 million miles away from Earth. Now, either we're wrong about this or they're just lying about it. It's a cartoon or it's real. Now, when we talk about up is up and down is down on Earth, when we talk about orbital mechanics, can a rocket leave Earth and then just throw a freaking satellite into space, and they know exactly where it's going to go, what trajectory, everything, and then it's going to start falling around due to gravity, and the moon might or might not have, the moon's gravity might or might not have an effect on this particular satellite. Most of them are, they say, in geocentric or geosynchronous orbit, but some of them are in geocentric orbit, which it's a really difficult process for them to do that. But that's why flat earthers are dumb, because we don't believe it.
I mean, there's a bunch of nerds out there. I think it's like a huge stretch, but I think there's a bunch of people out there that get off to mathematics at night when they dream. So it's like,
I know. What's really funny is all these nerds never put their fucking hands on a satellite. They'll be in an office room. They actually believe this shit. They believe that these thousands of satellites are in geosynchronous and geocentric orbit around Earth.
Check it out. Like any major structure, there's a nerd behind it that was getting off to all those ideas. Like the pyramids of Egypt, right? Those blocks came from thousands of miles away from the nearest quarry. How did that happen? So
that's not the way they were built. But anyway, we've already been through that. I think you probably heard us talk about that stuff too before. No, they didn't drag freaking huge granite stones or anything like that to build the pyramids. No, from hundreds of miles away. No, that's not the way they built the pyramids.
Well, I don't know enough about it. I'm just giving my.
It's not granite. They're not built from granite. What's the lime? I think, is it limestone? Okay, but anyway, but sure. Hey man, that's more plausible than this stupid idea of throwing satellites up into space and guessing where they're going to orbit. It's like, and most satellite rocket launches we see, it's just we just put this satellite, put that satellite. We're just gonna. Did they have the right trajectory to throw it off into space, and it's going to go in that trajectory? Well, it's falling around the Earth due to gravity, orbital mechanics, bro.
That makes sense. But I also same time, it's hey, they have the intercontinental ballistic missiles, right? So they have to travel huge distances with low resistance for that fuel to even work. They have to go way high up where there's no gases. You know what I'm saying? So it's
high up meaning what? How high?
I mean, I could Google it. I'm just guessing at this point.
Something 70,000 feet, 80,000 feet.
80,000 feet. Let's see here. ICBM altitude Re-entry terminal phase starting at an altitude of 100 kilometers or 62 miles.
Yeah, that's what I said. So anyway, that's not Earth orbit. Whatever. We're not talking about the same thing.
But I'm just, the only reason I bring that up is because, like, you can see, like, where the technology would exist to kind of get you kind of close to that far, you know what I mean?
No, you're not going to get me close to space by talking about ICBMs at freaking 62 miles. No. Because that's not outer space.
How high is low Earth orbit?
I don't think there's any such thing, but because you think the ISS is in low Earth orbit and there's astronauts on there, I think it's a complete clown show.
Okay, so it says it's the ISS that supposedly. I don't want to, say it's definitive because I respect your views.
No, I know what they say it is. Go ahead.
So 254 miles, right? So the ICBM is at 62. So that's only like 1/4, right? So I don't think it's that big of a jump. That's all.
Dude, I mean, there's all kinds of different planes that they've built, and when they travel at that altitude, they have to travel really fast. They built planes that have traveled that altitude, and that's why they have to build the missiles that can travel that far, because once they get above that, then they just break down. They won't be able to control them. Just like the airplanes, the Black Hawk, not Black Hawk. What's that fucking? There's a lot of airplanes, and like the Concorde that could go across, but across North Pacific.
SR-71 Blackbird.
Yeah, SR-71 Blackbird, not Black Hawk. Yeah, you're right. SR-71, and they had the Concorde that's not in service anymore, but they could go from freaking New York to London in freaking like 2 hours, and they traveled about 70,000 feet. Yeah, so I mean, I have no idea what you're talking about. We're not talking about the same thing, like I said. If they have ICBMs that travel about that same altitude, yeah, sure, that's plausible. Has nothing to do with outer space.
Yoke Smasher in the chat brings up a pretty good, an interesting idea, right? It's like people really think the ISS is flying faster than a bullet. But, like, the only idea that you have, the only conceptualization of a bullet that you have, right, is here on Earth in the density of air against the air particles, right? So it's like, yeah, that's absurd to think about. Like, what are you talking about? Why on Earth would you think it would be faster than a bullet? But when you take into account, right, like that there's no air resistance, it would be a different situation, right? So that's where it makes sense.
But what I'm talking about is a rocket launching up into space. Now, if you watch a rocket launch, they do this insane over a 40. You know what a gravity curve is? You ever heard the term gravity curve?
I'm not familiar, no.
Well, I guess we really have not much to talk about anymore. If you think that's how. No, I'm not. Actually, no. I feel bad. I'm not going to say that. No, gravity curve is what they call when you see the rocket launch and it looks like it's going back down. They say that they call that the gravity curve.
Like in the photographs where it launches up and then trajects to the side to where it looks like.
Yeah, you've seen it before.
Yeah, I've seen that posted in chat, and I've tried to kind of articulate my reasoning for it, but I haven't understood gravity curve. So I will look
not gravity curve, gravity turn. That's what they call it. I phrased it wrong. Here, gravity turns moving. All right, here in the in the Wikipedia article it says a gravity turn or zero lift turn is a maneuver used in launching a spacecraft into or descending from an orbit around a celestial body, such as a planet or moon. is a trajectory optimization that uses gravity to steer the vehicle onto its desired trajectory. Now, as far as the and that was the first sentence in that article. I'll post it really quick, and then I'll explain what I think about it. This is the gravity turn from Wikipedia, and NASA will tell you the same thing. Whatever. But when you witness it from the ground, it looks like the rocket's going back down. It looks like the rocket's going back down toward Earth. But they're saying, well, it's high enough, and they have to utilize the spin of the Earth to catch up with gravity. That's why they launched from Cape Canaveral to the east to catch up with the spin of the Earth. I mean, that's the gravity term. And but they also say that you don't, or at least in earlier rockets, now they have different types of rockets, that they use now. Looks different. But the old ones were, the reason it looks like it's coming back down because that was the first stage rockets letting go, and so it's like, well, and then you can't see the second stage because they're going to space. Now, it won't say that in that article, but maybe it does. Let's see. Minimizes. Hold on. It offers two main advantages over a trajectory controlled solely through the vehicle's own thrust. First, the thrust is not used to change the spacecraft's direction, so more of it is used to accelerate the vehicle into orbit. Second, and more importantly, during the initial ascent phase, the vehicle can maintain low or even zero angle of attack. This minimizes transverse aerodynamic stress on the launch vehicle, allowing for a lighter launch vehicle. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff. I mean, you have to, even with this article, you have to click on. They have hot links there in the article. A gravity turn is commonly used with rocket-powered vehicles that launch vertically, like the space shuttle.
Wait a minute. It don't launch vertically. We could show you that. That bitch, it looks like a rainbow.
Yeah, that's what he's showing me here.
Yeah, but in this article it says a gravity turn. Is that you, Ron?
Yes.
Yeah. In this article it says a gravity turn is commonly used with rocket-powered vehicles that launch vertically. That means in a straight.
90 degrees to the surface.
Yeah, right? I understand what you're saying, but I think you're
okay. 40. You understand what vertical means, right? Okay,
yeah,
cool.
But I think you're using a language thing again. Like, it doesn't necessarily need to stay vertical.
Oh, really? So they didn't mean what they said. Okay, thanks.
No, well, you didn't hear the rest of what I said. I don't think that it stays vertical, right? As we see here, the
second it leaves.
Wait. I didn't finish reading the paragraph. A gravity turn is commonly used with rocket-powered vehicles that launch vertically, like the space shuttle. The rocket begins flying straight up, gaining both vertical speed and altitude. During this portion of the launch, gravity acts directly against the thrust of the rocket, lowering its vertical acceleration. Losses associated with this slowing are known as gravity drag and can be minimized executing the next phase of the launch, the pitch-over maneuver, as soon as possible. The pitch-over should also be carried out while the vertical velocity is small to avoid large aerodynamic loads on the vehicle during the maneuver.
The go-fast rocket does none of that. That bitch goes straight up.
70 miles.
Do you guys see what I'm saying with the statement that you guys made? how kind of like how I find issue with that, like the vertical, because you guys kind of poke fun. You're like, vertical, right?
Well, because it doesn't. I mean, if it was going vertical, okay, great. But the second it leaves the launch pad, it starts curving. It's like, wait, what's this?
Yeah, but you can understand the argument. Like it starts.
It goes
vertical,
sideways.
Right?
Literally goes sideways.
I just read the first couple paragraphs about the gravity turn. It didn't say anything about the spin of the Earth.
What I'm saying is, it starts vertical, right?
Well, for how far does it go? 100 feet, and then it's curving already. It's off vertical after 100 feet. It's like
yeah.
Does that make sense?
Well, I mean, it starts vertical, right? It doesn't start
if
sideways,
you want to go from A to B, what is a straight line is the shortest distance. Why would you fly in a curve if you only have a limited amount of fuel? You want to go in a straight line. You don't want to add any extra distance between point A and B.
As Helio was pointing out, this is the most advantageous route, right? Apparently.
No, apparently because they're not going into space.
Oh, I just found another really cool part. So now we have downrange acceleration. After the pitch over, the rocket's flight path is no longer completely vertical. So gravity acts to turn the flight path back towards the ground. If the rocket were not producing thrust, the flight path would be a simple ellipse, like a ball. It is a common mistake to think that it's a parabola. This is only true if it is assumed that the Earth is flat. And gravity always points in the same direction, which is a good approximation for short distances. Leveling off and then falling back to the ground. The rocket is producing thrust through, and rather than leveling off and then descending again, by the time the rocket levels off, it has gained sufficient altitude and velocity to place it in a stable orbit.
My argument is that saying that's vertical and then saying, it's kind of like a gotcha moment. You know what I mean?
It is a gotcha because they don't put the rockets in space. They just put the satellites in space.
But what I'm saying is that verbiage does disservice to your own guys' arguments. I think it's not a good use of your time to argue in that way, to say that it's vertical and then say, hey, that's bullshit. It's not
I'll tell you what, I'll agree with you. Rockets doesn't prove the globe or flat. I think that the Earth is flat. It's everyone sees the Earth is flat. So yeah, rockets are a fun thing to talk about, and we can make fun of them all day. But yeah, the Earth is obviously flat. We can freaking sit here and make fun of rocket launches and show the clown show that goes on in the ISS all day. But yeah, you're right. You're exactly right. Dude, the fucking fake moon landing, man, we can go over that shit all day too. But I was like, what do you mean?
I was just curious, are we allowed to talk about 9/11 here, or is that an off topic?
Yeah, you can talk about 9/11. Yeah,
9/11's fair game. They don't give a fuck about what you think about 9/11 no more.
Yeah, what do you think about 9/11, 40?
You guys want to talk about 9/11? I like that topic.
Fuck it. Yeah.
All right. What do you think? Do you realize that?
Yeah, tell us, do you believe the narrative, Cortez? Do you believe the narrative?
I do, and for a number of reasons. I feel like the arguments against it are not very sound. To be very honest, you know what I'm saying?
Who has the shortest argument? Lou, is that you?
Okay. The shortest argument would there's all this
Building 7.
I know for a fact he's heard every one of these short arguments, but essentially, like, buildings can't fall symmetrically into their own footprint from asymmetrical damage.
Well, I would argue that there's a large quantity of weight above the impact zone. Would you agree?
Yeah, but we would expect then for it to fall off, remain stable, or we would expect for it to tip sideways because of the asymmetrical damage.
When you chop a tree, did you ever see a lumberjack top a tree? Say you got a tree that's like 200 feet tall, and he goes and chops the first 50 feet off. That piece that's broken off falls as a section. It doesn't disintegrate. Once you chop that piece of the tree, it falls as a section. That piece totally was completely free from the rest of the building. Now, it should have felt as a complete section.
Why does that tree fall away from it? Why does it do
Someone cut it free. Someone cut it free. So like let's assume the plane
top
cut it
and retain its rigidity.
Oh, well, right now, hold on. Right now, what we're getting into is that pancake collapse theory. Like, honestly, let's get to it. Let's cut to the chase. Do we believe in pancake collapses? Like, can asymmetrical damage create a pancake collapse at free fall speed?
Well, hold on. Let me pose an argument to you, right? Let's say the airplane hit it, right? Or a missile or whatever whatever, right?
Ortiz, real quick, brother, real quick.
Can I just finish this argument, please?
No.
So let's say an object hit it. Would you say that Can I please finish this?
Go wrap it up, dude. Wrap it up. Go quick.
Would you say that it's gonna fall at a 90-degree angle on it's on a hinge, like a door hinge? Like, come on, bro.
It would roll off the top.
Yes.
Here's the difference.
Like, those are some magical beams if you expect that to happen.
Okay. Ortiz, how many steel frame buildings in the history of architecture have ever fallen due to fire?
How many have been hit by 747 with thousands of pounds of jet fuel?
No. How many buildings in the history of architecture, steel frame buildings, have ever fallen due to fire?
What temperatures did the fire burn at?
How many?
Well, I don't know. How many has there been?
3.
30?
3.
3. Okay. How many have been hit by 767?
All 3 happened on the same day at the same time, one of which was not hit by anything.
One of which was not hit by an airplane.
Now, what's the argument, though?
Hold on. And then you have an airplane in Pennsylvania that crashes into the ground and disintegrates. Then you have an airplane crash into the Pentagon and disintegrate. You want us to believe in 2 disintegrating airplanes, 3 collapsing steel frame buildings, one of which was not hit by an airplane.
The third one is Building 7. Pentagon is a whole separate issue.
I have a request.
You want us to believe that 47-story skyscraper fell down because an office chair caught on fire?
I believe ball kicker. He's right.
Here's a general critique of whatever you want to call it, conspiracism, not believing the argument. I feel like it jumps to many topics at once, and I would like to focus on one topic at a time because it has a tendency to.
Can we talk about?
How about disintegrating 747s? Let's start with that one.
This plane flew through a
history of aviation. Let's total every single disintegrating 747 that's ever occurred.
A 747, first of all.
Would you agree that objects traveling at a very high speed have a tendency to not retain their original shape?
Hold on. Look at the plane that flew through the hailstorm. Look at the amount of damage it sustained. Do you think that would fly through a 12-inch thick steel I-beam? Something this flimsy is going to cut through steel I-beams?
Yeah, because that same plane would have had to cut through 12 of those I-beams.
Well, check it out. Check it out, though. Water can cut through steel.
Yeah, and it takes a long time under high pressure, and it's got aggregate.
It takes very short time under high pressure.
We're not talking about a mangled airplane.
So that's the same argument.
We're talking about a mangled airplane. We're not talking about a mangled airplane. We're talking about an airplane that vanished. 2 of them.
What?
But allegedly cuts through steel.
Into many pieces. So check it out. I live in Colorado Springs, right? My mom's boss was killed on an airplane crash in Widefield, where I play disc golf. Every week.
Plane disappeared.
Oh shit! Dog's a fucking disc golfer. Fucking fall for life.
But check it out. They got a whole bunch of trees planted there for each victim that died. It's pretty sad, right? It's 30 years ago or whatever. But there wasn't a whole lot of wreckage. Any plane wreck you really check out, right? You don't really see an entire plane sitting there, right? You see pieces of it. So I would argue that depending on the speed, right, and depending on the fire, you're probably going to see less wreckage, right?
You take classes on how to purposefully misunderstand arguments. I'm not talking about an airplane that there would be pieces left over. I'm talking about two airplanes on the same day disintegrated when they crashed into their prospective targets. It's the only time in aviation history where commercial airliners have disintegrated upon impact.
Nothing left.
Well, I would have to investigate that claim to dive deeper.
Really, if you have looked into 9/11 for even 2 seconds,
dude, the wreckage, they were like they were like 110 stories tall, 110 stories tall or something like that, and the fucking the wreckage was like less than 3 stories tall.
Can I get a word in?
Okay, so let's change topics. Let's change the wreckage one.
Can I get a word in first? No, Lou. That's no. We're talking about disintegrating airliners.
All right, disintegrating airliners. Stay on there.
Yeah. No, if you want to get on the
So disintegrating airliners.
There's so many.
Guys, one word. This is really painful because I know that Forte has spent at least 10 hours on this topic with me, Loggy, with Craig. And he is still coming back with the same questions. Means that he has not looked at the material we have presented him. Means that he has not given it a single damn thought. It's just painful.
Why are you doing that?
What?
Naughty. That's naughty, bro. Why are you doing that?
If I have a good argument, I should abandon it because of time.
You don't have a good argument for disintegrating jet airliners. Give me a break, bro. Come on, man.
Well, there's no pieces of those jetliners up there.
There's none at Pentagon.
We're not going to talk about 9/11 anymore. No, we're talking about flat Earth, bro.
Oh, hold on. No. Sorry. No, don't. He's taking you down his road. He asked, can we bring up 9/11? I said, sure. What about asymmetrical collapses pancaking into a fucking footprint?
I would like to talk about that.
There are arguments that he can make, and he can talk for hours about nothing that mean garbage, that you can go back and forth. When you talk about things like disintegrating airliners and steel frame buildings that collapse due to office fire, that defy any other examples in architectural or aviation history, there's no argument. It's done.
An office fire is
our rationale for not believing the narrative is established. His is deemed irrational.
Why would anything? Hold on. If you got hit 2/3 the way up, like let's say somebody fucking blindsided you in the shoulder, would it make your knee collapse?
I mean, I don't understand how this is analogous to like a $1 million building.
This is analogous. That was a rigid structure that was built for taking impacts for Boeing 737s, which were larger planes than 747s that hit them.
Yeah, and cars are built for the occupants not to perish when they wear a seatbelt.
So, okay. Were they built to... I mean... I've never heard anything about it. Like, were they designed to, like, kind of like a Formula One car, when they take a hit, they just fall into their own tracks so that they don't damage the other cars?
That's the designer salesman saying that, right? Like, if you're a salesman of a building, like, yeah, I designed it to take a fucking atomic bomb. Like, bro, it's going to take... Like,
No.
It doesn't mean anything.
No. It means something. This thing was made out of the windows were tiny. They were narrow, okay? Because the entire structure was made out of a mesh of giant steel beams, unlike any other building in the world at the time.
It's a moot point. He believes in disintegrating jetliners.
Can I ask you guys a question?
Do you have an explanation for disintegrating jetliners, Fortes?
Well, we're traversing topics, so it came to...
No, we're still trying to stick to one topic, but you want to drift us.
You guys are ping-ponging me, bro.
You want to avoid this obvious issue because it kills the 9/11. It establishes that we have a reason for not believing the narrative and that your reason for believing the narrative are irrational. That they're based on pseudoscience and wishes and fairy corn dust. Makes no sense, bro.
Okay.
We don't believe in that, the story of 9/11 very simply because of a few facts.
I have a question.
How do jetliners crash, bro, into the earth and vanish?
I have a question.
This is what the FBI told us happened, bro.
Why do they cover steel beams in fire retardant material?
Hey, Matthew, it's
For a
good to see you,
normal
bro.
fire. For a normal fire, but it's not even necessary because you could never reach temperatures hot enough. That steel was so thick and there wasn't enough fuel. If you took every couch or whatever combustible material in that building, it wouldn't be enough to affect the steel at all.
I mean, it's kind of an ambiguous claim, right?
Hey, Matthew, how's it going, brother?
Hey.
Can we get back to Flat Earth, guys? This is very unfruitful.
Who's new in here? Who's a new guy? This guy's been wasting too much time.
I mean, you guys said you want to talk about 9/11, so.
Yeah, but someone just said you wasted hours on the topic the other day, so there's no sense beating a dead horse. Like, we're going to just beat it
Gregory
dead.
Glover. Gregory was in here the other day. He was cool to talk about.
I could say he was
asymmetrical damage on a building 2/3 the way up. You cannot create free fall speed without weakening the floors below them, which we saw the explosions or we heard them reported on the news. Okay.
Can I ask you a question? Let's say you
No, not till I'm finished saying what I'm saying.
Okay.
They reported it on the news, every single station, over and over and over again for at least a day. And then all of a sudden they stopped doing it. Secondary explosions, so on and so forth.
Did 40 just say that we brought up 9/11? He's the one that brought it up.
He's the one who brought it up out of the blue. Yeah, we were
talk about
he
it.
was him and his team were losing on Flat Earth, and he thought he would win with fucking 9/11.
Oh, dear. Come on.
Someone brought it up, and I just said you want to talk about it. That's all.
If you can't face up to 9/11, dude, Flat Earth is way above your pay grade, bro.
Dude, we're not even gonna throw fucking crazy ideas like no one died or fucking do weapons and shit. Fucking all we need is like that cannot happen, just like with Flat Earth.
There was even a CNN video, and not that I trust CNN, but he's like, I don't see any evidence that a plane hit the Pentagon. There's no debris at all. He was walking, he was showing the lawn, and it was pristine. Just
Who
like
said
here's
that?
a shot from Pennsylvania. And there's nothing.
Yeah.
Can I ask you, Wolfgang, who said that?
It was a reporter from CNN.
Exactly.
Multiple. There were helicopters flying overhead. It's going to happen. It was crazy, bro.
I'm just looking at the film footage, and the lawn was fucking clean. There was nothing. There was no damage whatsoever.
My neighbor thinks that there's bobcats like in the apartment building. So it's like you have an anecdote. Like, what are you going to do with an anecdote?
Whatever. I mean, even a broke clock is right twice a day. The fucking CNN is fake news, but they showed something, and he said the truth by accident.
Especially when a building actually does fall in front of you, you might have a little bit of a humane response, in that moment.
Yeah, you're going to have a range of responses, and a range of responses was observed in many different responses. Like you cherry pick responses.
No. What I'm saying is TV reporters are inhumane most of the time. They are programmed and trained to be inhumane. But in that moment, they couldn't help themselves. They were being very.
He couldn't understand what's going on. He's like, "Wait a minute." He was confused. Like, where the fuck's the plane? He was believing the narrative that he's reporting on, but he's like, "What the fuck? Where's the plane?" And he was in shock. And I think it was genuine. I don't think he was, he didn't know, like, oh, you're not supposed to say that, you asshole. But there was no debris on the lawn.
Yeah, I got in a car accident the other day, and I was pretty shook up. I didn't know what to do. Like,
did the car disintegrate?
I mean, that's not analogous, but yeah.
Both cars disintegrated, yeah.
That's kind of disingenuous, like, FE argument.
And then Nate collapsed.
No, it's not. It's literally apples for apples, bro.
Dude, that was the best argument.
A disservice by making that comment. That's all.
Did your fuel melt the car? Did your car burst into flames? And
it melted to the ground. It disintegrated.
Yeah.
Wow. Well, then maybe they're not lying about 9/11, gents.
Yeah, tell another joke.
No reason to worry about the opioid crisis. Period.
Nothing to see here.
The point being is you should trust nothing that you can't verify. And the government does have an incentive to lie to all of us. Not just a financial incentive, but they do control the public through fear. And if they make people
Dictators
afraid,
have an incentive, but I would say a well-regulated government has a less incentive because government turns over on a regular basis.
well, it's all the same government. The entire government is a world government. It's all a one world
Governments
government.
typically
It's like
fare
speaking
better
to
when
the
the
fucking
dictators don't
8-year-old
leave
here.
in cardboard boxes.
No. It would be like speaking to an 8-year-old, except for he's lying. So like,
Well, there's a difference between lying,
it's
which is intentional misleading, and what I'm doing.
Yeah, you do. You do this every time you come on. You do this. You're
Forte, how come people like you always speak as if you've audited every governmental agency, you've met every character in government, how come you speak like that when you're just like us and you have no fucking idea what's actually
It's kind of
going
like
on?
straw manning, but
No, you speak.
We're not going to worry about
as
that
if
right
you
now.
know
We're
all
going
the
to just call it
details.
a spade, and we think you are a fucking deceitful piece of shit.
why am I deceitful? Do you think I'm dishonest?
Yeah,
it's really
100%. You're clearly dishonest.
Like you are. Or hella lazy. I don't know.
Forte, you want me to prove you're dishonest?
Sure.
Yo, guys, what's going on? I've literally... No one can finish a sentence, and I come in and you're calling someone a dishonest piece of shit. Come on, guys, we're better than this.
Crypto, no. We've sat with Fortes on 9/11 for at least 20 hours plus. Multiple different people.
If we
went through every detail. We've requested certain types of evidence from him to back up his claims. Provides nothing. And he's back in here. He's now put the whole panel on 9/11. And he's not even mentioned one piece of evidence or reasoning that's been presented to him in 20 hours of conversation. That's why he's dishonest. I was saying it to prove it to him because that's how I was going to prove it.
Yeah, this is one of those people who, even though they're probably not paid, that they're clearly 100% thinking that they have a.
This right here is the problem. Obviously, B has said something. I would love to respond to him, but everyone can't just wait to get in and have their say. Can I respond to Obviously B, please? Okay, so, yes, I hear what you're saying, and you're probably right to be frustrated. However, calling him a deceitful piece of shit makes us look bad. Okay?
I understand. I normally call that out, but I've been drinking. So, like, right now I'm calling people out.
Oh, come on, man.
Yeah, no, I get it. No, but look, dude, this dude, he really does deserve it.
Can I finish, please? Dude, can I finish?
Yeah.
Please. Okay. So, what I'm suggesting is that we stop cutting each other off and we stop the name calling. Everything else is fair. That's all I'm asking for. Just stop cutting each other off, stop cutting him off, and stop the name calling. Is that fair enough to ask for?
This sounds a little bit like friggin' what led to Geo's server.
No, come on, man.
I'm not kidding.
We don't need to call him a piece of shit in order to expose him, yeah?
No, we don't. We don't.
Think that's fair?
It's just frustration.
I don't need to give fair game to somebody who is clearly being deceitful. Like, I don't.
Well, hey, can I say something really quickly? Lou, I think it would be more logical to say that he's easily deceived, as opposed to calling him a deceiver.
He probably believes it, but it doesn't make it valid.
Well, yeah, but it's much less insulting, and there's no point in insulting anyone, especially if it's not a logical insult.
I'll shut up there. I think I made my point pretty clear right there. He is not purposefully lying, but he is a liar nonetheless.
Let's just call him King of the Normies.
Can you lie unintentionally?
That's a good question. You can tell lies, but I wouldn't say that they're intentional. So you wouldn't be lying per se, but you might be disseminating lies. How about that?
I think it'd be a misinformation
lying
repeater.
is intentional. Like,
how about this? Is he coming here asking us about 9/11 to get us triggered and to put us into a frenzy, which actually is what happened? And but for the sake of the listening audience, did everyone forget that they're live streaming right now? And I think that's what Crypto's point was. Make it listenable for people. Maybe he's going to bring some stupid arguments. Let him say it, and then have one person debunk it or whatever, instead of jumping down his throat.
Well, jet fuel cannot melt flat Earth.
Oh,
that's for sure.
No, I get all that, but sometimes I think you guys forget that you're live streaming. I mean, you make it listenable for people. That's all.
Just move on from 40. Once
hey, did you guys remember?
Another day where he's not going to change.
Well, hold on.
He thinks on anything.
Hold on. Check this out. We have several moderators in the room. If 40's here, and we want him to talk, even though it's a bunch of bullshit, freaking make it listenable for the audience, please, guys.
Hey, do you guys remember when Geraldo Rivera was talking about Building 7, and then he backpedaled? Do you guys remember that? Yeah. What a pathetic loser. Oh my gosh.
Yeah. It's hard to know what we would do in his position, or what he was offered or threatened with. Who knows?
Sure, right? Yeah, in his position, man, I'm glad I'm not a celebrity. Ugh.
In his position, his whole job is to lie to people. That's what the media does.
I suppose so. Yeah.
Dude, if you're a politician or if you're in the media, that is literally your job to read what the teleprompter says, no matter what you fucking feel. You have to it's your job to make the people think that that's what you think. So even if,
you guys, I want to tell you a story. There's a number of political candidates right now in my area. I'm not going to tell you where I live. You can probably figure it out. But they are all from the news. They're like these local news affiliates. You got ABC, CBS, NBC, and almost all of them were news anchors, and now they're running for Congress. It's one of the same club.
Quick question. Are they mostly Republicans or mostly Democrats or a mix between the two?
Dude,
mix between the two.
It's of course it's a mix. Here's an interesting thing. So like the Democrats, JP, the redhead stepchild, he did a thing that was interesting, and I know he might be suspect too, but so apparently. It was actually a reaction video to a much more suspect person, Russell Brand. But he pointed out, which you can trace it, that the Democrats in the United States, midterm elections or whatever that's going on, they've outspent the Democratic Party, the official Democratic Party. What the money that they've spent on advertising for politicians, they've outspent money on MAGA extremist Republicans, what they call extremists. They're actually promoting MAGA, like the ones that they think are the most extreme. They're promoting them with their own money.
Man, and I was just saying that tonight to someone. I was speaking to someone and said that there's three things that happen. first what they do, first what you realize is they're all synchronized, and they all have an attack on the right. And then the second of all, you realize that they want you to be on the right. And it's like they've set up
right now there's a clear agenda. Yeah, they're like, dude, all of the leftist stuff is so extreme. They're trying to push you to the right. They're
going to put who they want, though. It's all
can I present an alternative? So I think that there's good things on both sides. I think that if they can have it so half of the things the Republicans support is good and half of the things the Republicans support are bad, and half the things the Democrats support are good, and half of the things the Democrats support are bad. If they can make it so half of them support things that are good for people, and half the time, that party supports things that are bad for people, it seems to me like they win. Because if you had one party supporting only good things for people, and another party supporting only bad things for people, then everyone would just go to the good party. So I'll give you an example. The Iraq War. Most dumbass Republicans.
The Democrats who are lying about who they're spending their money on, the ones who are actually investing more money than they are in their own Democratic Party.
I'm not in contention with that.
Because
I'm just pointing out different concepts.
Here's the problem: if you say you don't like that, then you're left with the guys who were there after 9/11, or during and after 9/11, the Republican Party, the Bush guys. You're left with them for the most part.
They're all on the same team, dude. You think Bush is any different?
I understand that. What I'm saying is that it's the catch-22. So, like, no matter what, they've got you. They got you they've got you in a place where you can't do anything about it. Like, if you understand the game they're playing, you're helpless. And if
what they're doing is dangling a fucking carrot in front of a donkey. And if you think you're going to vote them out, you're the donkey chasing the carrot. They're like, look, vote. This is the answer. And that's the fucking psyop. Look, they outspent the Republicans 50-1. It's all a fucking psyop.
Here's the thing: you're not getting it. The Democrats have spent more on
That's
Republicans.
The psyop, bro. The psyop is that it matters because spending so much goddamn money, it must fucking matter. It doesn't matter.
Look, guys. I'm pretty savvy politics. Okay, that stuff's been going on for 100 years. That happens in the primaries. When you've got you've got two candidates or three candidates in the primary, the opposite party will support the candidate that they think they can beat. That happens all the time.
More so with voting
as a strategical motive. I get it, but it's completely dishonest, and the fact that it's legal is outrageous.
It's Hulk Hogan and Andre the Giant. Over and over and over.
Wait, hold on. I got a quick question, Lou. I got a very important question about this thing you're telling me. First of all, what candidates are these super right-wing MAGA Republicans that you say are getting Democrat dollars because they think they're going to lose? Give us some names if you can.
They came right out and said that the ones that they're putting their money on are the ones that they consider to be extremists. The one election deniers, the ones that have
but let's fast forward a little bit. You think they're doing this because they think they're going to lose, right? You think they're going to lose. You think they're an easy candidate to beat, so they're backing them right now, right? I mean, that's what you're saying, right?
Yeah. Well, but
okay. So I got a quick question, Lou. I got a very quick question.
They are on their own party.
But I'm sorry, what?
They're spending more money on them than they are on their own party.
Oh, right. But I got a quick question for you. This is a very important question. Do you think that any of these ultra right-wing Republican, MAGA Republicans, whatever, do you think that any of them are going to win and that this process may backfire on the Democrats?
No, actually I do, especially if they're going to promote them. But because of how extreme and ridiculous the left has become, they're trying to push the left to the right.
The guys, they only do this in the primaries. They don't do this in the general. Okay?
Theater,
you see the ways I see is, I mean, just look at it. Like, think about civil liberties, basic civil liberties, for instance. You know, the Republicans support gun rights. This is good. This is important. And then the Democrats support drug rights. This is also good. This is also important. So as long as the Republicans are adamantly prohibitionists, but also supporting your Second Amendment right to bear arms, and the Democrats are adamantly against your right to effective self-defense, but at the same time, hey, if you want to get high or drunk or whatever drug you want to take, they're for the most part on your side and it's making it legal. It seems to me like there is no good side. Like, there is no side of actual true justice. And I think this is by design. At least, I don't know, it's just a guess. But either way, it seems like it needs to be a problem that needs to be fixed.
It's all right. It's something that most people won't understand, but like, it's broken by design. Okay, like, everything is meant. What we're seeing right now is not real. This is a complete 100% facade where it's a script. They're literally just playing you, not themselves, you only. And it's whatever's good for the stage. That's it.
The uniparty. The uniparty is one, and that's the institution. So they defend the institution. Well, that's their career. When you have career politicians, well, I take that back. All of them are career politicians. It's not necessarily like a small group of them are, they're lawyers by trade and they're only career politicians, and the rest of them are there in goodwill. No, they're all sold. They're all sold out, and that is their job. And so they will defend the uniparty. It's their paycheck.
Yeah, that's one party. It's a purple party.
Yeah.
All politics are theater in the West now. I don't think there's any more real politicians. Maybe Rand Paul, but
it's been that way. But they give you a guy like
Rand Paul never was like Ron. Maybe
intermediate people.
Ron maybe Rand was
whatever. It's a moot point, Lou.
They do that to make you think there's good people in the system. Like, oh, we just need more like him and we can win. That's the answer. But there is no fucking answer, because you ain't going to get none. That they throw him in there. That's their one random person. And then same thing for the Democrats. They're like, oh, Joe Manchin seems to be sensible. He's the only sensible Democrat. And these fucking people don't get it. That's all by design. They throw one random person that's the outcast and seems somewhat reasonable. And you got Liz Cheney, the lesbian Republican. Oh, she's the only Republican I like. She's a lesbian. Or like, you see how they do it, dude. It's a fucking show.
Yeah, Ron Paul, the Freemason. How about that?
Yeah, I know.
Ron Paul's a Freemason?
Everybody in politics is a fucking Freemason.
Not everybody, but yeah, I agree a lot.
No,
Ron Paul
literally every fucking body. If they're a woman, they're the fucking the witches of the East Star or whatever the fuck they are. The fucking.
All right, Lou. I'm not real sure that was well.
Look, guys, I don't get this Freemason hatred. Okay.
Why? Because you're one of them.
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
Thanks for outing yourself.
I don't. You all have some. Your ideas are not based on any fact.
Absolutely.
Now, and I'm not.
Did you swear no?
I'm not. That has. That's where I get off the rails here.
Do you swear oaths to? Well, you swear oaths. I'm just going to ask you that as a Freemason.
Yes.
Why?
Well, why do you swear an oath to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I don't.
Hold on. Better question. What oath do you swear? What oath?
Well, he can't tell you because you're not one of them. That he can't disclose that.
I think that's
don't
part
answer
of the oath.
for him. Let him answer.
Well, the oath I can't tell you verbatim, but it is part of it is to protect our fraternity. That's what it is. It's a fraternity. You know, I was in a fraternity in college.
What level are you at in Freemasonry?
I'm a 3rd degree.
Okay, so you're at the low level. You're the low level, and they consider you guys useful idiots. There's red and blue Masonry, and they don't care. No. You are one of their cogs in the wheel, and they will use you when appropriate. And the higher levels will piss all over you.
3rd is Master Mason, right?
I am a Master Mason, yes.
Right.
I have very good friends that are 32nd degree Masons. And there are nothing like you all let on. These are good men.
Did you see Putin?
Wait. I got a quick question though. Do they know the Earth is flat? These good men you speak of?
I don't ask them, but if you ask probably most of the guys, if you explained it the way we talk about it here, and let them do their own thinking, I'm sure they would agree.
You know,
I must say, I suggest you do that. But I think it's worth pointing out, Iron Horse, in case you want to know, there's a reason why we kind of have a bad feelings towards them. Is that we've heard plenty of rumors, and most of us believe it to be true. I believe it to be true that when you get to the 33rd degree of Masonry, that those people know perfectly damn well that the Earth is flat and stationary, and they talk about it amongst themselves, but they don't let the lower degree Masons know, and they're not interested in letting the general public know. And I think that makes them garbage.
Why is that 33rd degree special?
Is it sacred knowledge that they're protecting the flat Earth knowledge from the masses?
I will tell you this. As a 3rd degree Mason, I went through every degree: entered apprentice, fellow craft, and Master Mason. Okay, it's not even brought up. The Earth is not,
bro. You got a lot of stuff.
Let him talk.
You know how you become a 33 degree Mason. You take 2 paths. You take the York Rite or the Scottish Rite. It's all based on history, ways to become a better man, a better person. We take care of widows and orphans, and that's in the Bible. It's extremely Bible based.
Except for the oaths. Jesus said, "Swear not at all."
Well, when you go to trial, and you have to swear an oath that you'll tell the truth.
I will not.
Okay, but everyone that does, is not a conspiracy theorist or some type of sinner.
I actually have a friend, an old friend that I just reunited with, and he tells me now that he's a 32nd degree Freemason and he's Knights Templar, and he doesn't know what he's into, or he's an absolute liar. But I don't think he's deceiving. No. Because he talks about his there's another brother, which is the leader of his lodge, who is a drunk and is and he's got a radio show and he's spouting all kinds of bullshit and he's ashamed of him, but no one is going to call out the other guy who's also a 32nd degree. And he's bringing disrepute upon the lodge, and so he's upset that the guy is acting really foolishly. So anyway, I think that he does have a moral conscience, whether or not he knows what he's into. I mean, I would bet that he doesn't. And then I was also watching.
Why would he not understand what he's into? It's plain English.
That's bullshit, dude. You are not at the 32nd degree and don't know what the fuck you're into. That is complete bullshit.
You might be right.
You
might be right. You might be right.
Those fuckers don't advance you, dude. You're at number 3, bro. You got a lot of levels to go.
Sir, I can be a 33 or 32nd degree Mason in about 3 days.
Who do you got to kill?
You don't have to kill anybody, man. That's bullshit. You listen.
You got to kill the orphans.
I've been on this. I've been on this for about 4 months. Okay, I agree I agree pretty much with everything. There's lots I don't know, but I hesitated to tell people. Come in here and say that, because I wasn't offended. I don't give a shit what you guys think, but I know what you're thinking, what you're saying is wrong. And a lot of it is just pure.
Let me ask you a question. Why is every astronaut one of them? Why is every astronaut a Freemason? Shouldn't some of them not be one? Just out of statistical probability, shouldn't there be at least one that's not a Mason?
Well, today, I'm talking about today. I'm not talking about in the 60s or the 70s. Or the turn of the century. The Masonic order was just an order for men to get together, share the same things of taking care of each other, have a camaraderie that back then you couldn't get. Today we have trouble. We don't ever recruit a Mason. They have to ask us. We don't ask them. I can't go to you and say, man, won't you become a Mason? I can't do that. You got to ask me.
I'm not saying you're a bad person. What I'm saying is that it's like the Catholic Church. My mom is Catholic. My grandma's Catholic. The Catholic Church is pure evil, right? I don't condemn the Catholic people. They're good-hearted. They're just being used as useful pawns, right? That's all they're being used. And what I'm saying, the Catholic Church has two faces. They say they're against abortion. They're against gay marriage. Well, that sounds very noble and conservative. But on their inside group, they're doing things that you would never believe if I told you so. Like
perhaps it's the deep leadership.
I would tell you one thing. I'll tell you guys one thing. If I knew that there was something nefarious or against the Bible or against any fellow man, I would leave in a second.
But you don't get it until it's too late.
No, because
your balls deep. By the time you're that deep in it, your balls deep. There ain't no going back. It's like the mafia. Like by the time you advance up the ladder that many years,
they can't kill you if you leave.
Get out.
No, guys.
Can I speak?
You are.
Can I speak for a second?
We're getting off the subject. I just wanted to add that. I think you're misguided. I think you're listening to a lot of conspiracy things that
I just
you
know
have no knowledge.
Well, wait. Why are they all?
Can I ask Iron Horse a question?
Let me finish my one thought. Bush, the Chinese president, and Putin are all wearing Freemason robes, right? All these leaders like Stalin, Churchill,
Schwab,
Roosevelt, all fucking Masons, all Freemasons.
And first of all, to be Mason, you have to believe in the Creator. If you don't believe in the Creator, you can't get through the Entered Apprentice.
What if they think Lucifer's the creator? Then are they?
Do I get to ask my question yet or not?
I didn't get an answer, but go ask a machine them. I didn't get a fucking answer, but go machine gun them.
Sorry.
Oh, okay, no, that's all right. No, you get your answer, and then I'll jump in later.
Go ahead. What was the question again?
I was asking like Putin, the Chinese president, and Bush. They're all in the same. They're all wearing their Masonic robes, right? All these world leaders like Stalin, Churchill, Roosevelt. They're all Masons. They're all doing their hidden hand shit. The Queen of England wearing stuff. How do you think those are good people? Do you think those people?
Could he ask the question, please?
I think you're misguided, my friend. I mean,
I'm misguided.
I think you're misguided. I think what you're saying is you came to believe it, and you're not. You're reading too much into these things. I don't think Vladimir Putin is a Mason. I don't believe Xi Jinping is or President Xi is a Mason. Queen Elizabeth, I guarantee, is not a Mason. Was not a Mason.
She's got the belt. I mean, dude, if you do a little research, you're going to see that that's who's controlling. you're a low-level Mason. Number 3, by the time they will use you all the way up the ladder. They will use you because they have a network. I'm not saying you
high-level Mason in 3 days.
I doubt that.
I'm just telling you. I know
there ain't a whole bunch of them at these super high levels. Those are the trusted men that they trust. Those are the skull and bones guys. Those are the Bushes.
My neighbor is a 33rd degree Mason. It's the highest you can get. He wears he got his little red hat. Proudest moment of his life. Most down to earth son of a gun. A Vietnam vet. You know, the guy.
Is he down to flat earth though?
I've never asked him.
Iron Horse.
Yes.
Well, you should leave.
How long have you been a Mason? I come from a long line of Scottish Masons, but I'm not one. But how long have you been a Freemason?
Since 1990.
1990. And
my father was a Mason. My grandfather was a Mason.
Okay, what made you join so late?
So late?
Yeah, did you sound like an older person, or no?
That's over 30 years.
I'm 59.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
1990, he said. 1990, he's been one.
I have a question.
What I know from all my uncles and grandfathers and my father is at the lower levels, it's a community-based group. So they all help each other out in business, in everything like that, and they do a lot for the community. Now, I have been told by all of them that at the higher levels, it is not a nice environment to be in. So a lot of them stay at the lower levels because it's a good environment. The people who run it are not necessarily nice, and they don't necessarily do good things. This is secondhand knowledge, so I'm not claiming that it's truth, but it is from my family members. So to say that it doesn't happen, I think maybe you're misguided then.
I have a question. Do you think maybe
hang on, wait a minute, we're having a conversation.
Infiltrated by a nefarious group who took an innocent fraternal order and then used the lower levels and even granted high-level degrees to people and kept them in the dark. Is that possible?
Yeah, but it's exactly what Wolfgang was saying. It's in comparison to the Catholic Church. It's the same. It's the same as what happened with them. So it doesn't mean it's not. You know, like everything that becomes popular becomes gets taken over at higher levels, so they can control things. It's just the nature of things, isn't it?
I think so.
Say that it.
I'm not going to sit here and say. I'm not going to sit here and say that there's not bad people that are Masons.
Yeah.
There probably are, and even you work with any human being has the capability of being evil or being bad. But if y'all trying to think that Masonry is some evil force that is controlling and pulling some type of strings, in my experience,
yeah,
and I know 32nd degree Masons, I know 33rd degree Masons. As a matter of fact, my neighbor's just 33rd.
Yeah, but
33rd degree
you're not privy to the information, though. That's what the whole point is. So,
but you're
like
not either.
Wolfgang was saying about the church, I know I'm not, but there are nefarious things that happen within the Masons. Yes, I can say that.
Iron Horse, I have Iron Horse. You were talking about the oaths, and well, I brought it up actually. Yet what I wanted to say was this: that if you make an oath, then because we are spiritual beings, we have to perform our oaths, and we're bound by our oaths. So it's very dangerous. It's a very, very dangerous thing to make hasty oaths. That's what I'm saying, and not necessarily. I mean, and yes, the content of the oath is important, but I call that out as something that I recall Jesus saying, "Swear not at all, not by heaven, not by the earth, because you can't make one hair white or black. I mean, you can't. You really don't have the power to actually follow through with oaths, and you're still bound by them. So then you can bring curses upon yourself. So it's a dangerous thing to do."
All right,
that's what I'm saying.
So when I was in my early 20s, I would say even in late teens, I was, because 9/11 happened, especially, like, but I was already wise a little bit to some of the stuff before that. I was like, damn, there's a certain group of people who are ruling and changing the world, and I was like thinking, well, how do I find out what's going on? Basically, it wasn't necessarily about how do I change it, but how do I find out what's going on? And there was a period of time in my early 20s where I was like, well, what if I joined the Freemasons? And I literally walked into the lodge in my town with a friend of mine. I convinced him to go with me. We walked in there and we asked, like, we want to be Freemasons. We said, how do we become one? And you want to see people who are caught off guard? Like, they were like, who the fuck are these people walking into our place? What the fuck do they want? Like, our line of questioning was always suspect. Like, it was like, why is he asking? You know? It's a cult. It's a religion. It's a fucking... I said, if I wanted to join, how could I get in? Well, technically, because I had read some books. Technically, anybody can be a Freemason. And I said that I read that. And they said, well, that's, I guess, technically true, but really long but. And then he wouldn't finish the sentence. He wouldn't finish it. I can't tell him the but.
You have to be approved.
I can't.
What's your opinion? What's your opinion of Albert Pike?
I can't. I don't trust it. Nothing from Albert Pike. That's fucking
the Freemason guy, or Freemason friend.
Oh, Iron Horse.
Oh yes, he's here. Did he leave?
No, I'm
I
here.
don't know. Okay.
So, like, he's highly respected among Freemasons, but he's a very evil man. Like, his whole plans, the things he's wrote about, like World War III, war between Christians and Muslims,
Morals and Dogma. He wrote Morals and Dogma.
Yeah, I obviously don't really know of his writings, to be honest.
Get a copy, man.
Well, I will, but I don't know how Masonry. I don't know if that affected his thoughts. I don't know.
He's held up, though. I mean, there's a statue of him in Washington D.C. amongst their in front of their Freemason headquarters or whatever it is, like
another lodge.
But it's more like a shrine. It's got all kind of books. It's a very elite. It's not just a lodge. It's like a library and everything.
Right. Mm-hmm. Yes. It's the largest depository in the world.
And especially him, because he's like the most evil one I could think of. So if they were, I judge them by the company they keep. Like, all these leaders that these world leaders are all evil. So what I'm saying, if they're the highest level and they're pulling the strings, the lower level guys are just regular guys, but they will use you. And just like the Catholic Church, they have nuns that do work for them, and they don't speak, and they use these people. People donate money to the church. They do work for the church, and they use them. Yeah, they're good people, but they're deceived. Same with the low level Mason, like you. But the 33rd guy, he ain't telling you the whole story. He may be your best friend in the world, but he cannot tell you. He will get his throat slit if he told you what they told you. If he spills the fucking beans, he's dead. So he ain't going to do it.
Well, spill your guts is part of the oath. And actually, they have gestures where you draw your hand across your stomach and across your neck. And those are symbolic. They're symbolic gestures of transgressing the oath, that you would be buried in the rough sands of the sea at low tide, and to have your throat cut, your bowels poured out. And they actually have that motion where they draw their hand across their stomach and they drop their hands at their sides, which is you will be disemboweled if you divulge the secrets of the oath.
Well, there's a lot of the secrets of the oath is out there for everybody to see. You can research it on YouTube and get the whole. You can get the whole thing. So I've not read any articles about a bunch of bowels being cut out and a bunch of throats slit. I've never read that in the paper.
Because you didn't take that final one. That's what he's saying. Like I have no way to know that for certain, but have you read the Jesuit oath?
No, I'm not Catholic.
I didn't call you a Jesuit. I'm just saying the Jesuit oath and the Masonic one at the high levels, not the one that they give you. You're the initiate. The high level 33rd guys, maybe the 32nd, they're getting a different oath. You got to work when you work up. There's another level of oath secrecy you got to maintain. It's like the military. If you're a private and then you're a general and then you're a, you know what I mean? If you work your way up to captain, lieutenant, whatever, sergeant major, general, every level of military has a different clearance, right? A different ranking. So you're not going to get top secret information like I was in the Army. Well, what rank were you? Oh, I was a private. Okay, well you ain't getting the full story. You don't see what the general sees.
Yeah, there's so much even in the English language in our vernacular that testifies to the fact that if you spill your guts, then you've told the secrets, and that's woven into our language. So people who are in the Blue Lodge, which is entered apprentice, priestcraft, fellowcraft, and then master mason, you're still in the Blue Lodge. But when you ascend, you come out of the blue. Hey, where's this guy come from? He's come from out of the blue, and it means you are just we are the people of the world. We are the blue. We're the blue collar. We are not in the intelligentsia, and so we're considered blue. So are you. You're still in the blue. And then if you ascend higher in rank, in degrees, then they will say this guy just came out of the blue. He just came out of the blue. And we have that in our vernacular, but it stems from the Masonic order.
If you say so.
Well, what's out of the blue mean? Out of the sky? No, it comes from the lodge.
This is where the phrase blackballed comes from as well. This is when they're trying to assess like new sort of initiates, and I think it's I can't remember exactly what it is. I'm not that familiar, but you have like a bunch of people who say they cast judgment over whether you can be a Mason or not, and if you get a blackball, then you're not allowed in.
That's true, and there are 4 colors, and it's even in the Microsoft window, the window pane. You have blue, green, gold, and red, and each one of them signify different stations in society. The blue is the plebs; it's us. We're at the very bottom, and then you have the gold and the red. The red would be clergy, and the green. I'm not sure what the green and gold are, but they signify different stations in society. And so the blue, you're still in the blue. And once you actually ascend in Freemasonry, they will say, this guy, where'd that guy come from? Well, he came out of the blue. He came out of the Blue Lodge, which is for the plebs. That's us.
Well, I'm not going to, dispute what you say, but I don't see that. I mean, maybe that's how it is, but the Blue Lodge, the only thing is between you go through the Scottish Rite or the York Rite, and that is just another. It's an offshoot. It's not it's not to be better or worse than the Blue Lodge. You've just got more education in masonry. What everything means. There's so many symbols and things it means. A lot. It's most of it is just virtues you should have. And
well, and I think that most human knowledge is symbolic, and then what, like when you graduate from the highest degrees of York, then the shrine is next. So Knights Templar is the 13th of York, right? And then you are able to become a Shriner. So those Knights Templar, Yorkite Freemasons can become Shriners. And so the shrine, the Mystic Shrine, which is Arabic somehow, I don't know why that is, but the idea is that you are constantly ascending and adding knowledge and adding symbolism, which is held back from the blue, the people on the bottom, which are the blue collar. We are the slave laborers for the world, and the ones in control are the ones that actually can ascend, and we're prohibited from ascending because through sacred knowledge. This is the concept. Sacred knowledge, you're able to ascend.
I can ascend for about $300 and about 3 days of stuff. It's not that difficult.
Right. Well, right. It might not be that difficult, but you will obtain knowledge that's prohibited from the blue, and you'll be prohibited from sharing it with anyone that's in the blue.
That's probably true, because if you let it out, everybody knows that there's no reason for it. It's a money making thing, honestly.
Knowledge is power.
But it's not as evil. I've not seen it. It's just like the guy, I don't know his name, but the one that walked into the lodge and asked if they were how to be a Mason. I don't know what lodge he went into, but the ones around here would not let him. Would not just ignore him. They would give him an application. They would take it in for the next meeting. We would assign a committee to investigate the gentleman, see what kind of person he is. If he's good to his wife, if he's not a drunk, not a felon, not a somebody that's not a desirable person, and then once they go in, we vote on him. If he can come in and go into the entered apprentice degree, and it's really that simple. It's not difficult. It's not, and everything that you do, you commit to memory. It's not.
Sounds like a bunch of nerds.
Well, I guess you could, maybe. I don't know. If that's what you think, that's fine. But I was in a college fraternity, in college. So I don't, I don't think they're.
What about Skull and Bones? That's a college fraternity.
I've just heard stories about them. I don't have any firsthand knowledge. I don't know one. I don't know anybody that goes to Princeton or Harvard or Yale. So
not all of them are the same. Just like not all Freemasons are the same. Skull and Bones is like George Bush, John Kerry. These elite families.
I think it's Harvard or Yale or Skull and Bones.
Yeah, that's Yale.
Yeah, it's got to be an Ivy League.
But the point being that you said you were in a fraternity. Not all fraternities are the same. Just like not all levels of Masonry are the same. Like someone like you. You have only a limited amount of knowledge. Just like a private in the military or even a lieutenant, he's not going to know what a 4-star general knows. He's not going to know the whole battle plan. He's not going to know top secret weaponry. He's not privy to that information. There's different levels of classification. Same thing with the Masonry. And they keep you guys in the dark, just like he said. They even have 2 sets of books. They got red Masonry, blue Masonry. You guys are the commoners. And they say, no, it's all the same. It's just another... That's a cover story. Like if they told everybody what's going on, then good men like you wouldn't want to be affiliated with it. If you really knew what was going on. Same thing with the Catholics. If the Catholics knew how evil the Catholic Church was, they'd have no Catholics. They'd all abandon the church. They can't have it. They can't have their dirt out. They can't air their dirt. That's why there's such a huge consequence if someone discloses information that would be critical, right? They can't have that get out. That's why the consequence is so severe. And they can't allow just anyone to ascend. You've been there 30 years, so maybe they would allow you to ascend. You've been there a long fucking time. But you still have to earn your own. You got to go up these levels.
Well, maybe they know that he's a good guy, and then he's not a candidate. That they don't find some sort of thing in him that he would be pliable and moldable to their will, and they're like, no, he's not a candidate because he's too good. He's a good guy.
He's not blackmailable. Yeah.
No, that's not really how it works. But I could go and be a 32nd degree Mason. I've had opportunities. I've had 50 opportunities.
What's holding you back?
A, I don't have the time. B, I think the Blue Lodge is good enough for me.
So you have some reservation. Something in your heart tells you it ain't.
No, there's no reservation other than I don't want to commit the time to it because it
said
takes
it would take no time at all.
3 days. 3 days. It takes 3 days.
Okay, 3 days. You've been there 30 years. What's 3 days?
Well, it's 3 days, and it's not the money. I mean, it costs $300 and about $50 for York Rite. It's like $50 or $75 a year dues. And then York Rite and Scottish Rite's about the same. And I pay about $50, $75 for the Blue Lodge. So that's,
per month?
Per year.
Yeah, but look at your bragging rights.
It's only $57 per year. That's what you pay the Blue Lodge?
No, I pay about $75 a year for the Blue Lodge. But each lodge has their dues. They set their dues for whatever it is. They wanted to go to 100, and I think that got voted down by our lodge. And
does any of that money go to like an upper echelon?
It goes to the part of it does go to the Blue Lodge. It don't go to the Scottish Rite or York Rite. They're a separate funded organization. The Scottish Rite has their own due system, and it's per year. I think it's $50, $75 a year for that. So they collect their own dues.
I've seen their buildings.
I think most Mormons pay more in tithing than that.
The rent for the building, the upkeep, the maintenance is way more than that.
There's a lot of
1,000 members.
There's Christian tithes that are way more than that. It's like 10% of their income. So these churches are raking in money. And where's that go? Big fat pastors.
Yeah. Well, you do have some guys that will donate. Just out of they'll donate or we have a lot of guys that when they pass away, they have a life insurance policy, and the beneficiary is the Masonic Lodge.
Oh, God.
Do they give you a card for that $75 a year?
I get a membership card every year.
You get that?
Can you post a picture of it?
You get a star. You get the tin star for your license plate, so the cops don't pull you over.
No, I don't.
No, you guys put bumper stickers on there with the fucking compass and square and compass. With the little G in it, and if the cop sees it, or if you put that little fucking blue stripe on there, you get away with a warning every fucking time, as long as you didn't kill nobody.
Right? I didn't. I don't have anything on my car. I don't have anything on my car. I mean, I'm just
didn't kill nobody. That means you killed somebody.
I don't go to lodge every month. I mean, I'll go probably 4 or 5 times a year. During elections, new officers, things like that. I mean, I don't.
For $75, about a little more than a movie. Is that worth it?
Yeah, it's about $75 a year. Yeah, that's it.
So the reason being they have so many people on the low level is just like you're saying here. Now you're defending something just like the Catholic Church that is really, if you knew what it was all about, if you did a little digging, that you might not want to put your name with that organization anymore. You might want to cut your ties if you knew what the up levels were up to.
Well, if I knew for a fact that Masonry taught anything evil or anything against the Bible, I would renounce it tomorrow.
Are you allowed to tell us what the G stands for?
No.
Didn't think so.
What can they do to you if you tell us?
You can find it. You can Google it and find it.
Is it Gnosticism?
He just said he can't tell you. He
just said he can't tell you.
I know. He said he can.
But you can find it. You can Google it and find it. I'm not trying to cause any ruckus, but I'm just saying that, I don't see the evil you guys see. And
I'm not looking at it.
Can you tell us a word it rhymes with? The G?
No, I won't do that. But you can Google it, man. It's all there. I can go on YouTube and completely watch a Masonic meeting, or how we conduct our meetings. The passwords, the grips, the everything that you all think is so diabolical, devious. You can watch it. You tell me if it's diabolical and devious.
Well, you did say why would you? Why would you swear oaths when it goes against the Bible? Jesus said, "Swear not at all, not by heaven or by the throne of God, or swear on the temple, or even on your own head, because you are not in control of any of those things and are unable, as a frail human, to actually perform your oaths." But he said, if you do, you better perform your oaths. So that it's best for you to not swear at all. Let your yes be yes and your no be no. And so it precludes us from actually joining.
Okay, are you married?
Secret orders.
Are you married?
No, I'm not. But
have you ever been married?
That is an oath.
Right.
Yeah, it's a solemn oath.
Yeah, absolutely.
And you better perform your oath.
That's true.
Hey, yes. I have a question for Iron Horse. So, have you ever heard that speech from our late President Kennedy about how we are inherently opposed to secret societies and secret proceedings?
I've not heard the speech. No.
Well, he said it in a speech that we are, us Americans, inherently opposed to secret societies and secret proceedings. And I was just wondering what you thought about that. Is that something you agree with or you disagree with? What?
Well, I don't, I'm not, I'd have to look at the context of the speech. I know that if you go into, if you're in politics, for an example, there shouldn't be any secret star chambers or things like that. I think it just based on context. I don't. When I tell somebody, I'm not going to. If I'm not going to tell, say a guy comes to me or a lady or my wife or whatever, say, I don't want you to tell this. Now you swear to me you're not going to tell this. Most people say, yeah, okay, I won't say nothing. You bet you're not supposed to say anything. You don't want to go back on that. It's basically the same thing. If you get married, you go in front of. You
don't swear to someone. I swear I will not tell. I will not tell the secret. Okay, your yes is yes and your no is no. Jesus said, "Let your yes be yes and your no be no." That's enough. To swear means that you actually have you're binding yourself in an oath, and when we're not able to actually carry out our oaths.
What's a marriage vow?
It's a vow, which is a solemn oath, but that's ordained of God, not swearing to a fraternity. There is no such thing in the Bible. So if you say, show me something in the Bible or about Freemasonry that's not biblical, that is it right there.
Well, I would have to, I'm not a biblical scholar. I think
should be.
If I'm not,
every man should be a biblical scholar because it's a message to you, a man on earth, a message from God to a man on earth, and you need to take it seriously because he's speaking to you, and maybe even through us right now. That
right. So hold on, don't take it too far. I agree with you, but only do it.
I know.
Even as a person who. All right, so I don't trust religions, but I think there's something going on, right? Like the Bible is clearly a religious text. It's not like spirituality in its finest. And I think that's the way the Masons are playing it too. So they believe in a God. Yeah, maybe that's what the G stands for. I don't know, but.
It's a generative power of the male over the female, and the square and the compass is the actual sex act. The woman laying down with her legs spread, and the compass over the top. But you see, the low-level Masons don't know this.
Yeah, and you do?
It's on the internet. You said all you have to do is look it up.
Well, there's a lot of shit on the internet, my friend.
All you have to do is find out all of the high-level Freemasons who escaped, and they actually divulge all the secrets.
Yeah,
and they've already done it.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I mean, whatever you think, man.
Too many. They've censored a lot of that shit out completely now, and that gives you more credibility, but. All that fear-mongering stuff, like insider stuff, a lot of it came out in a period of time where there was just a ton of that. People going viral for fear-mongering. I don't trust any of the stories that I heard online about it. I don't trust any of the links. I need to actually see the real proof. Everybody's just when it comes to Freemasonry, I don't know how influential they actually are. I know they're involved, obviously. Every one of them is a Freemason, but I think Freemasonry is kind of it's like a stepping stone. It's like the entry level to where you actually become influential.
It's probably just a thin veneer that they pass through.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Sorry, Gregory, I think it's a long shot to say that the square and the compass just mean this thing. They can be symbolic for many things. Why do they have to be just a sex act?
Oh, it is symbolic of many things. But
of course. So why do you just have to pick that one?
Well, that is one. With the generative power of the male over the female.
But you know this for sure, or you're just saying that's what you heard, and you're just repeating what you heard.
Well, no, I absolutely know it from high-level Freemasons. Absolutely.
What else?
They're bullshitting you. I guarantee you.
Well,
I'd have to agree with you there, Iron Horse, mate.
Well, no, they're not bullshitting me because they left and they became Christians. They became born again, and most of the people that are in the lodge that they do want to love God, they want to do the right thing, but they're biblically illiterate, and they don't understand what it means to be born again. They don't understand.
I think when you say this stuff, you might need to put a disclaimer next to it saying "my opinion" or "so I've heard."
Well, you can do that for yourself, but I'm going to say what the absolute.
You're going to say you know for sure that this is what the Masons do.
I know him. I know the Lord.
No, I'm talking about all this stuff you're saying.
The spirit of truth
definitively
living in
about
you.
the Masons.
The spirit of truth.
You know
leads
all
you
of
and
this.
guides you into all truth. So when you have the Holy Spirit,
I'm asking you what you think. So you're saying everything you're saying about the Masons is the truth, and that's it, yeah?
Well,
That's
no,
what I was asking.
I told you that I had a friend come over tonight who claims to be
I got a friend,
a 32nd degree.
a friend of a friend of a.
He claims to be a 32nd degree Freemason, but he doesn't know what he's in. I guarantee it, because the people that I've met before who have come out of it, they said that there's even high level Freemasons that don't know what it is. High degree Freemasons.
I met a warlock the other day. You know, he told me he was a warlock. You know, he told me secrets about being a warlock. So
are you being
I must
truthful?
believe that he's a warlock. And
are you being truthful?
Well, it's the same. It's the same thing as what you're saying, though.
No, you just said something that wasn't true. You didn't meet a warlock tonight.
But you
just lied.
You met
you just lied to me,
thing.
and I'm telling you, I
didn't lie
know
to you.
the
I'm
truth.
making up a story, mate.
Yeah, you're making up a story. I'm
someone.
not. I'm not. You just admitted to making up a story.
And he's telling you a story. You met someone and he's telling you a story.
You admitted to making up a story. You admitted to making up a story. I'm telling you that I'm not making it.
I wanted to make you look at how ridiculous it is.
That's the difference between me and you. You're making shit up, and I'm not.
Okay, so your friend is not, he's a 32nd. There's 1 degree higher, so he's just below the highest level of Masonry, right? And
yeah.
He is going to dispose to a non-Mason, which is you. You're a non-Mason, right? He would disclose secrets to you. He trusts you that much.
Probably not.
That's the point. That's the point. He couldn't.
That's the
he
point
would
I was
feign
making.
ignorance. He would feign ignorance, right? That's what they do.
So, do you really think, though, that every 32nd degree Freemason is a Lucifer worshiper? Do you really think that?
No, 33rd is when they drop the hammer. It's like, okay, here's the final level. Boom, and they drop it on you. You're like, oh fuck! I climbed the ladder this far. There's only one more step, and now
wait. Can I play the devil's advocate for a second? So you guys were just, and I think you're right. You're right to be skeptical of Gregory here, but I think it's worth pointing out, if that were true with every 32nd degree Freemason, and they all didn't say the truth to everyone that's not a 32nd or 33rd degree Mason, then how did the truth come out to begin with that that they know?
Oh, because I've talked to Freemasons that have come out of it.
No. I was asking it to the guys that were questioning you. I mean, the point I'm trying to make is Gregory's story is more than likely not true, but it's not to say that it's 100% likely not true. Is the point I'm trying to make.
So that I didn't actually speak to Freemasons that have come out of the lodge, or that
what I'm trying to say is it's very, very, very unlikely that a 32nd degree Mason would tell you any truth they're not allowed to. But that's not to say that wouldn't happen for anyone anywhere ever.
Okay.
He might tell his wife, and then the husband dies, and the wife tells the son, and then the son tells his friends, and it leaks out into the public. That's how it gets out. It gets out by accident. Maybe Grandpa told someone on his deathbed, you know what? They made me swear an oath, and he repents for what he did. He swore an oath to the devil or whatever the fuck he did. And he says on his deathbed,
it also comes out when they get born again. Then they actually renounce the lodge. So when they actually become born again Christians, they actually renounce the lodge, and then they divulge all the secrets.
Well, what does that tell you? Is that something you want to be associated with? Some people that are renouncing it's like, well, why are they doing it? They spent their whole life attaining this level, and then they give it all up. They don't want anything to do with it.
Because they sold everything for the pearl of great price. Yes. I think those are people that you actually can believe, where they were into something so deep and they were bound by oaths and they gave it all up for the Lord.
Just so you know, I'm not sure if that other fella got confused, but Gregory, I don't think Gregory actually wants to join the Freemasons. Do you, Gregory?
Oh, he said he was a non-Mason. He said he has a 32nd degree friend that didn't disclose anything.
Right. And I just wonder, is there? And that's what I asked. I asked the question. I wasn't saying that this is the definitive answer, that that this is a possible scenario. But I asked, is it possible that there are a large number of 32nd degree Freemasons who are still cannon fodder like the Blue Lodge, that they're kept out of knowledge?
It's like a general and a colonel. The colonel is not a peon. He's like just below a general, right? So he's not just a rank and file peon. He's a very highly trusted member of the military.
What knowledge do you all think that is in the degrees? What is this? I've not taken the degrees. I just speak to guys that have. They don't. The knowledge is not nefarious. It's not evil in their eyes. They don't see it as that. Matter of fact, like I told you before, I've got he's not next door. He's just right around the corner. He's a 33rd degree Mason, and he's probably 70 years old. Finest man, one of the finest men you've ever met in your life.
Maybe on his deathbed, he might tell you the truth. Maybe. Well, he can't do it right now. He might be a fine man. I don't doubt you on that.
If it's anything to do with Lucifer or the devil or anything like that, I flat guarantee you, the guy would not go through with it.
I had a Freemason argue with me about Lucifer being a god of light and a god of goodness, and literally he is someone that lives. He is actually the brother that my friend who is a Mason. He is the guy, his brother. Well, they call him brothers in the fraternity. He's the drunk, and that is defiling his position as the leader of his lodge. And he's a 32nd degree Knights Templar and whatnot, he's both Knights Templar in York and 32nd in Scottish Rite, and he was arguing with me about the pentagram and Lucifer, and I said, what's the deal with Lucifer? And he goes, well, he's the morning star. He is the light bearer. He said the Christian Bible says that he's the devil, but he's not. You're misunderstood. He is the bringer of light. So he was telling me that Lucifer is the god they worship. He told me that. And he's still a Freemason. He's still high in the lodge. But you see, his ego wouldn't stop him from arguing with me, but he started divulging. I mean, this is not just the first time this has ever happened.
Pike says that too in his book. He says that's
right.
Don't doubt it. Lucifer is that's their man.
And then Manly P. Hall also wrote the seething energies of Lucifer in your hands. Once you ascend the highest degrees, you actually have the power.
Okay.
So that's kind of like you're selling your soul. It's not the amount of money. They'll let you sell your soul for $75, or $300, whatever. But you're literally selling away your soul. And sometimes these like the guy that 70-year-old man, he might be a good man, but maybe he did a deal that he regrets. There's people that fall down the back. Like Katy Perry was raised a Christian. She was a Christian, and her parents were Christian, and she literally said she sold her soul for fame. She sold her soul to the devil.
Right. It wasn't happening fast enough, and so she said, "I sold my soul." She
was just a Christian singer. Yeah, she wasn't rich and famous, and then all of a sudden, now she was rich and famous, and that's what she wanted.
and now she wears devil horns to those big celebrity galas and the award shows.
Part of the deal. That's part of the deal with the devil. You got to wear the costume and promote the devil. And there was a video about cannibalism where she, in her video, had something to do with cannibalism. They were like cooking her on some, like, as the meal, right? Like, it was.
Yep, and there's always a bathtub.
It's like, oh, it's tongue in cheek. It's just funny. No, it's not funny.
Right, and there's always a bathtub, which is a type of baptism. So there, in almost all of those Masonic celebrities, in their videos, they always portray some sort of bathtub. Sometimes it's a blood bath, but it's some sort of like satanic baptism, Luciferian or whatever you want to call it. I mean, we call it satanic. And then there's the tessellated pavement, which is the checkerboard floor, which is the duality, where they have one foot in the world and 1 foot outside of the world. So it's a mockery of Christianity.
Is our friend the Freemason? Are you a flat earther, globe earther? Where's your where do you stand? Is he still here?
I'm pretty sure he's a flat earther.
He is. That's odd. Well, maybe, you know what? Maybe do a little more digging on it. You might want to know what you're a part of, because I judge it by the company they keep, and they keep a lot of dirty company, like Albert Pike and these people that go to Bohemian Grove and these world leaders. That's a lot of dirty. They rub elbows with a lot of dirty people, and it's like the Catholic Church. I would abandon the church. I would, like, good people get sucked in, but they can always leave.
I've got another question for Gregory. Did you look any more into Flat Earth after your last visit?
Jabulon.
Did you hear that?
Jabulon is one of the words. Oh, yep, I hear you.
Where's Gregory? Yeah, I don't know if he heard you.
Sorry, Gregory, did you look more into Flat Earth after your last visit?
Not very much. This week was really busy, so not very much at all. But I did think about it. There were a couple questions I couldn't answer. So,
what are they?
Well, we were talking about Eratosthenes. And the size of the sun, the distance of the sun, and the distance to the moon, and the size of the moon, and those measurements. So I don't know them right offhand, and so I didn't actually get to dig into it, so that I could bring forth an argument
the moon's 240,000.
For the heliocentric argument. Yeah, I couldn't bring forth one. Not one that's rational, not one that even is worthy of discussion. So that's why I skipped.
Do you remember how we were talking about how they got the distance to the sun? Do you remember I was talking about Venus's transit? So they guessed that Venus was the same size as Earth.
Well, I know Newton had his own presupposition about the distance of the sun, and he was thinking it was like 1 million miles or something like that.
Yeah, he started at 1 million. Yeah,
that was not even a mathematical measurement. It was a guess.
Well, how do you think they get it these days? Do you think they've come any closer to getting it?
Well, okay. Like I said, this week been pretty busy. I play in a band, and actually we're onboarding a new member, so we're learning tons of new songs. Plus, I also work, so I haven't had a chance to dig into it. But I remember, and I will come back with either you're right, I'm wrong, or here's my argument. And I don't have one right now, so I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, that's all right. So it all starts off with the distance to the sun. Yeah. So if you look up how they got the distance to the sun and has it changed? Has it changed how they get the distance to the sun? What was the original? So it's pretty silly how they got it, and they've
but also the distance to the moon, and you can see the incidence of the sun rays, the angle of incidence of the sun rays on the moon, so that you can extrapolate with trigonometry. That's
for that you'd need to know the distance to the sun, wouldn't you?
Well, the distance to the moon, distance of to the moon.
What you've just said, it makes the sun much closer than they tell us. Those are called crepuscular rays. When you see the sun rays poking through the clouds and they're coming out at different angles, right? And if
that's like railroad tracks. They recede in the distance. They're parallel.
No, they're not parallel.
They're not parallel.
Railroad tracks are parallel.
No,
they do the same thing.
They intersect at the point of where the like just above the clouds. So when you see sometimes on a day where there's some clouds where the sunlight's poking through, and you see the angles going off to the left and to the right, right? Where those rays intersect is the source of the light. So the light rays coming in from such a distance would all be parallel. They wouldn't diverge like that. They would all blanket the Earth evenly. They wouldn't be coming from a point source, a local source.
I'm gonna post this image that I took yesterday for you, Gregory.
I've seen crepuscular rays.
Yeah, I know, but
on a regular basis.
It's like you're telling me that they're like railroad tracks.
Well, railroad tracks. In the distance.
I know the explanation, but have a look at that photo. Have a look at that photo I just posted. I took that yesterday.
Quickly, just leap in and explain why that's like unsatisfactory, and you're not really.
I gotta find that.
Addressing the point. Is that possible? Am I coming through? Okay.
Go for it.
Yeah. Okay. So you've got to consider that you've got three axes. You've got to say the x-axis is near or far to you. The y-axis is kind of up and down, and the z-axis is left to right. Just for the point of from the point of view of this argument, the railroad tracks going away from you are on the x-axis, i.e., they're going directly away from you, which is why that perspective effect is taking place. But on the y or z-axis, they aren't going to be acting in the same way. Does that make sense?
Gregory?
So you're talking about different axes for crepuscular rays?
No, just for divergent. This is the divergence of talking about railroad tracks. Yeah. So where the railroad tracks are parallel but they diverge according to how you're seeing them, right? Due to perspective, that only happens on the x-axis. Doesn't happen on the y-axis or the z-axis.
Well, if it was a hallway, it would be the same. So you would see the ceiling and the floor.
It's the same axis.
But it all happens on the x-axis. It doesn't happen on the y or z-axis.
Well, the ceiling and the floor are on the y.
No, they're not. They're on the x.
No, they would be on the y. The walls would be on. You're
understanding what I'm saying then? But that's the only explanation I have is that you haven't understood what I've said. So the x-axis is the axis. It's not any specific thing. It's the direction of away from you. Okay.
Well, x is left and right, and y is up and down.
Well, it doesn't actually matter. You assign the coordinates when you make the system, right? So because I've told you what x is in this system, you understand that. In this system,
where is x in the system that you described?
That's what I just said. X is the axis that goes directly away from you.
So it's is that negative x or positive x?
What? Why would you mention negative x?
Well, algebraic. It's algebraic. So like I do software, and I can plot on a graph with x, y, negative x, positive x, and so you can actually plot curves and do scatter plots and things like that. So
Okay, but
so
that's got nothing to do with
if
what
I'm
I'm
at
saying.
zero, and x is receding away from me, then it's either positive x or negative x, and so y would be vertical. Y would be vertical, positive y, and then down would be negative y.
Well, we were talking about railroad tracks going away from you. So what would that be?
Say that again? I'm sorry.
We were talking about railroad tracks going away from you. So what would that be?
Well, they're parallel. So your perspective.
So what's x negative, and you're complicating things. Just think of railroad tracks heading away.
Yeah, he's making things way too complicated.
Well, the railroad tracks appear to get smaller and smaller and closer together the further away they are. But you know that trains don't get smaller the further they go away. Those train wheels are designed for those train tracks, and so they don't get smaller; they just look smaller. Well, yes, I know, but like the way that parallel lines, as they go away from you, they look like they converge to a point in the distance, and that's the way parallel lines look. Yeah.
That's what I'm trying to say to you. It only happens on the x-axis. If you have a look at what I've put in a live stream voice text, this is what I'm talking about. If you are looking from the z-axis at parallel lines, they will appear parallel to you, other than the x-axis's influence on what you're seeing.
Which is the z-axis?
Z-axis. Well, I've posted in the live stream voice text. It's just so that we can actually all stick to the same page, right? So if the z-axis is up and down.
I have to click on it.
It doesn't matter. Look. Dude,
I see what you're saying. So you're saying left and right is y. Left and right is y. Yeah. Forward and reverse would be x, and then the z-axis is up and down. Okay, I was thinking y would be up and down, but that's fine.
It doesn't matter. I mean, you assign the letter when you make the system, right? So, regardless, that what you're saying, that effect only happens on the x-axis, and what Wolfgang is showing you is happening on the z-axis, and
it happens on every axis for parallel lines.
A rebuttal for it.
Well, all parallel lines recede away from you. If it's on z-axis, if you stand at the base of a building, it gets smaller in your perspective vision toward the top, but you know that the very top of the building is the same width as the base. So on the Z,
if you're at the
like a skyscraper will appear to get smaller and smaller as you look straight up. Look straight up, and it appears smaller.
You're not addressing what I'm saying, though, dude.
It's just the nature of perspective that it would appear smaller as it recedes away from you.
Yes, we know that's the x-axis.
What?
So if you're at the bottom of the building and the two,
you're looking straight up.
Why are you cutting me off? Why are you cutting me off?
I'm sorry.
It's like the fourth time you cut me off. Stop cutting me off. Okay, so you stood at the bottom of a building. You're looking upwards. That is now the x-axis because it's going away from you. Oh. Sorry, I cut out there.
No, you were loud and clear.
Okay. Now, does that make sense, Gregory, or do I have to go over it again?
So you've redefined the x-axis?
No.
Nope.
Yep.
Nope.
Instead of being horizontal, now you've turned it vertical. Yep.
Yeah, but it's the same.
No, the x-axis is the axis going away from you, which is what I've said every time. Is anyone else having an issue understanding what
I'm saying?
No, I understand it completely. He didn't change the axis. It just changed because you're looking along it now. So it's the same. If you're looking straight up at the building, it becomes the railroad tracks. It's the same thing.
Exactly.
It's the same thing. It's the same thing.
Very, very simple to understand.
Right. It's very easy. The building doesn't get smaller at the top. It's parallel, and it's just your perspective.
That's what I'm telling you.
That's what I told you about railroad tracks. It's just they don't get smaller in the distance. Okay. Same thing with crepuscular rays. They don't converge. They're parallel.
Point.
Are you serious?
He's skipping over.
You have to be trolling. You have to be trolling because you're actually telling me what I've been telling you and not understanding.
Have you
pretending like you were telling me the thing
crepuscular
that
rays
you didn't understand
from above.
Yeah, I know.
When actually you have a high altitude airplane photographing crepuscular rays from the top, they're parallel. But from the ground, it looks like one of those God pictures, where the rays are shooting out like in a fan, and it's only because of perspective. It's just like railroad tracks. It's the same thing. You're on the ground, but from a high altitude airplane, they photographed crepuscular rays, and they are parallel.
I've got them from the top as well.
Yes.
You want to see them coming out the top? I got them too.
If you're looking at the railroad tracks from the side, they don't do that.
Here's some crepuscular rays coming out upward through the clouds, and they're the same angle.
Where are you standing though? Where's the POV? The POV, the point of view is where you're actually seeing the.
I took these on the same day. These are from the same day.
Right on.
Same point of view.
It's the same phenomenon.
Same trees.
It's the same phenomenon. Yeah.
The clouds were blocking the sun, and these are the rays from a local light source. Because you see there's parts of the sky that are dark, right? To the left, it's much darker than to the right. If this sun is, thousands of times larger than the Earth, the light would cover the Earth. It would blanket the Earth evenly. You wouldn't have dark spots so close to the sun, right? You wouldn't have this. And the light would be evenly distributed because it would be coming in at 1 degree of angle, less than 1 degree of angle. If you take 360 degrees in a circle, less than one of those degrees would be wider than the Earth. You could fit like 10 Earths in 1 degree of sunlight. So they would all be parallel light beams coming in. They wouldn't disperse like this.
Well, it only looks like they're dispersing because of your point of view. Your POV.
No, you see the sky is locally lit. It's literally darker to the left than it is to the right.
Well, it's clouds.
Right, and it's illuminating the near clouds more so than the ones on the left.
Yeah. I have no problem with that.
Sun.
I can actually I can actually see that and understand what's going on. It's spatial recognition. And spatial understanding is difficult. It's sort of like if you only have one perspective, one vantage point, then it's difficult to understand. But if you have multiple vantage points where you can observe the same phenomenon, then it can be explained. And we do have that, where we actually have ground observers that see crepuscular rays, and then we also have high altitude airplanes that show these rays are parallel.
Can you see the sun in the next picture, that tiny little orange dot? Now it's further down the line in between the trees, but you can still see the crepuscular rays, and there is the point source of the light, that little tiny orange dot.
Well, they're parallel.
They're not parallel, dude. How do you get that?
Because they just are. Because your perspective gives you the illusion that railroad tracks get smaller the farther away they are.
Only happens. Yeah, that only happens
happens as things go
he's
directly away from
reverse
you, not if things
shit. Yeah.
go. So these two pictures that Wolfgang's showing, where the light rays are going directly down, it doesn't happen in that axis. Like, you're just asserting something that's objectively wrong.
No, it's actually easy to see.
I was thinking there's some hope for this guy, but I don't know.
Wait a minute. I see things that recede in the distance. It's not like you can reach out your hand and grab it because it's a mile away, just because it's super small to your eye.
The point being, there's people that skydive from airplanes and they could see the sun, right? And what appears to be the sun, right? And appears to be illuminated within the clouds. I don't think it's a physical sun they're seeing. It's a have you ever used a magnifying glass when you're a kid and you burn a piece of wood, you write your name with the magnifying glass? You have to get it right in the sweet spot, right? The focal point has to be just right where you get that little pinpoint dot. I think that's probably what the sun is, that pinpoint dot of the magnifying glass suspended in the air. It's the focal point where that heat is concentrated. It's not a physical object. It's the hot spot, the sweet spot of all the focused light. It's not what they tell us. It's not this giant ball of hydrogen gas.
I really want to go over this because I feel like the basics are being missed, right? So if we just get two tall, I don't know, let's have two tall buildings. I'm just literally going to Google two tall buildings, see what comes up.
Hey, Crypto, I don't know if you can hear me or not, but if you can, last night and tonight, like you're roboting a lot. So I don't know if it's something with your connection or what, but something needs to be fixed.
Yeah, my connection's been really bad. It's been better today, but still not great. Okay. There, right. And we can.
I can tell that you heard me, but I can't hear you.
Am I back?
Yeah, you're loud and clear.
It really isn't that hard. Yeah, my back. Oh, Gregory's gone. Oh, what a shame. Did he say why he had to leave?
I'm still here, Crypto, but I shouldn't be. I need to go to bed. So, have a good night, man.
Yeah.
Hey, by the way, I'm gonna post a picture. I want you to tell me if this breaks terms of service for the server. I'll post it to you just so not to do it again.
All right. Oh.
I took this actual picture. Oh shit! Actually, I gotta do it on my phone. My bad. Hold on. Oh. So, are you still lead mod around here? If we're gonna call stupid ranks and shit. So, like, I could probably, get myself to a lead mod if I wanted to, but I don't want to. I don't want to be that guy. Like, but I think you've probably seen it. There's a tanker truck. Here, 1 second. I'll just get it to you. All right, so I've got 3 of these pictures because I took them myself while driving behind the vehicle. Now, is this breaking the server rules and reason for being deranked from a moderator type status by a gold member to being a silver, having a silver D-rank. I don't even know what the fuck happened. But clearly, I've been a moderator. I play around. I don't need that moderator status. I don't really throw my rank around at people. But I posted this picture, and somebody's trying to make a fit out of it. Did I break any rules by posting an actual picture? It's not a meme that I made. It's just an observation. Take what you want out of it. Go fuck yourself after that.
Honestly, I don't know what drama you're trying to get me involved in. So I'm just going to take a step back.
Well, you see the picture I'm posting to you in your DMs.
Yeah.
Yeah, that right there had some lower member fucking try to de-rank me just a moment ago.
Okay. I mean, I don't have an issue with it, but I don't know if you'd have to ask Indio. Really, it's his.
Oh, I already know. I'm pretty good with the admins. I know exactly how this plays out. But I'm just saying, do you think this breaks the rules of the server to post that?
Probably, but I don't really like. I would probably post that, not realizing I'd broken the rules. Like personally, I don't have an issue with it, but I think it's one of those things. I guess it's because it's an image.
It's kind of a gray area, isn't it? Because yes, I didn't create the image. I only took the image.
So yeah, I'll probably. I don't know. Yeah, I know what you mean. But I don't worry too much about it. I think it's going to come of it, really. People accuse me of dumb shit before, and it never really goes anywhere.
Oh, dude, I'm not worried about it. Like, I choose what I do in this place. Like, I hate to be that guy, but like, seriously, like those of us who've been around for a long time, like, we're not going anywhere. I know that. Friggin' get fucked with that shit.
Yeah. Well, it's a shame that Gregory managed to make good his escape, but the argument I wanted to bring to him was about this these buildings here that I've just posted, right? According to him, these buildings would have to diverge, and if these buildings don't diverge, then I don't see how he can say that this picture from Wolfgang is due to perspective. I don't seem to be able to grab it for some reason.
Yeah, I don't understand how he was not understanding. I think he was playing dumb because he had no argument for it.
He bailed out. He's like, "Oh shit, I'm out."
Yeah, I think that's likely. Well, it's funny. As soon as I started having connection issues, I come back and he's gone. Seems a bit fishy. But yeah, I mean, it's very, very silly. Like he obviously has the intellect actually to understand this is the same. And the idea that you go and stand at the bottom of those buildings and suddenly the x-axis isn't the one going away from you is, I don't know. Yeah, you're probably right. Playing dumb. Well, that's it for me, guys. Have a good night.
You taking off crypto?
Should have been in bed hours ago, man.
Have you been watching the crypto markets? Bitcoin just, I have my price alert going off. It's bouncing at the old all-time high right now. It's right around 19,000 and change.
Is it?
Yeah, it's like 19,800. It was setting off my price alert. I'm looking to get in, but I think it's going to do another leg down.
Yeah.
I'm a little bit. Yeah, I don't trust it here. I don't trust it.
Really
Yeah, because look what happened with COVID.
Bitcoin.
That fucking thing went to $3,000. If it goes, if it breaks here, right? There's so many people that are long. You could see. What? Hold on, you're cutting out. I can't hear what you said.
To be honest, if it cut.
I didn't hear any of that.
Hey, fellas.
Crypto.
Mic check. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you. I was trying to get some crypto advice, but this mic cut out.
Yeah, I heard.
Yeah, I'm holding off. I think I'll wait a bit.
I think I remember you actually like a week ago or so. I'm trying to get crypto advice too.
I've been watching for months, man. No, I'm in the crypto market all the time, but I mean, I'm not. I'm withholding 90%. I'm still sitting mostly in stable coins. I dib and dab. I just trade in and out little bits, like 10% I play with for trading, but I'm still like 90% out. I don't trust this market. The last thing I want to do
don't know anything about it, brother.
Yeah, I didn't know much when I first started, but I think there's another event with all these interest rates going up. It could be like a giant rug pull, like what happened with Luna, where it went from $110 to like fractions of a cent, and they printed new coins to almost infinity.
How is it created? How is crypto created?
Well, it's all mathematical, and they set up like a mathematical program where you solve a problem and it rewards you. You mine the coins into existence, and they make it more easy or more difficult depending how many people are mining it. If there's a lot of people that are mining it, they'll make it more difficult because they don't want to just give it away like water. So
you don't purchase it with fiat currency?
Once it's mined, they can sell it. Once the person who mines it, earns it, you can sell it to whoever you want. It goes in a market and you can sell it. You could trade it or sell it. That's how Bitcoin started. If Bitcoin initially was free, you could just mine it for free. But then the people who did mine them can do what they please. And they got popular. A lot of people wanted to have some, so they started buying them. At first, they were really cheap. You could buy them for 1,000 of them for $1. They were like really cheap because it was just some random nerd money, right? Well, what good is it? I don't know. I just want to have some. Okay, cool. Give me $1 and I'll give you 1,000 of them. Okay. And hey, would you trade me this for some Bitcoins? Okay. And then people started trading them in place of currency. They were doing things with them, and they became popular. And it's kind of like digital tulips. Fundamentally, there is no value to it in reality, and there's nothing to stop someone else from making another version of it. There's like thousands of shit coins, but just the first one has the most users and the most people who trust it. So that's what gives it more value than a shit coin that just popped up yesterday. Right. So which one are you going to trust? The one that like the whole world is using, or some shit coin that just popped up?
Right.
But there is a lot of dilution. The money is diluted between a lot of different coins. and I think that there could be an event where the market, there's a lot of people like leveraged up, meaning that say you have like $100 and you want to lever up, you could lever up to 100 times what you have. Most people wouldn't do that extreme because you're going to get liquidated pretty much instantly. But let's say you wanted to lever up 10 times. If you got $100 and you want to buy $1,000 of Bitcoin, you'd be on 10x leverage, 10 times leverage. So if there's a 10% move in the opposite direction, you'll lose your entire $100. You'll get liquidated with only a 10% move. Keep in mind, you can have a 10% move in Bitcoin. It's had that probably 50 times in the last year. There's been like a 10% or greater move in one day. So it's highly volatile.
Jeez. So who created it? Who started it?
So nobody knows. Like there's some random dude. He gave like a pseudonym, Satoshi Nakamoto. And there's a meme going around where like Satoshi, if you take like Sony, Toshiba, Motorola, Nokia, like all these names, and you cut them up and stick them together, that's pretty much his name. Like all these Japanese companies.
That seems really odd. Why wouldn't you why wouldn't the person that created it want to be credited with being the creator?
Because central banks and such, you don't want to piss them off. So he wanted to remain anonymous. Like, okay, not only that, but now he's worth billions of dollars. You had all this wealth, you might not want everyone to know you have it. Like when Bitcoin was 60,000, if he had 1 million of them, fucking hey, this guy's got 1 million Bitcoins. Would you want everyone to know you're this multi-billionaire? You might want to fly below the radar.
Well, if I had that much money, people would know about it.
The thing is, he doesn't have it. He never sold any, right? So he doesn't. So if he converted it to fiat, then he'd be fucking wealthy, right? He'd be like shit. And people are scared that he might do that one day. Someone just might dump that amount of Bitcoin, and there's not enough people to absorb that kind of money, right? That kind of flow coming in it would crash Bitcoin. They're not, especially now that everybody's pretty much tapped out. Most people are pretty much got destroyed in this sell-off. So they're operating on fumes. Most people are already all in, or they got 10% of their money on the sidelines. They don't have a lot of cash to put in. Things are getting more expensive with inflation. You know what I mean? The gas is so expensive. Food is expensive. They don't have money to gamble on cryptos.
You think that's why he hasn't cashed out, because he doesn't want to crash it?
Possibly, yeah. Like especially now it's fragile and the price is a lot lower than it was. It was almost 70,000. That would have been the time to do it. It's like, fuck, it's 70,000. I'm going to start. The thing is, once they see that wallet move the coins, they can see when that wallet moves the coins. If he moves those coins to an exchange or even moves like 1,000 of them, there's going to be people just panic selling, getting that. They're like, oh, fuck, he's selling them. Like it wouldn't take him selling all 1 million. Even if he sold just 1,000 of them, people would be dumping, getting the hell out. Oh shit, dude, he's going to start selling off his stash. It's going to flood the market. I'm getting the fuck out. And that would set off the leverage.
Why wouldn't he sell? It seems odd.
Because everyone can see his cards. When you're on the blockchain, all your cards, everyone can see what you got. They can see that wallet. When he starts moving that wallet, when he starts moving coins out of that wallet, it's going to be known instantly. People are going to be like, oh shit, it's Armageddon.
And it's going to get extremely devalued then, because everybody's going to be selling like crazy.
Maybe. Well, not only that, but the people, let's say what I explained with the leverage, there's billions of dollars on leverage, people that are betting more money than they have. So it doesn't take much selling to liquidate those people. And then it creates a snowball effect, like dominoes. The people underneath them, right behind them, they get liquidated. And then the people that hop in behind them, it starts dropping really fast. And that's when you see these drops where Bitcoin drops like $20,000 in one day. It's done that. $17,000 it dropped in minutes. Just keeps dropping. It's like, what just happened? Usually it rebounds really quick. And that's what I'm trying to catch, one of those really sharp sell-offs where it drops thousands of points, because there's usually a quick bounce back. They call that the dead cat bounce. So if you time it right, you can get a quick double your money, double, triple even. It could still keep falling, but the chances are at least you got a better price. Like, say it just dropped 50%. Well, if it drops some more, at least I got it 50% off. But that's why you don't want to just jump all in, because my plan is to like maybe do 10 and then 20 and then 30, like level at different levels. I got my bids spread out.
So, if you don't mind me asking, you don't have to tell me if you don't want to. Like, roughly, how much do you have invested?
Right now, I only got a couple $100 in it.
Oh, okay. Wouldn't you be better off just like getting in like a Roth or something? Throwing some money into a Roth?
Not really. If I catch, if it crashes, if it was to crash, like I think it might crash, like if we had that COVID type crash where Bitcoin got down to like 3,000 or 4,000, you could make 20, 50 times your money. Ethereum went from 100 to almost 5,000, and Ethereum is a big market cap coin, making that kind of 50 times your money in less, in just a few months. If Bitcoin was to crash, it would drag down the altcoins, and the altcoins are where you make the most return. That's the ones you can make 100 times your money. So if I'm sitting here with $1,000 and I can make 100 times my money, turn 1,000 into 100,000 or 50,000, or even 10,000. That's what I'm trying to do. You ain't going to do that in a stock market where the stock market hasn't even bottomed. Stock market, shit. I think it's not going to bottom for another 2 years. We're just getting started in a recession, and the Fed is cranking up rates like it's going out of style. This shit could last years.
Yeah, it just seems like a gamble when you could just.
It's all gambling.
Every month throw some money in a Roth, which is pretty safe. And I mean, it doesn't gain a lot, but over, 20, 30 years, you could be a millionaire.
You're buying at the top of the market. Right here, we're in such a huge bubble in the stock market. You know what a bubble is, right? A speculative bubble. That's what we're in. People think, wow, we really, the market really went down a lot. Go look at it on like a 50-year chart. It looks like a hockey stick. We're at the top of a major bubble, and we just started to see like a little bit of air let out of it. It hasn't deflated yet. With the way rates are going up, the price of gas, everyone's getting sucked dry. We just went through the whole COVID thing. Everyone's savings are depleted. The market could snowball out of control really quick. You would get margin calls, just like with the crypto, people getting liquidated. It could be a mess, dude. We're not far away. It could be the next interest rate hike by the Fed. If they hike again another 0.75%, that might do it. That might trigger the avalanche where people just start getting fucked and they're getting margin called and liquidated.
Wouldn't the government just do a bailout again anyway?
I don't know. They might let it crash. Go look what happened in the year 2000 when the market crashed from 2000 to 2003 or 4. Amazon was like, what was it, about $80? I think 80 or $90 Amazon was. It got down to $5. And then if you bought it at 5, Apple was about that much too. And Apple had many splits after that. But if you bought Apple in about 2005-ish, like 5 years after the crash lasted like those 5 years. It just went down, down, down. It was a long bear market. And then it just went nothing but up. After that, it just was like smooth sailing. You made, hundreds of times your money. But is there another Amazon and another Apple? I don't know. You got to find the next one. You're not going to get rich buying Apple and Amazon because they're already too fucking big. All the big ones, you ain't going to make money buying Microsoft, Intel, all these giant companies. How are they going to grow? Is Amazon really going to get any bigger? Is there another fucking world that I don't know about? They're already fucking worldwide. Where are they going to grow?
Yeah, I know my grandfather. He worked for AT&T his whole life, and he got a ton of fucking stock options in AT&T. So when he retired, he did pretty well for himself off that.
AT&T was a bust though, because like that was mostly landlines. Most of their business came from landlines, and then they obviously they have cellular too. But
he was able to. He retired a millionaire.
Well, that's good.
Actually, I know a guy that works for. He worked for a co-op grocery store for 30 years, and they have profit sharing too. And when he retired, he retired a millionaire too from that.
To hear about that, like normal people making it from these big corporate companies, they usually don't. Like, say you work at McDonald's or Walmart, they might give you shares in stock, but it's such a small amount that if you work there 30 years, it's like, well, I got $5,000 of Walmart stock, or it ain't really going to help you much. It's good to hear that some people actually make it like a big chunk of change.
Yeah, that is cool. It is rare though.
Good on him, man. Well, my friend's dad, he worked at General Motors. He had $300,000 of General Motors stock, and then it went to nothing. It went to zero. Like, oh, because you know what happened? It was like really high, maybe like $50, and then it started going down to like 30, and then 20, and he was reluctant to sell it. He's like, no, it'll bounce back. It'll bounce back. I'm like, no, man, they're gonna go bankrupt. Tell your dad just to start sell half of it, sell some of it. So if they file Chapter 11, he's going to get nothing. They're going to go to zero, and that's exactly what happened. To lose all that, man, to just watch it just dissolve without selling any of it, that's fucking foolish. And I could see that he's had it. Like he worked his whole, like I don't know how long he worked there, like 40 years or something. He worked a long time, and they would profit match, like whatever they would match whatever he bought. So he didn't diversify. He just kept buying GM stock, and they would match him, and he had a fuck ton of it. And he
I got to go on mute real quick because I got to use the bathroom, but I'm not leaving.
Yeah.
Have you been around in this Discord for a long time?
Me?
Yeah.
I haven't been here for a long time. I've been on this old server. Like, you mean in terms of I haven't logged in a long time? Or have I been? I've been here for like 5 years, but I haven't logged in for a long time.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, been?
I'm an OG here. Yeah, I've been around.
Okay, yeah, that's what I was asking.
Yeah.
Because I just noticed I've only been here since 2020. And I really haven't been
active,
like getting in the chat that much until like the last year. I've been in here a lot, and I've started to notice like there seems to be like a lot of infighting amongst
the members.
Like some of the OG members. I noticed.
Well,
is it kind of like cliquey? Like some people...
we argue amongst ourselves. It's not. It's like brothers fighting and shit. It's like you might hear us going at each other, but it's like brothers fighting. You know what I mean? You get in a fight with your brother, he's still your brother. Nothing personal. And the thing is, if there's no one else to argue with, sometimes we argue with ourselves. It's like we start fighting with ourselves.
Well, and I'm not talking about like flat Earth stuff. I'm just talking about like
I know about other topics.
Just like random stuff or like how things are done on the server. And
what are you going to talk about when there's like, okay, we already know it's flat, right? We already know that, and we talk about it all the fucking time, right? The regular members. What are you going to do when it's just us? We'll talk about different topics until some noob comes in and he wants to ask questions. Oh, great, we got a new guy, great. But a lot of times there ain't a new guy. The new guys have dried up because I don't think there is any ball earthers. There's not too many left. We fucking I mean, like now it's not like it was 5 years ago. 5 years ago, you guys are fucking retards. Like the earth is round. Ha, fuck you. Like they would come and troll us. We don't get that. Very rarely do we get someone like that. But we used to get it all the time. I was wondering that
the other day myself if you guys think that this server has sort of run its course.
Maybe because I think we might have hit a critical mass in the general population where everybody knows someone who's a flat earther. We may have accomplished our goal, or you know what I mean? Like there's no one left that hasn't heard of it, and a lot of people are even like on the fence. You know what I mean? That we're like globetards.
Mm-hmm.
So I think we probably got that magic number, like 50%, that tipping point. I think we're right there. Just the people, the 50% that know, are not vocal about it. They're still a little reluctant. So I think we're just maybe a year away from it just blowing up, like where it's not even a big deal to talk about. It's like yeah, it's flat, whatever. It's not taboo at all.
After that, what would be the next move?
It'll snowball really fast because so many people do know about it. In Brazil, it's already like that. It's already common knowledge. Like you talk to the guy at, say you go to a restaurant or whatever, gas station, they all fucking know. It's not some obscure thing. And when you think about it, like the globe is it's such an obvious psyop. It's like, how the fuck did they manage to trick this many people? It's like, how the fuck are they? And that lets you realize how good their network of propaganda is. How sophisticated it is to get away with something that's so obvious that they could literally trick this many people, and not just everybody. Even intelligent people are reeled in by this lie.
Yeah, it's almost like a magic trick.
It is. It is magic, dude. It's sigil magic, and it took generations. Like the programming with space propaganda, all that stuff they laid the groundwork for this lie. In poker, when you want to bluff, there's like little things you do to bluff. Maybe you do first a small bet, and then you take another card. Like say you only take one card, and then you bet again. So you're like, someone might think you have two pair, and then you got a full house or a flush. So then you're bluffing. Yeah, you're reeling them in. You're sandbagging. So they played the groundwork with all these movies. They brainwashed our grandparents and our parents. So we're like 3 or 4 generations into this globe lie. and then all the space shit. See, we're in outer space, and here's the Earth, the blue marble. It's all that propaganda, and that's your mind control.
Yeah, I know for me, you know, I mean, I went down every rabbit hole before I got to Flat Earth. And I never trusted government my whole life, and I never trusted NASA. I didn't believe in the moon landing. But when it came to the shape of the Earth, I never even thought about it. I never questioned it. I never even
Nobody did.
thought about it at all until one day I heard somebody talking about it. I was like, what is this? Why are they
When did
talking
you
about
first
it?
hear about it? What year was it?
Oh, man, I don't remember the year, but I think it was like 2015 or something.
That's when I got it. It was going viral back then. Back then,
Yeah,
YouTube was still. They would recommend it to you, right? I was looking into like other things, and it was showing up in my recommended list. I'm like, they're trying to infiltrate the 9/11 truthers and trying to discredit us because Google did not, or YouTube wasn't owned by Google. They didn't censor back then. YouTube was great back then. It had all kind of good truther videos, and they would recommend relevant stuff, right? I thought they were trying to recommend garbage with this flat earth stuff. I'm like, I'm not giving these fuckers any clicks. Fuck them. I know what they're trying to do. I'm not even giving them clicks. So I avoided it.
Started hearing about it one night. I was listening to Coast to Coast, and what's his name?
Art Bell.
Edward Hendry was on talking about his book.
Oh, fuck yeah. I love that guy. Yeah.
Yeah. And then I listened to that whole episode, and then I went and bought his book, read it, and, you know, it was over after that.
Dude, his book is so good.
Yeah, it's a really good book.
Him and Robotham are excellent. But he takes a lot of Robotham stuff. I mean, it's all there. It's been around for 100 years or more, right? The evidence is there. It's just that the thought never crossed my mind. It's like, why would that even be a thing? What's the point of even lying about it? I don't get, why is it like when Obama said, we don't have time for a meeting of the Flat Earth Society. What year was that? 2012, maybe? It was like before it became popular. I'm like, why is he even talking about that? I don't get it. Why is he? I know it was meant as an insult, right? Like, you guys are flat earthers. These people that don't agree with global warming they're probably flat earthers. Like, okay, he's taking a jab at them, making fun of them. Because everybody, right? Everybody knows it's a ball, right? You know it's a ball, but you really have no proof, but you know it's a ball, right? It goes without saying. It's obvious. Until you actually try and find some proof that it's obvious. Wait a minute. And that's what got me. And it didn't take me long to fall down this rabbit hole. Like, I watched one video, then another, then another. I stayed up 2 days. I stayed up 2 days in a row. Like, I didn't sleep. 48 hours. I didn't sleep. I'm like, oh my God. I searched everything I could find. Every type of video. I went online. I searched Flat Earth on Google and see what came up. The Flat Earth Society. I went there. I'm like, yeah, these guys seem kind of sus. So I went through all of them. And then I went out. I was watching the P900 camera long range videos. I watched the ones that dog cam. And I actually went and bought a P900. I'm like, maybe they're faking it. Because they were people zooming out to see at those oil rigs. They were doing that even back then. I'm like, holy shit. Can you really see that far? And then I seen the Joshua Nowicki pic, like the one of Chicago. God.
Yeah, I went out and bought not the P900, but the other one, the P1000 that came out after.
You bought the bigger one? Okay.
Yeah.
I got mine. There was no P1000. When I got in, when I first got it, there was no, back then they didn't have a P1000. And I always wanted more zoom too. I'm like, oh man, I wish I had more zoom. It was already a pretty bulky camera, but the P1000 is even bulkier. It's heavier. That thing, it weighs about 4 pounds, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's not light for sure.
Yeah, you need a sturdy tripod. You need a good tripod on the P900 too, because it's very sensitive to the hold. When you extend the lens, it gets a little bit wiggly.
Oh yeah, it's very wonky. It's hard to stay focused on something when you're zoomed all the way out.
Yeah, I know. Even shifting your weight on the pavement, when it's on the tripod, that even affects it. Just like me putting my weight from one foot to the other, it affects the focus. Like it'll bounce, and you know what I mean? I can make the lens bounce just by shifting my weight from one foot to the other. Yeah, because it's millions of miles away, right? What's that?
Still difficult. I said I got a pretty decent tripod for it, but it's still really difficult. So I like trying to zoom in on stars and shit, but man,
because the ground moves, dude. You're moving the ground a couple thousandths of an inch, and when you're on that fine of a focus, right, you're that zoomed in. Your field of view is fucking small, right? So even just shifting your ground, your body weight will move the ground just a little bit.
It's a pretty cool camera, though.
I wish I had the 1000, dude. The 1000. You got the manual focus ring that you could fine tune it. Mine is all. I could hit manual focus, but it's all done with electric motors. There's no manual turning of a lens to get that final focus. Like when you're looking through a scope, like a rifle scope, you get your focus ring and you can adjust it just right. Or you're looking through a microscope at something small, you can adjust it. Can't do that. Everything's just a toggle switch with a motor. So it's like, it's still autofocus. And I think my autofocus got a little bit fucked up because I was going from inside the house, outside in the wintertime. So you go from 72 to 0 outside. And I think it fucks with the camera, those little fine gears and stuff. I think some of them get messed up. The alignment. It's my price alerts going off for my crypto. I set price alerts.
I was gonna say, do you hear that? I thought I was going up for a second.
That's my price alerts. They're fucking. It's tripping out on the line, dude. There's a price line. It keeps tripping up back and forth on that line. Like every time it crosses the line, I get that fucking beep in case I'm sleeping and it does the crash. It'll wake me up.
Oh, okay.
At certain price points, like this price point here is where I wanted to buy, but I kind of missed the bandwagon. It's already bouncing back. I missed my buy-in. I was fucking around and it passed me up.
It seems like it never fails. Every time I jump in here around this time late at night, there'll be tons of people in here chatting, and as soon as I get in, like everybody leaves at once.
Everybody, dude, it's 3 a.m, man. I don't know why I'm still up.
Yeah, that's true.
Probably because I don't sleep and I fucking crypto trading and you don't get much sleep. Oh, yeah. The one I was telling you about, Luna, I was buying some of it. It was $110. It got up to that price and then it started crashing to less than $1. And then it got down to like just a couple cents. And then it got down to a third of a cent. I'm like, fuck it. I'm going to buy a little bit. So I bought like $50 worth of it. It was only a third of a cent. I'm like, I'll sell it. I'm gonna wait for it to bounce to 1 or 2 cents, and I'll triple my money or 5 times whatever. I'll just make it easy, at least double, right? I was thinking, oh, it kept falling. I'm like, oh fuck, it went from a third of a cent to like a tenth of a cent. I'm like, oh fuck, dude. So what I did is I just bought some more. I'm like, you know what? I got however many thousand of them for $50. I could buy that same amount for like $10. So I'll throw another $10 in. Okay, now I got like $60 in. And it kept falling and falling and falling. I'm like, holy shit, why does it keep falling? And I was catching it right near the bottom. I didn't know if it was the bottom or not, but it just kept falling in price. I'm like, dude, it just keeps like the price that I bought in at a third of a cent. Basically, it was like nothing because they kept adding more zeros. Dude, they keep adding more fucking zeros. And I was dollar cost averaging. I'm like, fuck, I'll just buy a little bit more and I'll see if I can Eventually, it's going to bounce, and then I'll sell it. It got to a point like I was just doing like market orders for $1 to see where I'm at, and I was getting 1 million coins for 1 million Luna coins for $1. So I did that for a little bit, like maybe another 10, 20. I think I had 100, 150 bucks in at that time, maybe a little less, maybe 120. And then it started bouncing back. And I'm like, okay, let's see how this thing goes. It was never going to go back to 1/3 of a cent because they printed way too many fucking coins. But I didn't need it to. I didn't need it to because I got millions of coins at those lower prices. I don't need it to go anywhere near that. Anyway, it bounced back maybe a couple hours later, and I'm like, well, let's see what it's worth. It was worth over 500 bucks. I'm like, oh, fuck yeah, I only got 120 bucks in this. It's worth 500. Let me sell half. So I sold half, and I'm just waiting. I'm like, what if this thing takes another dive? I'm thinking I still got 250 bucks. I wouldn't want to lose that because those people, like if I had just bought it at 1 cent or 1/3 of a cent, I would have lost 99.9% of my money, right? I would have basically lost all of it because it inflated. All the coins inflated so much. Anyway, I kind of psyched myself out. I'm like, fuck it. I'll bag my profit here. And if it dips down to like 1 million coins for $1, I'll start rebuying them because I got fucking 500 bucks. I could buy a whole lot of coins for 1 million of them for $1, right? I'll buy back in with all this money, this 500 bucks. Anyway, 12 hours later, if I had held it, I would have made 400 times my money. So if I would have left that 100 bucks in there or even 50 bucks of it times 400, I would have made a fuck ton of money just 12 hours later. And that's what I'm trying to catch. Something you'll never get that with a Roth IRA. You're never going to get and that was a really rare phenomenon. I misplayed those cards. And you're almost never going to catch the bottom, but I was catching the bottom at just the right time. And I didn't know it. Fuck, if I would have known it, I would have bought another couple $100 of it at that dirt cheap price and held on to that shit.
Well, I hope you hit one of these days.
Well, thank you, man. If I hit, I'll be a happy camper. I don't even need to hit the big one like that. I mean, I would have been happy. I mean, like I said, I was happy to make the 500 bucks or 400 bucks. I'm like, dude, that was fucking easy. Because everybody else lost their shirt, dude. It went from $110. If you bought it even at 1 cent or even at a half of a cent, you lost everything you put in. Like if I only bought it at 1/3 of a cent, the amount of coins I had for 50 bucks would be worth like 5 cents. So I turned 50 bucks into 5 cents. I basically lost all of it. Probably even worse than that because I was getting 1 million coins for $1. And that's the only thing that saved me is I was dollar cost averaging and getting so many of them. And I knew it wouldn't take much with it would take less of them to get out of the hole. I don't need it to go back to where I first started buying because I didn't know where the bottom was. Like, let's say it went from getting a million coins for $1 to getting 2 million for $1 or 5 million for $1. What's to stop it? They were inflating it so fast. They were just adding digits. And that's what made me sell it. I'm like, dude, they might just keep fucking, because it went to 9 trillion coins. It went from like 30 some million to 9 trillion in just maybe an hour. Like, holy shit, I never thought they'd print this many. My friend made a fuck ton of money with Dogecoin. He minted them himself. You know, like how they do mining, crypto mining. He earned them. He built a mining rig, and he had 1 million of them before it blew up and got big. And the Elon Musk thing, when he first pumped it up about a year ago, he pumped it up to about 75 cents, and then he sold off a lot of it when it was like 60 cents or 50 cents or whatever. He sold a good portion of it, so he made like $500,000. Not bad for getting them for free, but he still kept a lot of them, and now they're only worth about 5 or 6 cents. They ain't worth very much. I was telling him, like right after it crashed, well, not really crashed, but after the Saturday Night Live thing, they dropped from like 75 down to about 30 cents. And then it did a dead cat bounce. It rebounded up to like 55 cents. Dude, you should sell half of them. Because he still had 200,000 of them, which was worth like $110,000. I'm like, dude, you would not come and buy it at this price. If you had 110,000 in the bank, you would not take your $110,000 of savings and buy this fucking shit coin at this price. You wouldn't do it. So you should probably at least sell half of it in case this thing crashes like a lot further, like down to 5 cents or whatever. Then you'll lose this $100,000. And it pretty much did. I don't know what he did, if he wrote it all the way down. Because Dogecoin was literally made as a joke. You know what I mean? It was like a joke coin, a meme coin. But that shit made people a lot of money. Like if you got in it early, if you're in on the joke early, you made fucking bank. I wish I would have. That's why I'm waiting for the next crash. The next crash is right here upon us. It can go, these bear markets sometimes last a couple of years, and it could go a lot lower than where we're at here. And that's what I'm trying to get, like the next Dogecoin type return where it just does 100 or 1,000 times your money. But it's not unrealistic to get 100 times return or 200. And you'll never get that from the real big ones like Bitcoin, because it's too big to do 100x. I'm gonna call it a night, man. I'll talk to you later, whoever I was talking to.
Take it easy, man.
All right. See ya.
and it maybe just flies over the top of people because they don't really pay attention to the significance. And again, I'm going to repeat it. You don't know where you are. There is no true wisdom and guidance for what it is to be alive, to be a human being, and what's expected of you. In order for you to have that, there has to be objective facts. Now what you'll find is that there's no objective facts in regards to what it means to be a human, how we got here and what's expected of us. They are ideas produced by social engineers, people who want to control situations and utilise that control to their own ends, their own benefit. Right? And that's been done, and it's spread en masse. Right? And if you look back, there's a difference between natural living and natural community and people progressing through those means than what we've experienced through our life, because we have not been in a natural situation, we've been in an unnatural situation, a coerced, manipulated situation. But again, these were only ideas and products offered to people. The people bought into them and made themselves subject to it. Spoke about this previously, where people went on and on about the feminism movement and how feminism destroyed the family unit because it took women away from the nurturing home life and blah blah blah. That happened to men before that. The age of industry, consumerism took hold. Men were convinced through whatever processes to leave the family, to leave their communities, and to go and start contributing to a bigger picture, which they were probably told at the time would benefit the generations to come after in regards to the infrastructure, the roads, the rail network, the water systems, the electricity, whatever else. And again, these people at that time were hoodwinked, right? Because they probably done it from the best of interests, right? Thinking it would benefit those to come after them and whatever else. That's not what's happened, and we know that. Everything's been privatised. People are still having to pay tax. People are paying more tax now. People are having to work more hours for less money. Where's it getting better? Where's the alleviation of stress? Where's the resorting back to putting people back to their family units, enjoying life, enjoying each other, being at ease with each other, being at ease with life? That doesn't exist. The screw just keeps getting tighter and tighter and tighter. Right? Because there's a social engineer project going on that's been going on for multiple generations. Okay? So going back to the huge significant part of that is that think about it, right? Who has the right to assert over you what life is and what you should do with your life, and to gaslight you by utilising, fear of others' opinions or fear of not being accepted if you don't toe the line? You know fine well when you were a child, something was wrong. You knew as soon as the structure started to be imposed on you. And again, I'm not saying structure's no good. Structure can be healthy and very beneficial and help people to flourish. But this structure that was imposed on us is an unnatural structure. Because it's not there to instill freedom in you. People these days are rattling on about freedoms, this, that and the other. You were never free. You were never given the tools on how to be free. You were bullied and manipulated into acquiescing and being subservient to invisible non-entities known as governments and authorities. Now that idea is taken hold by other influencers like your school teacher or your mother or your father, where they adopt these ideas of authority and these structures and think, you just better behave the way I say because I'm authority and I'm telling you, follow and fucking pay attention, man. That's all I've ever had my whole life. A bunch of neurotic, idiotic, power-hungry, needy fuckwits trying to dictate and chastise everybody else into behaving the way they say you have to behave. That's just no good. That's not conducive to healthy living. It's never going to be. So again, people are subject to these things. They adopt certain aspects. They then feel like a failure. I'm not getting on in society. Everybody else seems to be getting on. Look at Facebook, look at the happy pictures. Everybody seems to be having a joyous time. Everybody looks as if they're getting on with it and doing the good stuff. Why am I not? Oh no. And then you recoil into yourself. Now you're doubting yourself. Now you're gaslighting yourself. But again, remember, You're the sole arbitrator of all of this stuff. There is no entities hardwiring your mind. You're the one that's giving your attention to it. You're the one that's adopting it. So when you don't have that success, and you realise you're no fitting in, you start to recoil, you start to withdraw. And further you withdraw into yourself and make yourself a victim. Then you start to disconnect from your own mind. And before you know it, your mind is running riot. You're no longer controlling your mind, the thoughts that are going on. You're now being subjected to the creation that you made. There's a saying, and I can't remember what it is, be very careful about what you ask for or where you place your attention. This system, this structure, is only going to cater to and have and offer success to a particular type of personality. Right? This is not a system or a structure that caters to the spectrum of personality. Right? You have to be, this is why certain institutions, certain corporations have a profiling system. Everything has a profiling system. Look at the military, a great example. You have to be profiled because they know only a certain type of mind, or a mind that they know they can influence, can fulfill the roles that are desired. That's the same with the structure of this. The ones that get in power, the ones that get extreme wealth, some of them might just be lucky. Right? But the majority of these people, the ones that climb the success ladder, right, have got certain personality traits, certain ways about them. So you're never going to find total success or achieve these things within this structure because you're not wired that way. And the sooner you accept that and embrace that, the better. Then you're going to relieve some of the stress and the anxiety because you're the one that's putting that pressure on yourself. Again, always bring it back, right? Nobody knows what we are here. Nobody knows what life's about. They're all just grasping at ideas and throwing them at each other. And then because somebody wants that to be the way, they're going to bully and intimidate other people into behaving that way because it suits them. You don't have to partake in any of that. Right? You need to embrace what you are, and only you know what you are. Know what you think other people want you to be, what you actually are. Okay? So mental illness and all these campaigners, right? We have to get to the root of the issue. You can deal with symptoms all day if you like. And you can try and play the hero to people. That's not going to help them. People don't need saviours. The only saviour that people need is themselves. Right? Because if you keep offering saviours, playing the victim, blaming the bad guy, waiting for a saviour, what do these things continually tell you? That you're not taking responsibility for yourself. You like playing the victim, and it becomes habitual. People become habituated to being a victim, and that becomes a pattern, a habitual pattern that they forget they created, and they spiral and they spiral and they don't know how to get out of it. But again, they created it. The reason I know all this stuff is because I've been here and I've done it. Right? I wanted to just curl up and be a victim. I learned very, very quickly from a very young age that wasn't helping me. Because I can lie there and cry and feel sorry for myself all I like. Nobody's coming to save me. People would come and maybe say, oh, they're there. Oh, they're there. But that never dealt with any of the issues. That never gave me clarity, comprehension of what was going on. That's just virtue signals. People that want to, feel good about themselves because they went, poor you, they're there, I'm a big saviour. I'll help you. We don't need fucking saviours, and the sooner we get rid of that type of mindset, the better. Right?
welcome to another edition of Anarchast, your home for anarchy on the internet and on around the world via satellite radio on the Liberty Radio Network and on over 140 radio stations in the U.S. We have a great guest coming on today. It's going to be an incredibly interesting episode. We've been talking about so many things lately, spiritual stuff. We've also been talking about economics. We've been talking about love, all kinds of stuff. We've been getting into all sorts of different areas. And one area we really haven't gotten into lately are conspiracy theories. And there's a lot to talk about that. And we actually, it's going to be an incredibly interesting episode. Let's just put it that way. We have who I consider to be the world's leading person trying to bring forth this theory on the flat Earth theory. And now, don't turn off your computer yet. Don't just laugh and go, these guys are crazy. Give us a minute or two here to talk about what we're talking about, because I've looked into this and it has some very valid points. And I'm not saying I believe in it at all, because I just found out about it about a month or two ago. But when you hear some of these points, you're going to go, whoa, this is very interesting. And so we're going to get into all of that. He's coming in from Bangkok in Thailand, in my old neighborhood where I used to live in that area. He's been there for about 10 years. His name is Eric Dubé. He's written numerous books, including The Flat Earth Conspiracy, The Atlantean Conspiracy, Spiritual Science, and Asbestos Head. He's very prolific. He's also very well-spoken and very well-written, which I found very interesting. He doesn't really come off as one of these wild, crazy sort of people at all when he's talking about these wild, crazy ideas. To some people, he comes off very professional, and you're going to see that. So stick around and at least see what he has to say, because I think you're going to find it very interesting, as I did. So let's get right into it, Eric. I got to ask you first thing. We got to check your credentials, make sure you're a good person, at least morally sound and person. How did you become an anarchist?
There you go. Yeah, just trying to find what is the viable system of government. What is the only morally viable system of government? As you start ticking down the list, it's like a process of elimination, and you find yourself an anarchist or a voluntarist, because it really is the only moral option. If you hold morality above dogma of any other sort, then you're going to come to the point where you realize that all the other forms of government, they include taxation, coercion, a monopoly of force, violence. And the word government itself just means govern, to control, like mental, the mind. So it's like mind control. And in reality, it doesn't even exist. It's an idea. There is no such thing as government. There's just people who believe in this idea of government and then use this fallacious power they've given themselves over everyone else. And everyone believes it. And so that's how we're kind of corralled by this belief system called government that doesn't even exist in the first place. So I'm into things that exist, and so that's why I'm into anarchy.
Yeah, government is conspiracy theory.
Yeah.
I really want to just jump right into this because I found it fascinating. Let me give you a little bit of the background about what happened here. So many people know that I've been researching many things over the years, not as heavily as you. I haven't written any books on it or anything, but I've been just looking into a lot of things. And I think the first one that just blew my mind was 9/11. And how anyone can look at what happened there and think that what the government said happened is true just goes to show the amount of mind control they have over people, because it's just physically impossible what they said happened. I'd like to see someone try to knock down 3 skyscrapers with 2 planes at free fall speeds in a laboratory experiment. Just build a model. Show me how that works. And then you go on and on. So 9/11, I'm 100%. There's not even a whisker of doubt that what the government said about it is not the truth. Once you see the evidence, you can't just think anything else unless you're completely brainwashed or totally deluded. And so I started looking into other things. I was like, well, if 9/11 wasn't what they said it was, what else isn't? And it's pretty much everything else. So I started looking into everything, and it's like every single thing was fake or some sort of a hoax or some sort of a setup. Even the Vietnam War, the Gulf of Tonkin, that's one's public, but no one talks about it, where the U.S. Army or Navy sank their own ship just to get into the Vietnam War, and that's actually been put out by them, and no one really notices. No one seems to care. As George Carlin said, they're all fairly not connected, so not paying attention. I guess the next one that really started to blow my mind was the moon landing. I'm not 100% sure it was fake, so I want to just be honest here. Like with 9/11, I will stand by it 100%. 100%, I have no doubt in my mind that that was not what they said it was. Moon landing, I'm about 98% now. I've been going up 1% per year for the last couple of years, the more I look into it. And so then I had a person send me some stuff on the flat Earth theory. And I was like probably what the people watching right now are doing, going like, oh, come on. Like, you know, they can't, like, that's too crazy. I know this other stuff sounded crazy at the time, but that's too crazy. The place where we live has been a total lie. So I ignored him, actually. And this is sort of like a friend. I didn't ignore him, but I just said, yeah, I watched a bit. I don't know. You know, that's too much. But he kept sending it. And then I started noticing all over the internet people talking more and more about it. So I'd watch another video or read another thing and look at this evidence. And finally, after a certain period of time, I was like, is there something to this? Because what's going on here? And then I came across you, and that's where this all started with me and you, is that I saw what you were doing. I watched a couple of your videos, your interviews, and you were the most well-spoken on it and the most rational. You've written a whole book on it, and you've got so much evidence on it. So I was like, well, and I found out you were an anarchist. I'm like, oh, well, that's interesting. He's actually a morally sound and a peaceful person, which is very rare. And that's a markup in my book any day. So maybe I should talk to this guy and see what's going on. So that's where we're at. I'm going to let you talk for as long as you want on this, and I know you're going to probably be giving us some images and stuff as you talk, if you'd like. I'd first just like to preface before you talk here that Aristotle said that it's the mark of an educated mind to be able to entertain a thought without accepting it, and that's all I'm saying here. I'm not saying that I have accepted the flat Earth theory. I'm just saying I'm entertaining it. I've seen they've got a lot of good information on why this could be true. And so I'm just going to let you go with that. So Eric, take the floor a little bit here and tell us, if you want, tell us a little bit about maybe how you found out about this theory or got into this theory, and then give us your best shot at explaining to someone who's never heard this before why this theory has potential or could be true.
Sure. When they first started explaining it to me in school, I do distinctly remember raising my hand and not understanding how the spinning ball Earth would keep people and the oceans from falling off the bottom, right? And they tried to explain gravity, and, okay, I'm shaking my head and writing down the answers, and, over time you see the NASA images and you just go along to get along, but it was always a nagging doubt in my mind, so I brought that into my 20s when I got into conspiracies with 9/11 as well. That was the first kind of breakthrough, unplugging me from the Matrix kind of event that got me into the whole conspiracy scene in the first place. So I definitely learned how to suspend judgment while you look at evidence like you were talking about, and you got to do that for this flat Earth thing, because you think you've got so much evidence and proof and that the Earth is a spinning ball. You've seen it from NASA, you've heard some proofs that your teachers have given you, you've seen the globe on the desk for years, but in fact the horizon, for instance, is always completely flat. And you don't feel any motion. So if you were just born today and looked out, you wouldn't assume that you're standing on a spinning ball. You'd assume that you were on a flat, motionless plane. So to assume that we are on a spinning ball is actually contrary to our common sense and our everyday experience. And there's also experiments that have been done to test whether we're on a spinning ball or not. For instance, amateur balloons have been sent up past 20 miles, amateur rockets as well, and the horizon rises all the way up with the camera up to 20 miles up, and it's flat all the way around. Now, in NASA images, they claim to be hundreds and hundreds of miles up, and then you start to see curvature. But if you notice, these images are often clearly CGI, computer graphic images, sometimes not so clearly. Sometimes the earlier ones were actually done through a round window, So they've used many different tricks throughout the years, but NASA is essentially Hollywood, and all the images that you think you've seen of a spinning ball Earth are faked. And all the amateur balloon and rocket footage that we've sent up there shows a flat horizon that rises all the way up. And that's impossible on a ball. No matter how big a ball is, as you rise up, you would have to look down to be able to see the horizon. The horizon would not rise up with you. That's a characteristic of an extended flat plane. And it's, when you're in an airplane, you can see out both windows and you can see the horizon at eye level at 35,000 feet and higher, both windows. But think about it. If you're on a ball, over a ball, no matter how big that ball is, you shouldn't be able to see the horizon out your plane window. Now, some people think that they see the curvature of the ball out their plane window, but in fact, they're just seeing the curvature of the glass because the windows are all slightly curved to fit with the fuselage. And when you look at the horizon through a window like that, it does give a slight effect. And GoPros and traditional cameras, wide-angle fisheye lenses, they also give this kind of effect. So a lot of footage you'll see of the horizon, it'll warp. And sometimes it'll be convex, sometimes it'll be concave, but as the camera stops moving and stops tilting, it will always pan out to completely flat and on level with the camera. Again, this is just impossible on a ball. It doesn't matter how big the ball is. The ball could be 10 times larger. They tell us it's 25,000 miles in circumference. Even if it was 25 million miles in circumference, if you're above it, you're above it. You would have to look down to the horizon. But you just never will on the Earth, the actual Earth. So the horizon proof is one obvious one, a go-to. Another one is just the natural physics of water. It's the natural physics of water to find and remain at level. If water is dammed up and then released, it will flow out in all directions until it becomes level again. But on a spinning ball Earth, we would have to have oceans that were hundreds of miles of curved water. And this is impossible. I mean, they can't show you any example of this happening, but they claim this is what's happening on the Earth. And then they claim that there's a force called gravity that holds these oceans in just so, you know, that it's strong enough to hold the oceans in, but weak enough to allow, you know, bugs to take off and smoke to rise out a chimney. So the magical force of gravity, which was created by knighted Freemason Sir Isaac Newton, is basically their go-to answer that explains away anything they have a problem with. Gravity is what they say caused the Big Bang somehow. Gravity is what formed the planets and the sun. Gravity is what causes the planets to orbit around the sun and moons to orbit around planets. Gravity is what causes the water to stick to the planets. Gravity is what causes the tides from the moon. You know, you name it, gravity does it, as far as they're concerned. But in the flat Earth model, gravity is just density or buoyancy. In other words, an object in a medium, depending on their relative densities, will float or sink based on the friction between the two. So whether it's a gas, liquid, or solid, dense things sink and light things float. There really is an up and down in nature. They try to tell us that everything's a ball, and so up and down is an illusion. People in Australia are hanging upside down, and they don't know it. So that's another philosophical impossibility that kind of get us to believe by thinking that gravity sucks everything into the center of the ball and holds us under the ball. Meanwhile, gravity causes planets to orbit around us. So like I said, when they want to, gravity causes some things to stick to and we could become central, and sometimes it causes them to orbit things. Sometimes it causes big bangs, apparently. Yeah, gravity's a big catch-all term for whatever they want it to be.
Am I right on that I heard that gravity really has never been proven? Like, what did they say gravity is? Like, do they even have like some sort of model, or is it just a word?
Yeah, they've got plenty of calculations, and you know, you can look at Wikipedia, and they've got pages of complex mathematics that I have no idea what it means, and supposedly it all has to do with gravity. But again, in actuality, everything can be explained through density and buoyancy without assuming that there's this magical pulling force that pulls things towards the center. They call it a mutual attraction of masses, and that a mass, by virtue of its mass alone, causes this force called gravity, which causes other smaller masses to orbit or stick to those larger masses. But they can't actually show you any example in nature where this happens. They can't show you some object that's so massive, why can't they create some CERN, massive thing that's so massive and dense enough that they could at least cause a dust bunny to gravitize around it? They can't create any sort of experiment to prove that this gravity exists, but yet it's their catch-all explanation for everything that they can't explain. So really the science that people think is so solid that we've been believing with gravity and astronomy and the whole Big Bang cosmology with billions of planets and stars and suns and all this is all science fiction. What's actually going on is we're on a flat plane. I don't know how far the flat plane goes. That's still a mystery. But the sun, moon, stars, all the celestial bodies rotate around us. And this has been proven, too. Since the 1800s, they've done experiments. You can look up Airy's failure is one. George Airy put water in a telescope to slow down the starlight coming in, and comparing it with control telescopes, you're able to see whether it's the starlight that's moving over us relative to a stationary Earth, or is it the moving Earth rotating under a relatively stationary star. And this and many other experiments by Michelson, Morley, Gale, Sagnac, and some others in that time proved that the celestial objects in the sky are all revolving around us, and we are completely still. Those conclusive findings, however, were philosophically debunked by Einstein and his relativity theory, where he banished the absolute ether to absolute relativity and said that you can't determine what is the most central thing in the solar system, and even what is moving around what, essentially, because everything is moving and everything is relative to everything else, and we don't know where the center or the edge of the universe is. So it's like absolute relativity is what I call it. It's a paradox, but through this philosophical paradox of absolute relativity, they banished these conclusive experiments that prove that the Earth is stationary and everything's revolving around us. Since then, we've had planes that can prove even further that the Earth is stationary, helicopters as well. You'd think if the Earth was revolving under us, you could just hover up in a helicopter and the Earth would revolve underneath, and then you could land when your destination got to you. But of course, they tell us that the magic of gravity holds the atmosphere to the spinning ball too, and so, relatively speaking, you're moving with the ball. Okay. But they've done experiments with projectile cannons as well as planes taking off in all cardinal directions. And if the Earth was spinning 1,000 miles per hour eastward, as they say, and the average commercial airliner goes about 500 miles per hour, your eastward destinations should come up behind you long before you ever reach them. That's just a fact of this. But it's not the case that going in any direction changes the resistance or speed of a airplane. So, and you can imagine how difficult it would be to try to land on a runway that was going at 1,000 miles per hour. Pilots land at all 360 degrees. If the Earth was actually spinning tilted 23 degrees on its axis like that, the only way it would be able to come in on the runway would have to be on very specific angles, otherwise it would be totally off. But again, they just tell you the magic of gravity and the Velcro of the atmosphere somehow makes it so that that's all negligible. Another thing they say is negligible is that, if the Earth was a ball and you're flying over it, you'd have to descend gradually to stay at the same altitude. But it's not the case. Whenever pilots are flying, they go up to their desired altitude, they level off, and their artificial horizon remains level, and they just keep on going until they're ready at their destination, ready to come down. at 500 miles per hour, they would actually have to descend approximately a half a mile every minute just to stay at the same altitude. And this just doesn't happen. If the Earth was a ball and they didn't descend, after a half hour you'd be out into outer space just from going straight, right? I can go on. Like I said, yeah. I've written a book about it. Maybe what I should ask you instead, which is more fun, is why do you think you're on a spinning ball, Jeff?
Well, I don't. I'm glad you asked me a question on that because I have a lot of thoughts on that. I was just thinking as you were writing or talking. Sorry, I was writing, trying to take some notes. What I've found in my life is that, okay, I'm going to give you an example. I started off more the economic side of things when I started to wake up. So my first introduction to, hey, maybe we don't need government, maybe government is evil, was after the tech bubble burst in 2000, and there would seem to be no explanation for it. So I started looking into how the money system worked, and the very first book I read was The Creature from Jekyll Island, and I was like, whoa, this is not what you're told. And then I just kept looking into it, and the further I looked into it in Austrian economics and stuff, and, back then, especially, I was like, hey, I've got to learn this economics because, I have to understand how this system works. I'm quite involved in the financial monetary systems, investing, things like that. If I don't understand economics, that's crazy. And I looked at, what they teach you in school, and it's all these formulas and craziness and Keynesian sort of craziness. We add up all these numbers and then that tells you what the economy will do. It's like, okay, so I was like, well, I'm not smart enough for that kind of stuff. But then I found the Austrian School of Economics, and they're like, no, you just look at everything from first principles. You just say, this is the way it is, and you go from there. You don't need all these formulas and stuff. And so what I've discovered over time is that in the economics profession, there's a ton of garbage they just teach you in school, and it actually makes it look really confusing. And you have to be this super genius in math to even think about becoming a really serious economist. But what I found out is most of that stuff, or quite a bit at least, is totally just BS. It has nothing to do with anything. It's useless at the very best. And so when you ask me, why do I believe that I am on a spinning ball or whatever, what came to mind is that, a few years ago, I looked into it's called the Thunderbolt of the Gods, the electric universe theory. We'll put a link to that video down below. And the same thing with astronomy. I was like, oh, I don't know. They've got all these computer models, and I'm not very good at math. That's my thing. And I was like, how could I ever even understand any of this stuff? And then I watched the Thunderbolt of the Gods, the Electric Universe theory, and it just made sense. They just asked questions like, why does a comet have a trail of stuff coming off of it, ice or whatever it is, if it's, they've got all these things. And I was like, that makes total sense. If you watch the Thunderbolt from the Gods, you'll understand what I'm saying. And so basically I've come to the conclusion that I just have to use my own brain and my own senses and my own ability to perceive information and go from there. I can't listen to these professors and PhDs because I think they're mostly just spinning garbage. And so that's why I'm so open to what you're talking about, because you're right. I don't feel like I'm on a spinning ball. I might be. I don't know. This is a very new idea, by the way, started by the Masons, 500 years ago or whatever. And before that, it was fairly understood you were on the flat Earth. Then something happened. Some people took over and started killing you if you said you weren't. And then so yeah, it is definitely all the perceptions that I have go with your theory, and that's why I'm attracted to it. Maybe it's that physical law of attraction or whatever. I'm open to these ideas. I'm listening to you and writing notes as you speak because it makes so much sense.
Right on. So, thinking about it, back to your education, do you remember any proofs that you were taught as to why you're on a spinning ball? Why is the Earth a ball? Or things you've seen on television, perhaps?
Well, I just didn't go to school much. I think that's why I am able to think fairly freely and not just listen to dogma and not just accept and repeat what I'm told. But no, I think it's mostly just growing up in a situation where, like you said, you got that globe on the desk. You listen to the news or anything, and they talk about NASA did this in outer space, and here's the photos of the Earth, which now that I look at them, they all look fake. But so yeah, I think you're just sort of ensconced in this sort of environment where these things are just never brought up, and so you just assume it must be the case.
Yeah, you got it, man. And yeah, like you're saying, the people that are the most indoctrinated are the professors and the people who've looked into this so much. They've just been buying what is being told to them by authority, and so they're arguing from authority, and you can see it in the comment sections of everything I make. The argument is always from authority. When you argue from evidence, experience, and experiments, you're going to come to a flat, motionless Earth every single time.
Yeah, I'm sure we're going to have a million comments down below. And, I have this one, there's a few people every now and then that say this. They say, you're hurting the liberty movement by talking about things like this, because a lot of people think this is crazy, including myself, they say. And, it's usually some little loser. And I've had this happen even just in the last few weeks. Just some loser who's never done anything. And he's like watching you because, he's never done anything. So he's got to watch everything you're doing. And they'll say, you can't talk about this stuff because you're hurting the liberty movement. It's like, fuck off. You're not doing anything for the liberty movement. I'm working like morning to night on it. I've probably brought in more people than most people into the liberty movement in the last few years. So yeah, go, take a walk, you're a bunch of losers. So we'll see that down in the comments down below. But let's talk to the people that are really the science, or as I'm starting to call it, scientism, after I got that word from Mark Passio. There's going to be a lot of people who are really into the science. And, hey, don't get me wrong. I think it's possible that the science stuff is right. I don't know. I have to see with my own eyes more to see it. But they're going to say stuff like, what about when they, there's all these scientific sort of reasons why, that this can't be right. Maybe you can talk about a few of those sort of things that you debunk a little bit from the flat Earth theory, how some of these, what the people are going to say about how science proves this is wrong. Like, for example, some experiments or something like that. I'm sure you know more about it than me.
Sure. Yeah, this is what I was trying to get out of you in the first place. So, so for instance, people will usually come at you with, well, what about circumnavigation? That's one you learn in school. We can circumnavigate the globe, so it must be a globe. You can go all the way around it. So if the Earth was flat, you couldn't go around a flat Earth. But the flat Earth model, what we're looking at here is, imagine a disk with Antarctica being an ice ring all around it, and the oceans being held in, and the North Pole at the middle. So with this model, circumnavigation just means east to west, like a compass point, set it in the middle. You can trace a circle. And Magellan's journey, for instance, basically was that, with a few inlets and outlets along the way. All he did was go around from east to west, the flat Earth. This doesn't prove that you're on a globe or a flat Earth either way. It can go either way. So basically, the circumnavigation proof is not a proof at all. It could happen regardless of whether the Earth was flat or a ball. Another scientific proof that they'll come at you with is that ships, as they're disappearing on the horizon, as they get further and further away, the bottom, the hull, will start to disappear before the masthead. And so what's happening is it's slowly going over the curvature of the Earth. It's going over the ball. And this is, Aristotle used this. This has been a proof of the ball Earth for a long time. The ball Earth has been theorized back as far as Pythagoras 2,500 years ago, but it didn't really pick up steam until 500 years ago. But so anyway, yeah, this one is one they use a lot. But in actuality, if you use binoculars, a zoom camera, a telescope, after the ship has completely disappeared over the horizon, you can bring it completely back into view, proving that it hasn't descended over a wall of convex water. But in fact, it's just gone beyond your perspective. The horizon line is not the curvature of the ball Earth, as you're told. The horizon line is the vanishing line of perspective from your point of view. And that's why as you raise altitude or on a clearer day or with a zoom camera, you're able to see further and further along the horizon. It's not a fixed point as it would be on a ball, as they tell you. So again, this is another supposed scientific proof of the ball Earth, but when you do experiments yourself with a telescope, you can see that that's bunk, and in fact, you've proven the opposite.
And just, I know there's going to be a lot of people who are going to be devil's advocating, watching this. So I'll do it for them because I've asked these questions as well. So my question was, why, if it's a flat Earth, why couldn't you stand on the coast of California with a telescope and see Japan or Hawaii or something? And I think you know the answer to that. I'll let you answer that.
Yeah. You can't see an unlimited distance, regardless of whether the Earth is flat or a globe. And the lowest layer of the atmosphere is the densest and not transparent. So if you imagine like a hot, humid day, the haze over a road, all telescopes will eventually blur out in that same kind of way due to the air. So no, you can't see an infinite distance. And the reason people think this, again, is they think that when they point their telescopes up, that they're seeing starlight from trillions and trillions of miles away, because that's what they've been told by NASA. Now, in fact, you can measure with sextants and plane trigonometry how far away the sun, moon, and stars are, and they figure to be only a few thousand miles off the surface of the Earth. But they tell you that they're, like, the closest star is 25 trillion miles away, 4.2 light years away. Their science fiction term they created to make it sound more plausible. And the reason they give these ridiculously long distances to the stars is because they have to for it to fit their model. Because day after day, year after year, the fixed stars stay fixed in their constellations as they revolve over and around us. But what they say is that the Earth is spinning, and it's spinning around the sun, and the sun is spinning around the Milky Way, and the Milky Way is spinning around the known universe. And so you've got spinning upon spinning, and it's faster and faster, all these multiple spins happening. But if this is the case, you'd see movement in the stars. So the only way they can claim that you don't see movement is to use this ridiculously huge mathematics to make the math fit. So if you say the closest star is 25 trillion miles away, then you can still say that, oh, there's no parallax change between the fixed stars every year because they're just so far away. But no, you can't see that far through even the best telescope. And by the way, the Hubble telescope doesn't exist, and all the images supposedly coming from the Hubble telescope are wonderful CGI Photoshop. Look again.
Yeah, I was just looking that up yesterday. So, I'm just like looking at, okay, let's go look at what the Hubble telescope things are. I've never looked at them. I don't care that much. I'm busy doing my own thing. So I said, well, what's this Hubble taking anyway? So I went and looked at the images, and these images are, wow, these are amazing. Like, how are they getting such amazing images? Like, why don't they turn it back around on the Earth and get some really amazing images of the Earth? Like, they don't really have any images of the ball Earth that's ever been taken, right? Like, that was my question. And I actually had another one too, was about Antarctica. This is a really interesting one in my opinion, and I want to hear your answer. It appears like no one has ever crossed Antarctica from one side of the Earth to the other side of the Earth, even in a plane. Which seems insane to me, and maybe you know of some evidence that they have, but I don't know of any. Or at least someone's claiming that they have. And so I was sort of chatting with a friend the other day, because I've been so interested in this, I've been looking it up, and I said, well, if, we really just need to get a plane and fly it over Antarctica, like just to see what's going on. And my friend who doesn't know anything about your theories or anything, he said, oh, no, it's just way too cold. And I'm like, well, they fly over the North Pole pretty much all the time. And he said, no, it's just way too cold. It's too big, too, down there. And I said, well, in the 1960s, they had the technology to fly to the moon, which is way colder and way hotter, play some golf, drive around in a golf cart, and come back. Why can't we ever get a plane to fly over Antarctica? So I'll let you respond to that one.
Absolutely, exactly. That's exactly what they say. They say that it's too cold, and that's why there aren't these flights. But there's flights from Australia to South America, for instance, that if the Antarctica is a little ice continent underneath the ball, as they tell us, then you should take the most direct flight. But they don't take the most direct flight in all these cases. They go around, the long way around, and the excuse they give is that it's too cold. And like you said, well, that doesn't make any sense because it's way colder and hotter out there on the moon and on the way to the moon that they supposedly went. So why is Antarctica giving them such a problem? And,
they haven't gone to the bottom of the ocean yet. The more you think about it, it's like a lot of things don't make any sense. It's like, well, if they can do this, why can't they do that? And if they can do that so easily, why can't they just fly over the Antarctica? And then, of course, as you know, and you mentioned Antarctica is pretty much a no man's zone. It's a militarized zone. If you try to get in there, you'll probably be turned back. So they don't want you to know what's there, from what I can tell.
That's right, yeah. People like Jarl Anderhoy have been turned away when you try to just go there on your own without one of their pre-approved tour groups. They will turn you away at gunpoint, fine you, and put you in jail. They don't take kindly to that at all. And yeah, they don't want you to expose the hoax. There's a UN treaty that's been going on since the 50s there, so they don't let anyone in there other than their pre-approved guided tours that they take people to the fake South Pole. They've got a ceremonial South Pole there at an arbitrary point along the Antarctic ice, and they take people there. It's a little barbershop red and white pole, and there's a ball earth on top of it. And they take they take photos there and tell people that they're at the South Pole. And it's interesting, though, you can hear on a BBC clip them talking about how, well, it's not actually the South Pole. The real South Pole is somewhere, several meters away. And so they tell us that this spinning ball Earth model is that the magnetism of the ball Earth happens from the molten metal core in the middle of the ball, and it causes the geomagnetic poles to constantly shift. So the North and South poles are constantly moving. So this is their perfect excuse that they can give for when people go to the South Pole and break out a compass and see that North isn't in every direction as they go around the pole. They can just say, oh, well, the pole's constantly moving, so there's no way that you can find it. And in the North Pole documentaries, they never break out a compass there either, nor do they give any star readings to prove that they actually are at the North Pole. So I'm quite skeptical of all the footage I've seen claiming to be at the North Pole or the South Pole. Whether they're actually there. They just show a Garmin, which is GPS, Global Positioning System, which is created by the U.S. military. And I'm not trusting the U.S. military just to show me 90 degrees north latitude on a Garmin, and I believe that they're where they say they are. So yeah, I have some serious questions about why people can't go to the North Pole or to Antarctica and independently explore it. Pilots are also not allowed to go over there independently. They have some polar routes, they're called, but they don't go directly over the North Pole, and nor do they ever circumnavigate under the supposed ball from one side of Antarctica to the other. They always go around. You can check for yourself on all these flights. If the Earth was really a ball and they can survive the cold of outer space, they should be able to fly a straight route across Antarctica.
Yeah, you'd think we'd have the technology for that. To just fly a plane from South America to, I guess, what's on the other side in their theory, Africa or something. Well, I think we should push for this. Let's do like a crowdfund or something to try to do the first manned aircraft flight over Antarctica. We probably need about at least I don't know what we need because if your theory is right, they probably won't be coming back because they'd get so far that they wouldn't have any gas to get back. And I don't know what's out there, but probably not anywhere good to land. And who knows, but or they get shot down. That's probably the other thing, especially as it got public. So If you're a really rich guy out there, if you're a billionaire and you want to do something super cool for humanity, and you're willing to die, try to fly over Antarctica and see what happens, and try to get us that information back somehow in real time using some sort of radio frequencies or something, so that we know what you see before you die, as you either get shot down or something else happens probably. Or if you get to the other side, great, then this theory's wrong and that's it. But this is what we have to do is question these things and look at real evidence. And like you pointed out, after everything I've seen, I don't listen to anything the government says. I don't believe anything the government says, and that's where I start. So you said, oh, the government says here's your Garmin with your GPS. It's like, well, who made up GPS? Oh, the U.S. military. Okay, I don't believe it. I believe those numbers are there, and I believe they actually work on where we live to get from place to place. But as far as it being a whole theory that makes sense, and I'm just going to take it from them, no.
Absolutely. Yeah, I'd like to see some experiments done like that. If people could get a drone or a plane, either the North Pole or Antarctica, or take ships out there and try to walk it out. Somebody could fund Matt Boyland. He was trying to get an expedition to go from any entry point in Antarctica in a straight line and see whether he comes out the other side or what happens. What else could people do? I'm up for anything. I would love to see people who are, once you figure out this is definitely what's going on. As far as I'm concerned, we don't actually need to do this to figure out the Earth is not spinning and not a ball. That's been decided. But as far as what's beyond the Antarctic ice, that I don't know. Whether there's an edge, a barrier, a dome, or an infinite plane and it just goes on forever. Who knows?
Yeah, we should point out that it is kind of dangerous to talk about these things. There was David Cameron, the prime sinister or the prime murderer of the UK, was at the One World Government headquarters, the UN, which actually uses the flat Earth as a flag. That's very interesting. And he said that the non-violent extremism is just as dangerous as terrorism and must be eradicated using all means at the government's disposal. He references 9/11 and 7/7 truthers, examples of the type of extremism that must be dealt in a similar fashion to ISIS. And of course, the U.S. government and the CIA is ISIS. So, but no, this is quite serious. What he's saying is that they should kill us if we question what they're saying. And so, for people out there, if you're wondering why you don't hear a lot of these other theories, or especially this theory, it's probably because people are too scared to say it. Like if we're gone in the next few months and I die of a heart attack or something, and Eric, whatever, some strange car crashes unexpectedly, pretty much you can assume that we probably got taken out. But what we got to do is spread this information. And I'm not saying, again, I'm not 100% on the flat Earth. I'm going to need to see more evidence, but I think the evidence is incredibly compelling to the point where I will continue to look into it for sure. I think it is a point, though, as well, that David Cameron said that us people who are questioning what they're saying essentially is what he's saying, and actually rationally looking at the evidence. He's saying that we're as dangerous to them as terrorism. And that's actually right, because if enough people wake up and look at all the evidence and listen to their own senses and what they're seeing, and not to some professor on TV who's got all these charts and numbers that you don't understand and probably no one understands, and if anyone understands it, they probably don't even get that how it relates to anything. They're just like math freaks or something. This actually is dangerous to the government, and he's right. And so they're going to try to shut it down any way they can. So we have to just get this information out there. I'm not saying, again, that I'm a flat earther yet. Man, the more you look into it, I'm going to have to see some real solid evidence that I can see with my own eyes to prove one way or another at this point, I think.
Yeah, man. The second president of the International Flat Earth Research Society, Charles K. Johnson, he had his house burned down and all of his flat earth materials, books, correspondence, his whole library, and he swore till his dying day that it was a NASA agent that did it, who also tried to kill him on more than one occasion. So there's definitely that aspect to it. They also have controlled opposition set up to defer people away from the legitimate flat earth. So for instance, the International Flat Earth Research Society I just mentioned was started in 1957, and in 1970 they started out the Flat Earth Society, of Canada, and then they took off the word Canada right away. And this one was a satirical society set up to control the opposition, to make it look ridiculous. And they did a wonderful job. Their president, Leo Ferrari, would go on television interviews claiming to be a flat earther, but then doing ridiculous things like taking on a big rock and saying, I was just at the edge of the earth and I almost fell off. I lost all my shipmates, but I held on to this rock and I saved me. And so I just brought this here from the edge of the flat earth to show you. And he'd say things like this. And nowadays, the Flat Earth Society promotes false flat Earth arguments, such as the flat Earth disk constantly rising to account for gravity. They say instead of the force of gravity pulling us down, the flat Earth disk constantly rises up. And they claim that this is what flat Earthers believe. But as I said earlier, we don't take gravity as being real in the first place. We just take experience and experiments, the zetetic method as it's called, just common sense. You don't need to, Occam's razor, you don't need to make unnecessary assumptions and call something gravity when it's completely explained with the already existing laws of density and buoyancy. So that's characteristic of their pseudoscience that's nowadays taught as science. And when somebody presents you with ideas of a flat Earth or a geocentric system, that's thought of as ancient pseudoscience that our ignorant ancestors believed, when in fact the experiments, experience, evidence, common sense is actually on that side. And we've been fed a bill of lies, pseudoscience, for so long that we believe it to be science.
Yeah, they always try to flip everything like to be the opposite of what it really is. And when I say they, I don't know exactly totally everything about all this stuff, but it appears to be Freemasonry seems to be a big one involved in what they call the occult, the hiding the knowledge. Occult just means hidden. And for whatever reason, over the last few hundred years, it looks like they have just decided they don't want people to know what life is. They want to totally try to confuse them in every single way, including the money system. If you're in the U.S. and you pull out a $1 bill, just look at the back of the $1 bill. That's the Masonry symbol, the all-seeing eye pyramid. So you have an occult symbol in your pocket. So this is not crazy theories. This is what's going on. I've heard that what they're trying to do is trying to get humanity away from God, whatever God is, spirit, gods, from themselves, from understanding truth, from being human, basically. And I don't know why they're doing that, and I don't know if it's satanic, or I don't know if they're just screwed up psychopaths. I don't know, and maybe you do know. And if you feel you have some evidence on that, let me know. But isn't that right that it's basically been sort of from Freemasonry? They've been trying to hide this knowledge for a long time. And if it is true, do you know why they're trying to do it?
Yeah. Like you said on the dollar bill, the mono eye, that's the one eye of Freemasonry, of the Illuminati, whatever you want to call it. So money is definitely part of the scheme. As you mentioned, the UN, their symbol, their logo, their flag is a flat earth. And it's divided like a target, like a bullseye. It's divided into 33 sections. And, there's 33 degrees of Freemasonry. The first 3 degrees are called the blue degrees. The flag also happens to be blue. So you've got that encoded there. And then the people who originally brought us the spinning ball Earth from all the way back to Pythagoras and Copernicus, Galileo, Newton, Kepler, these people are all Freemasons as well. I showed in my Freemasons Exposed book, there's pictures, paintings of them doing Freemasonic hand signs, standing with Freemasonic objects and everything. And of course, nowadays, the NASA astronauts are unabashed Masons. You can just look online and find that literally every astronaut that claims to have walked on the moon, and every astronaut that even claims to have been in Earth orbit is a Mason, or their father was a Mason, and it's openly admitted. So this deception has been orchestrated by and acted out by these actronauts, or astronauts, depending on how you look at it. They're Freemasons, on the mathematical, astronomical side, as well as the exploratory astronaut side, the whole thing. Even the Hollywood side, Hollywood is run by Freemasonry as well. So the special effects, everything they're using, right from their gravity, think of the G in the compass and the square, another possible meaning for that G. You've got God, geometry, gnosis, and perhaps gravity, their biggest deception. And you can see even Masons today, like Neil deGrasse Tyson and Carl Sagan, they're always given their little Masonic hand signs and whatnot. So it's definitely part of the big boys club that's given us every other deception, and it's worth looking into based on that alone. And the more you look into it, the more you're going to find that, like you were saying, the reason they've done this is to position themselves as the authority. Once they tell you that because of their special telescopes and their special rockets and all these technologies that they have that you don't, that are able to see out into the cosmos and determine all of these things, that they are the authority. And so you have to go to them. You have to watch their documentaries. You have to go to Neil deGrasse Tyson, and you got to prostrate yourself at his feet and ask, "Oh, mighty NDT, tell me, please, what is the universe like?" And you give up your own common sense and your own experience to him, and he tells you that you're on a spinning ball, and he tells you all the, he weaves quite a nice story, and he does a lot of nice little NLP stuff. I don't know how he does it. Well, you got the Mason hand signs going, you got the little NLP, you got the flat earthers over here, and the ball earthers over here, So they've got all their little magician tricks that they're using, from CGI to zero-G planes to underwater pools, to make you think that they're floating in outer space. But in reality, what goes up must come down. There is no point where you can just go up in a rocket and suddenly pop out into the nothingness, the vacuum of infinite space, they call it, which is a paradox if I've ever heard one. How can there be a vacuum in infinite space when it's adjacent to an atmosphere and not separated in any way? You can't have a vacuum. And how does gravity pull you back to the Earth, but then get less and less to the point that you float? How does that happen? And they say that the atmosphere is spinning because the gravity is sticking it to it. So if you figure that, the Earth is spinning at 1,000 miles per hour, but then as you go up higher and higher, the atmosphere must be spinning even faster because it's further away from the point of the center of rotation. So as you're going up in your rocket, you're going through layer after layer of constantly faster and faster spinning atmosphere hitting your rocket until finally you pop out into non-spinning vacuum of infinite space, says NASA. Interesting that we all buy this and just accept this, even though it's physically and philosophically impossible. We just watch a little CGI image and a little camera trickery. You splice a rocket launch together with something else, and then you think that they're in outer space. But again, if you use your eyes and you watch those rockets, you'll see that they don't go straight up. Every single rocket forms a parabolic curve, just like every amateur rocket, just like any projectile that you would send up. It couldn't just go straight up and keep on going until you go into outer space. It comes right back down. So, but what does NASA tell you when you ask them the question, well, why is there a parabola formed by all of your rockets? Well, that's because it's going to spin around the ball Earth before it reaches escape velocity, and then it will go out into outer space from there. Right. I've seen a documentary full of nothing but NASA rocket launch failures, and if you just watch that, I don't think you'll be able to believe that they've put a man on the moon or even put a rocket out as far into outer space as these supposed ISS images are coming from. It's absolutely ridiculous. The technology we have is nothing like the science fiction that we've been shown.
Yeah, it's amazing. So much deception. I was talking, we could talk forever about this. I don't want to keep you too long. And if people really like this, we can have Eric back on another time to do it and maybe answer your questions or whatever. And if you don't like it, then that's the last time he's on because I need ratings. So I'm just joking. So I was chatting with a friend who again was because he's a very science guy, which is fine, whatever, whatever. And he said, we started talking about the space station, and I said, why do they even have the space station? Why don't they just put it on the moon? And he was like, well, no, they want to have it there because they want to study orbits or whatever. And I said, okay. And I said, well, why don't they just put one on the moon? It was so easy, like 45 years ago, just to fly up, drive around a go-kart, play golf, take some really awesome, amazing pictures and then just, hop in like this little tinfoil thing and then float in outer space and then come back and then it was really easy back then. I don't know what's changed since then, but why don't they put like something on the moon, like, because now I'm hearing they're starting to talk about Mars, and they're like, we want to do put humans on Mars and start a colony. It's like, why don't you do it on the moon? It's so much closer, according to what you guys say. It's like, and it'd be so much easier. And if it's so easy to get to the moon, the guys on the space station should, just every weekend go to the moon. Why not? They're already out there. It's just like, bloop, hop in that little tinfoil thing and just, land down, no problem, go, drive around a bit, have some fun, then come back. It'd be like a nice little weekend getaway, because the hard part's really, according to them, getting outside of the atmosphere, right? So once they're out there, just take off to the moon for the weekend, but they never do. No one's ever going there. I don't know why. It's strange.
That's a good point. Yeah, why haven't they been back there in 45 years? And if you look at the moon on a clear night during a waxing or waning cycle, you can see through it. Especially if you look during the afternoon, you'll notice that the supposed craters on the moon, you can see the blue sky right through those craters. Just look up, type in moon afternoon or something in Google and take a look. Or when you can see the moon sometime around 4 or 5 o'clock, when it's still, the sky's still blue, the sun's still out a little bit, but you still got the moon there, you'll notice that what is called craters is clearly not craters. And the supposed solid globe-shaped moon that they've presented us with cannot be the case, because you're seeing right through it. And even astronomers from the Royal Astronomical Association from hundreds of years ago have have written periodically having seen stars and planets through the moon. So like the popular Islamic flag and the symbol you see on mosques, for instance, with a crescent moon and a star occulting it, that actually happens. You can see that happen. So the moon, it appears, is its own unique light. It's semi-transparent and self-luminescent, whereas they tell us it's a spherical terra firma body that reflects sunlight. But you can prove that this is not the case, and that the sun and the moon are actually the same size as they appear. That's another thing. We were talking about things that you can see with your eyes, but then are told to be different by so-called science. They tell us the sun is 400 times bigger and 400 times further away than the moon. And from our faulty parallax perspective, we just see them appearing as exactly the same size. But no, one's really big and really far away. But if you're just using your own eyes, you would see that they are the same size. And the horizon is flat, and the Earth isn't moving, and everything in the heavens does revolve around us. Like you said, why haven't they been to the moon? Because you can't go to the moon. The moon is just a light. It's not a spherical, terra firma, Earth-like body that you can land masons on.
Yeah, we should keep this a little shorter, because I think if anyone's watched this far, they already know most of this stuff. And if they haven't watched this far, then they've already given up because they're like, oh, these guys are crazy, so there's no point even talking any further. So, but there's probably some people who are like, whoa, and watching and watching and watching. So why don't you let us know where people can get more information on this sort of stuff? That's one thing I noticed. It seems to be all over the place. Maybe you, since you've already written what I consider the only book I know of that looks like it makes a lot of sense, The Flat Earth Conspiracy. Maybe you can sort of figure out a way that people can, or maybe you already have it, some sort of place where people can put evidence that proves the flat Earth theory that can be all collected, actual evidence using video cameras and showing, whatever. It obviously could be fake, but some sort of repository for this information that you can build off. But anyway, let people know where they should go if they want more information on the flat Earth and about your books and everything else.
Yeah, I actually just restarted the International Flat Earth Research Society that I was talking about earlier that ended after he died and his materials were all burnt down. So I started it up again as a forum, and I've put on all the materials that I have on there, and everybody on there is collecting their own experiments and evidence as well. So I definitely recommend going over there if you're interested in learning more about the flat Earth. It's ifers.boards.net, which is ifers.boards.net. My website is atlanteanconspiracy.com. I have a flat Earth section on there. You can see a bunch of research I've compiled there. And my book, The Flat Earth Conspiracy, you can get from the website as well. I have a documentary called The Flat Earth Conspiracy you can see on YouTube. Go to my YouTube channel, Eric Dubé, and actually I have a lot of documentaries on the Flat Earth and other related subjects. That's a good place to go if you're wanting to look into some more of this information. Check out Eric Dubé, ERICDUBAY, on YouTube.
That's great. And I have to say, after talking to you in person, I'm even getting closer to pretty much being a flat Earth person. I think I'm going to hold that still because I haven't done enough research on my own to be totally comfortable. But just the way you are and the way you talk and how you're on the same wavelength as me on 9/11 and all these things says to me that either we're both crazy, which a lot of people are going to say, or I should listen to you because you're on the similar track to me, so you can bring me a lot more information which I can decipher and figure out for my own self, make my own decision on what I think is correct. But fascinating stuff. I'm really glad to have had you on. I think we're probably going to end up having you on again if you're open to it because already we're up to an hour here, and we want to make this quite a good video as well, so we're going to put in some graphics and stuff. So this could be quite a bit of work for a lot of people involved here to kind of show you what Eric's talking about. So let's keep this one to about an hour now. And like I said, if you like this, if you're interested, you want more, please comment anywhere you see this on Facebook or on YouTube and just say, yeah, I want to hear more about this. And if not, no big deal. It was just information. We're just trying to figure out what's real and what's not. And there's a lot more unreal out there than we appear to know. So we're just digging into all that kind of stuff, and now we're the terrorists. So welcome to 1984. And so, if you like this information, share, like, subscribe to this channel. Download this. This may get taken off YouTube, and that should be a sort of a little bit of hint. YouTube owned by Google, I believe, with the slogan "Don't be evil." I think it's should be. Don't expose evil is really what it is. And so, yeah, like download this, put it on something that can't be destroyed by an electromagnetic pulse, which they could totally do at any time. All this kind of stuff. They want to hang on to their control of this reality grid. And the more that we can just get information out there, the better. So please like, subscribe, share, and download this video and keep it and re-upload it. I don't care. Re-upload it anywhere on any video channel because they will probably be starting to ban a lot of these pretty soon if people start talking about it. And so that's it for Anarchast, your home for anarchy on the internet. Peace, love, and anarchy.
Water, when unmanipulated, is to find its level. So whether you look at a cup of water, a bathtub, a swimming pool, a lake, or the ocean, it's flat. Of course, natural motion is not considered and doesn't equal a curve. We have 0 authentic pictures of the Earth, and they're all composites, and NASA even admits that they Photoshop Earth images.
It is Photoshopped, but it's has to be.
On numerous occasions, NASA admits that we can't go beyond low Earth orbit, which is between 99 miles and 1,200 miles away. The interesting thing is that the moon is said to be 238,000 miles away, which is a difference of 236,800 miles. No matter if you're on the ground, on top of a building, a mountain, a hot air balloon, an airplane, or looking at high-altitude amateur balloon footage, the horizon never fails to rise right to your eyes. Whether you are looking at Toronto's skyline from Niagara-on-the-Lake, 31 miles away, Chicago's skyline from Union Pier, 43 miles away, or even Oahu from Kauai, which is up to 108 miles away from center to center, or 73 miles away from the closest points. You will not see any curvature where it's supposed to be. According to the Pythagorean theorem, which states that the curvature of the Earth is 8 inches per mile squared, Oahu should not be visible whatsoever, but you can see the whole thing. In 1887, Albert Michelson and Edward Morley conducted what's known as the Michelson-Morley experiment. This experiment was attempting to prove the speculated motion of the Earth around the Sun, and when it failed, Albert Einstein was forced to form the theory of relativity to overcome this problem. In fact, anytime mainstream science is faced with undesirable results, they create a workaround, which isn't real science at all. The Sun is claimed to be 93 million miles away, with a radius of over 400,000 miles, but can easily be proven to be much closer and smaller by tracing the crepuscular rays back to its origin in the sky. If the Sun were indeed 93 million miles away, it would simply be impossible to have angled sun rays, as they should all consistently come in straight. According to the globular theory, a lunar eclipse occurs when the Sun, Earth, and Moon are in a direct line. But it is on record that since about the 15th century, over 50 eclipses have occurred while both the Sun and Moon are visible above the horizon. F.H. Cook, The Terrestrial Plane. It's a common misconception that the shadow of the Earth causes moon phases. Even the pastors and priests of the science religion readily admit this fact. The interesting thing about moon phases is that they are always the exact same 8 phases repeated. But if we were circling around the Sun, these 8 phases would inevitably be reversed from the summer to winter seasons. I completely understand that the idea of a flattened stationary Earth seems ridiculous in many ways, but that's only because we are taught the false globe model from the very first time that we enter a school classroom. Not to mention the first time we are introduced to the concept of a flat Earth, it's depicted as a highly laughable world where ships, boats, and water would run off of the edge. So I do get it, but it's all part of the deception. I've spent 30 years of my life believing that we were on a spinning globe. It wasn't until I unbiasedly and scientifically investigated the flat Earth claims that I started to realize that there is more to this theory than I originally gave it credit for. Now, after almost 2 years of research, I'm certain that the Earth is flat. We are told that the Earth spins at 1,040 miles per hour, while the Earth travels around the Sun at 66,000 miles per hour. Meanwhile, the whole solar system is going inside the Milky Way galaxy at a speed of 490,000 miles per hour. And finally, the entire Milky Way galaxy is darting through infinite space at over 1 million miles per hour. Most people believe this. And yet every experiment ever conducted to prove even the simple spin of the Earth has failed. The same thing goes for curvature. It's never been proven, and the only time we see it is in movies, NASA CGI, or when we're looking through a distorted fisheye lens. With all that said, please continue to research critically and don't be afraid to ask reasonable questions and speak out.
So where's the edge?
Who's to say that there is an edge, and why assume there is one? Is it because when we are introduced to the idea of a flat Earth, it's always depicted like this? In the currently most accepted model, Antarctica is not a continent, but a 360-degree landmass made up of ice that holds the oceans within. When we look at a Gleason's map from 1892 that states at the top that it's scientifically and practically correct, as is. We see this Antarctic ice rim. The Gleason's map is basically an azimuthal equidistant projection, which can be traced back to the year 1000. The AE map is also an official map of the United States Geological Survey, the USGS, and the official logo for the United Nations. The oldest known globe in the world is from 1492. This is something you need to keep in mind because many people argue that the azimuthal equidistant map is just a flattened out version of the globe, when in fact the globe is just a rounded version of this true world flat map. If the flat map came first and it has the ability to convert into a globe without any problems whatsoever, then that should tell you a little bit about how this globe deception was achieved. Now, back to if there is an edge or not. There is no proof that there is an edge past the Antarctic ice wall, but it is speculated by many that perhaps the plane that we live on is either extremely expansive or it's possibly endless. In these two scenarios, it would be logically assumed that more land is being hidden from the general public. In a 1954 interview with Admiral Richard E. Byrd, an American naval officer who specialized in exploration, he had this to say.
But strangely enough, there's left in the world today an area as big as the United States that's never been seen by a human being. And that's beyond the pole on the other side of the South Pole from Middle America. And I think it's quite astonishing that there should be an area as big as that unexplored.
Implying that there is more land past Antarctica. If that uninhabited land was on a globe, it would be in the Indian Ocean. A recent discovery of an old Buddhist map in a newspaper from 1907 seems to support the idea of a vast plain with much more land.
Where does the sun go if the Earth is flat?
Well, the sun neither rises nor sets, but travels in a clockwise circuit from east to west, and only appears to rise and set due to perspective. The sun disappears at the vanishing point of human perspective on the horizon where the ground meets the sky, and since the sun is not 93 million miles away, I repeat, not 93 million miles away, but much closer and smaller, the light emanating from the sun only illuminates about half of the flat plane at once as it makes its daily journey.
What's underneath the flat Earth?
This is obviously an unanswerable question since the assumed edge has never been known to be reached, but many people suppose that whether the Earth is round or flat, that either way, it still must be floating in the middle of outer space. But the idea of outer space goes out the window with the round Earth theory. Many religious texts support an immovable Earth that has its foundations on which it is laid and its pillars by which it is supported. We simply don't know, But we do know that the Earth is obviously fixed in place, as we can tell by our everyday experience of non-movement. What we see in the skies above are illuminated objects making circles around us just as it appears. Whatever this place may be, it's the center of all we survey. Some say that the Earth is the floor of the universe. In the ancient Hebrew conception of the universe, we are surrounded by the waters above and the waters below, known as the Great Deep. The deepest hole ever drilled into the Earth was a total of about 7.5 miles. The very core of the Earth is nothing more than wild speculation, if not another malicious lie. So what's under the Earth? That remains a mystery to us all. But another thing that you can research is what's inside the Earth. Multi-billion-dollar deep underground military bases known as DUMBs, D-U-M-Bs, right?
What about ships and boats disappearing over the horizon?
This is also due to human perspective. They don't go over the horizon, they go into the horizon, moving beyond the limit of our vision and past the vanishing point. But the ships and boats are easily brought back into view with a pair of binoculars, a telescope, and any camera with a good zoom lens. A great question to ask yourself is why can't we see noticeable curvature from 120,000 feet up? But many people claim that the supposed curvature can be seen from the ground by watching boats. It doesn't make sense.
And what about all of the pictures of the Earth?
They are all clearly computer-generated images. They claim this picture from Apollo 17 in 1972 is real, and they also claim that the 2015 Epic Earth picture is real. But NASA employee Robert Simon gave us a glimpse of how they do it when he shared his experience of creating the Blue Marble 2.0 in 2002. He is now called Mr. Blue Marble. He was interviewed and on record stating, "The last time anyone took a photograph from above low Earth orbit that showed an entire hemisphere, one side of the globe, was in 1972 during Apollo 17. NASA's Earth Observing System, EOS, satellites were designed to give a checkup of Earth's health. By 2002, we finally had enough data to make a snapshot of the entire Earth, so we did."
In 2002, Blue Marble 2.0. NASA's Rob Simon made this. Simon's job is...
It's primarily taking data and making pictures out of it.
That's what this is, a composite of data sets from several different instruments translated into a picture.
So we actually had to take clouds out.
They stashed the clouds for later, went onto the ocean. That came from an instrument that measures phytoplankton in the sea.
Where it was low, I colored it dark blue because they're low mostly in mid-oceans. And then where it's a little bit higher, it was like a little bit brighter green.
Then add the clouds back in.
There's a small problem with it because there's a very slight gap in between each orbit.
So some of those are painted on.
It is photoshopped, but it's has to be.
Then
there was another layer to sort of simulate the atmosphere.
And then there's this little bright spot.
It's called the specular highlight. So it's the reflection of sunlight off of water.
Those are the pieces, but you can't just slap them all together.
It just didn't look realistic. It looks kind of flat, or the clouds are sort of too see-through. So I just hit Command-Z a lot.
There's artistry to creating the world.
What I imagine it to be. Unfortunately, I'm not an astronaut. I've never been to space. But I've looked at these images over and over again, trying to sort of get the essence of it. It is photoshopped, but it's has to be. It is photoshopped, but it's has to be. It is photoshopped, but it's has to be. It is photoshopped, but it's has to be.
Why are all the other planets round then?
When you compare amateur footage done with professional grade cameras and compare it to NASA's official images of planets and stars, it's clear that NASA images are all computer generated, no different than the photos of Earth. What have become known as planets are round lights that seem to be set over the flat Earth. The so-called planets and stars are not what we have been told they are, and comparing luminous objects that you see in the sky to the Earth under your feet is very ineffective for actually proving the supposed rotundity of the Earth. Since there are no actual photographs of the Earth and motion has never been experienced or proven, it would seem more logical for one to assume that we are on a flat, motionless plane, and everything we see in the heavens revolves around us.
What about satellites and GPS?
As crazy as it may sound, satellites are a hoax. Have you ever wondered why there are never any damaged or fallen satellites? And why there are no satellite malfunctions due to constant heating and cooling? It's weird they don't melt in the thermosphere that's over 2,000 degrees. I find myself looking at the moon and wondering why we never see satellites pass by the moon. Did you know there are thousands of miles of fiber optic cables under the seabed that supplies 90% of the Earth's communication, internet, phones, etc.? And GPS works off of cell phone towers. It's called triangulation. Haven't you seen those really tall towers and wondered what they are? Satellite TV is just enhanced radio using ground-based towers. It's all ground-based, just like the old TV antenna. Science fiction author Arthur C. Clarke proposed the idea of geostationary satellites in 1945 in a magazine called Wireless World. And 20 years later, in 1965, they claim to have successfully launched the first commercial geostationary communication satellite. Today, there are said to be thousands, but the odd thing is that trying to prove it only leaves you fruitless.
Is outer space even real?
Yes and no. What you see in the sky, as far as stars and wandering stars, also known as planets, are there. How could we deny them? We don't know what they actually are, but they are there. Now, what we are told about outer space and what it is not true at all. Everything we believe about so-called outer space is due mostly to Hollywood movies and other media, including children's cartoons. Of course, NASA propaganda is the biggest culprit. As we have already gone over, there are no pictures of Earth, and even images of all the other so-called planets are computer-generated. NASA has gone on record numerous times stating that humans can't get past low Earth orbit.
NASA's next spacecraft, already being built and tested across America, will do those things and more.
This is the spacecraft that's going to take humans to explore the solar system. It's the next big step for NASA in exploration.
Called the Orion Multipurpose Crew Vehicle, or MPCV, this next-generation spacecraft will enable America to explore beyond low Earth orbit.
As we get further away from Earth, we'll pass through the Van Allen belts, an area of dangerous radiation. But Orion has protection. Shielding will be put to the test as the vehicle cuts through the waves of radiation. Sensors aboard will record radiation levels for scientists to study. We must solve these challenges before we send people through this region of space.
Plan that NASA has is to build a rocket called SLS, which is a heavy lift rocket. It's something that is much bigger than what we have today, and it will be able to launch the Orion capsule with humans on board, as well as landers or other components to to destinations beyond Earth orbit. Right now, we only can fly in Earth orbit. That's the farthest that we can go. And this new system that we're building is going to allow us to go beyond and hopefully take humans into the solar system to explore. So the moon, Mars, asteroids, there's a lot of destinations that we could go to, and we're building these building block components in order to allow us to do that eventually.
And unlike the previous program, we are setting a course with specific and achievable milestones. Early in the next decade, a set of crewed flights will test and prove the systems required for exploration beyond low Earth orbit.
Low Earth orbit is supposedly between 99 and 1,200 miles away. The funny thing is that they say the moon is over 200,000 miles away. How did we make it so far in the 1960s and 70s if we can't do it today? Also, the International Space Station, just like everything else brought to us by NASA, is a fake Freemasonic hoax, completely fabricated and done with special effects, models, pools, zero-G planes, and various other camera tricks.
How is circumnavigation possible on a flat Earth?
Very easily. You can travel east and west directions to ultimately end up right back where you started. The face of the Earth looks similar to that of a clock. In fact, clocks were most likely designed after the true appearance of our world. If you follow a compass east for long enough, you'll make a full circuit. Same thing if you travel west long enough. As we've already gone over, the flat Earth map that was around before globes were easily converts to a globe, so everything you believe you are doing on a globe is actually taking place on a flat Earth.
How come the moon is upside down in the southern hemisphere?
This is another very simple explanation. When somebody is in the northern part of the Earth, or on the northern part of the Earth, they see the moon from this angle. When somebody is on the southern part of the Earth, the moon looks like this. They're looking at it from this angle. They see it from the opposite angle, and that's all it is. Imagine you tape a picture of the moon in the center of your living room, right? Depending on where you are in the room, the moon will be seen differently. When pondering this question, keep in mind that the face of the moon never changes. On a spherical Earth, we'd expect to see other sides, but we never have.
What about the seasons?
The sun is close and small, and it circles around and above the flat Earth in a spiral pattern on the Tropic of Cancer in the northern summer months, and then down in the Tropic of Capricorn in the northern winter months. So when the sun is further away from the North Pole, right, the center of the flat Earth, it's winter in the north and summer in the south. Since the sun is smaller than we are told and closer, it makes much more sense that we experience seasons in the first place. If the sun was 93 million miles away and had a radius of over 400,000 miles, we would hardly experience temperature fluctuation as we do.
What about gravity?
Gravity is necessary in order for a spinning ball Earth to work. People readily believe that you can't fall off of a spinning ball that's darting through outer space at speeds that you can't even comprehend, yet they will deny how much easier it is to stay on a flat surface that doesn't move. Gravity is a scapegoat for all that cannot be explained, and it has never been proven. The reason why things fall or float is because of density and buoyancy. If something is heavier than air, it falls. If it's lighter than air, it floats. Very straightforward. Your phone is denser than the air, therefore it falls when you drop it. Everything works because of density. No need to factor in imaginary components. Quote, The law of gravitation is said by the advocates of the Newtonian system of astronomy to be the greatest discovery of science and the foundation of the whole of modern astronomy. If, therefore, it can be shown that gravitation is a pure assumption and an imagination of the mind only, that it has no existence outside of the brains of its expounders and advocates, the whole of the hypotheses of this modern so-called science fall to the ground as flat as the surface of the ocean. And this most exact of all sciences, this wonderful feat of the intellect, becomes at once the most ridiculous superstition and the most gigantic imposture to which ignorance and credulity could ever be exposed. Thomas Winship, Zetetic Cosmogony.
What about the Coriolis effect?
They say that the Coriolis effect is a result of the Earth spinning and is responsible for the deflection of an object moving above the Earth, rightward in the northern hemisphere and leftward in the southern hemisphere. The problem is that things like hurricanes and water in the sink aren't always predictable and have been known to spin both ways in either hemisphere. Also, another contradiction that proves the Coriolis effect false is the fact that no flying machine above the Earth has to account for it. If a bullet that travels 1,700 miles per hour has to account for the effect, then an airplane traveling at 550 miles per hour would definitely have to account for the effect. When you look for the answer, you'll find that we are told that since the atmosphere moves with the spin of the Earth, planes aren't affected. So why would bullets be? Especially when they go much faster than common airplanes.
Why can't I see infinitely far?
This is for the people that wonder why they can't see certain things that they believe they should be able to see if the Earth was flat. I've been asked on numerous occasions, why can't I see Mount Everest from anywhere on Earth? I've also been asked, why can't I see Spain from the east coast of America? Well, besides dirt, dust, dew, rain, fog, smog, smoke, clouds, mist, haze, snow, etc., your vision is limited by the vanishing point of your perception. Check your weather app on your phone and notice the visibility in your area.
Is the flat Earth a religious thing?
Yes and no. I say this because I myself am not religious. I'd rather not have faith in something, but know the facts to the best of my ability. And the facts are that the curvature and motion of the Earth have never been proven. The Bible, without any doubt whatsoever, supports the Earth that's fixed in place. The Book of Enoch, which is biblically endorsed and most likely belongs in the Bible, describes the flat stationary enclosed Earth in great detail. Many religions and civilizations preceding Judaism and Christianity support a flat and stationary Earth, such as the Babylonians, the Egyptians, the Mayans, the Norse, the Hindus, etc. This fantastic spinning globe Earth is very new to the people of the world, yet most of us carry on as if the theory is unquestionable, and we've been conditioned to laugh when the flat Earth is brought up. Whether you are religious or not, you can see the flat Earth for yourself.
Is the Flat Earth Society behind the resurgence of the Flat Earth?
No, the Flat Earth Society is designed as a containment unit. Gatekeepers that tell the truth about some stuff, but then lie about other things in order to make it appear ridiculous or steer you in the wrong direction. For instance, this is what FES has to say about gravity. In the Flat Earth model, gravity, rather than being a force, is the upward acceleration of the flat Earth. The Earth always accelerates upward at 1g, which is equivalent to the gravitational acceleration in the round Earth model. Like the force of gravity, the Earth's acceleration causes several commonly observed phenomena in our daily lives. If that isn't the biggest turnoff, I don't know what is. The flat Earth argument has never died. It only died down. Real flat earthers have always been among us, but it wasn't until late 2014, early 2015, when Eric Dubay started making a lot of noise about the flat Earth conspiracy and got people like myself on board. It took me 10 months of research before finally accepting the truth about where we live. Thanks to the many great flat Earth researchers, content creators, and activists since then, more and more people are waking up to the massive deception every day.
Are all scientists, pilots, and members of the government in on it?
No, most scientists, pilots, and members of the government have been indoctrinated just as the rest of us have. When they work at their everyday job, they go about it as if the Earth is most certainly spherical. If indeed some of these people did know the Earth is flat, they most likely wouldn't even speak out about it in fear of losing their job or ruining their reputation. The average scientist goes about everything they do with the spherical Earth already factored in. For mainstream science, questioning our current model is a huge no-no. For pilots, computers do most of their work, not to take away from what they do because I personally appreciate it, and also pilots often switch out at stops, making it difficult to understand the real layout of Earth's land masses. As far as government members and politicians go, besides high-ranking officials at NASA, which isn't government at all, it's safe to assume that they are not in the know and they are not knowingly perpetrating this lie. Very few people compared to the population of the world are enlightened to the flat Earth.
NASA isn't the only space agency. Are all others in on it too?
The answer is yes. Here's a short clip on what you need to know.
The Vector, NASA's official logo. If you've ever looked at NASA's official logo, both their official insignia and their official seal, you'll see that the most prominent object in the seal is a red swooshing object. They call that the chevron or the vector. If you ask NASA's Public Affairs Office, this symbology is featured so heavily in their insignia and seal, they'll give you what really amounts to the standard facile cover story for the unilluminated. They'll tell you that that is a representation of a hypersonic wing design from the 1950s, which was the time the logo was created. Not exactly the case. Someone might want to ask the Russian Federal Space Agency, Roscosmos, that was formed in 1992, why they chose that same logo. And while you're at it, you can go ask the Chinese, who formed their space agency in 1996, why in the world they're using a hypersonic wing design from the 1950s as their official logo. Then you can ask the Japanese, the South Koreans, Taiwanese, Malaysia, Mexico, Iran, all of these countries, even Bulgaria. They all utilize the vector symbology in their space agency logos for their national space agencies. It gets even deeper. You can go look at the individual manned program patches for NASA. The Mercury program, for example, a blatant use of covert symbology. In every logo dealing with the Mercury program, you'll see what looks like a number 7 in their logo. And again, NASA's official story is that they put this number 7 there so that they could pay homage to the original 7 Mercury astronauts. Kind of forgetting the fact that only 6 Mercury astronauts actually flew into space because number 7 never did. Deke Slayton had a heart problem, so he didn't get to go up. So there were only 6 Mercury astronauts. Yet there's a 7 in every single logo. That's in the official mission or official program insignia for Mercury, as well as the 6 individual mission patches carry this logo. And it carries on to the Space Shuttle program. If you look at the Apollo logo has a big letter A in it. At least that's what they want you to believe, but it's not. Again, that's just a simple way of explaining away the inclusion of this vector symbology in the logo. If you go to the Space Shuttle program, The original Space Shuttle STS program patch is a triangular patch that, again, hides the use of the chevronic vector symbology. And that also goes for many of the STS-specific mission patches. Every single one of the International Space Station expedition patches carry the vector symbology. The Russian Mir space station used the vector symbology. That was their official logo. You can even go deeper and look at military-industrial complex companies. Look at the logo on a company like Lockheed Martin, 2 vectors. The X-Prize logo, Ames Research Labs, U.S. Space Command. When you get into the military realm, the United States Space Command, their official logo is the vector symbol. And when you look at the military's individual space-specific programs, all of them deal with vector symbology in their official insignias. And the question really becomes, who or what are these people paying homage to?
Let's look at NASA's Earthrise. Now let's look at JAXA's Earthrise. Do you believe this is real?
Well, then who's responsible for this deception?
You will find that the Jesuits and the Vatican have been intimately involved in all things space, including owning the earliest telescopes and, to this day, the largest owners of observatories and telescopes in the world. The Society of Jesuits have been actively spreading the heliocentric theory for 500 years, while trying to bury thousands of years of flat Earth cosmology. The Jesuits are rulers of all powers that we are aware of, and have been ruthless in their pursuit of world domination for centuries, no matter who is killed or what has to be done to establish a one-world order out of chaos. They rule over, or are deeply partnered with, people like the Rothschilds and many other international banksters, secret societies, especially the Freemasons, as well as Zionist Jews, and especially Zionist Jews in seats of power. They rule over all the alphabet agencies and government think tanks, including the NSA, CIA, FBI, Mossad, KGB, Roundtable, Committee of 300, Tavistock Institute, Lucius Trust Publishing, Bilderberg Group, and the Council of Foreign Relations, including representative government and legislation like the US Presidency, Congress, and the Supreme Court. The Jesuit order is said to have been established by Jews, again showing that the Jews are behind some of the biggest hoaxes in history, including the Holocaust. Freemasons are also spread out all over the world to further the different agendas that serve this Illuminati elite.
Why the lie?
Why the fuck you lying? Why you always lying? Oh my god. Stop fucking lying. Always lying to me. You lying so much. You making it hard for me.
Their desire is to convince us that we are only one of a septillion other planets flying through infinite space. A septillion? Where do they get these numbers? A septillion has 24 zeros. They want us to think that we are nothing more than a cosmic accident caused by a big bang that took place 14 billion years ago. Again, where do they get these numbers? How one could draw that conclusion is unknown. They want us not to understand our origin and go on believing that life is meaningless. They want us to believe that alien life is real and that they created us. Look no further than Ancient Aliens for the propaganda. Not to mention countless shows and movies they program us with. This isn't just about flat Earth versus round Earth. It's much bigger than that. Whatever they plan on doing needed the spherical Earth groundwork laid before they could proceed. They may either shock us with a fake alien invasion or a disclosure of the beings that have always been among us, passed off as life from distant galaxies. Who knows? Another reason to turn the Earth into a ball is to hide extra land. If this is a vast plain, and there are places past Antarctica, with more oceans and more land masses, then an easy way to get rid of them is to wrap our part of this plain around a ball and make it seem as if there is nothing else and everything has already been discovered. The globe is full-fledged slavery for the inquiring mind.
I'd like to be an explorer, like the great Magellan.
Oh, you're too late. There's really nothing left to explore.
What does it mean if the Earth is flat?
It means that the origin of man is deliberately being covered up from us. Man, woman, child, you are being deceived on a massive scale. Flat Earth, enclosed flat Earth, expansive plane flat Earth, or even infinite plane flat Earth with an infinite ceiling barrier, or possibly another plane of existence above us and below us. It means that this place was created, that you were designed, you were crafted, you are special and with purpose. A purpose being hidden from you on purpose. We are supposed to know our world and our reason for being. We've been swallowed whole by this economic fiat money system that controls absolutely everything and fuels this manufactured reality. Most of us know that we are slaves, and it's no wonder we desire to escape through movies, TV shows, and video games that happen to also further our programming and mental conditioning. We were never meant to live like this, and knowledge of our flat Earth is a step in the right direction. It's something that can't be taken from us. It's the fuel that we need to let these bastards know that we won't go down in ignorance. We will not willingly accept their one world authority that wants to rule over all mind and all matter. Embrace this flat world of ours and free your mind from the globalist mind control. It's time that we stand up for ourselves and our beautiful Earth. All I want to know is, who's coming with me? Boom.
Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement.
Have you ever dreamed of going up to outer space, or maybe meeting other beings from another place? Have you ever wondered what it's like on other planets? Then you watch a science show and come to believe you understand it. You feel empowered by the knowledge and you feel enlightened, listening to Bill Nye and Neil deGrasse Tyson. But then you wake up and you start to see the obvious. Life is just a lie and this whole world ain't what we thought it was. NASA's missions to the moon were never completed. They just filmed them in a room and people believe it. I used to wonder what it's like to be an astronaut. Now when I see them acting, I can't help but to laugh a lot. They give us cartoons and they claim that we live on a ball, but it's flat and it's not moving or spinning at all. Why you lying to us, man? That's something that we want to know. After that, you're gonna have to pack up all your stuff and go. History has been rewritten by winners of wars. The Jesuit order, Khazars, Freemasons, and more. They pulled the veil over our eyes, and it's time to awaken. Through organized indoctrination, our minds have been taken. It's time we take our power back and we rescue our people. The Vatican and the bankers are like Resident Evil. They may have had the greatest plan that was ever concocted, but Illuminati never thought that they'd ever be spotted. They're manufacturing reality all in our heads. They tell us if the earth is flat, then we'll fall off the edge. But if it is a spinning ball, we won't fall off it then. And gravity is our imaginary magic friend. Why is water always flat when unmanipulated? Why are pictures of the earth computer generated? Why you lying to us, man? That's something that we want to know. After that, you're gonna have to pack up all your stuff and go.
It's becoming 100% crystal clear that you and the other space programs that are in operation are connected and are deceiving the entire world. More and more people are waking up every single day, and we are now able to see right through you. But what we really want to know is, why are you lying? Sincerely, me and the great people of this earth.
Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement.
The captain thinks the world is round, see? But we all know it's a flat, right?
Of course it's flat. Sure, I know the world is flat.
Well, so do I. Everybody knows that.
I think that there's a conspiracy.
I think there is a conspiracy.
That'd be a very impressive one. That's the scale of it. I tend to believe that large scale can only be an emergent phenomena.
Really? I find this so fascinating.
Yeah.
Because I always see you as like a logic and love drive your soul. You're very logical. You're relentless. You got a lot of love in your heart. I believe that if you would review the video, where is it from? Dubai or Abu Dhabi, of the mysterious hit on the hotel guest. You ever seen this thing?
No.
Oh,
what happened?
It's the assassination in 2010, 10 years ago, of Mahmoud al-Mabou, something like that, in Dubai, where I believe 26 separate individuals on multiple teams are shown converging, coming in from all over the world on false passports, pretending to be tennis players or, business people or vacationers. And all of these teams have different functions, and they murder this guy in his hotel room. And the Dubai, I guess, chief of police or security officer was so angered that he put together this amazing video that says, we can completely detail what you did. We caught you on closed circuit TV. We don't know exactly who you are because your disguises and your false passports. But yeah, 26 people converged to kill one. No, I don't believe you. I don't believe after COINTELPRO and Operation Paperclip and Operation Mockingbird, I don't know whether I should even bring up Rex 84. To not believe in conspiracies is an idiocy.
So you have a sense that evil can be as competent or more competent.
First of all, when evil wants to operate at scale, it needs to make sure that people don't try to figure out evil. When evil operates at scale,
yes,
from first principles, you have to realize that Evil must not want it investigated.
That's correct.
The most efficient way to keep yourself from being investigated, if you are an evil institutional player who needs to do this repeatedly, is to invest in a world in which no one can afford to say the word conspiracy. You will notice that there is a special radioactivity around the word conspiracy.
Yeah.
We have provable conspiracies. We have admitted to conspiracies. You have been invited to conspiracies. There is no shortage. Conspiracies are everywhere. Some of them are mundane. Some of them are like price fixing cartels, or trade groups are generally speaking conspiracies. So the first thing you have to realize is that all of us are in a mimetic complex where you can be taken off the chessboard by saying conspiracy theorist. Get done. It's like a one-line proof. We don't have to listen to Lex. He said he was a conspiracy theorist on this show. Okay. That is partially distorting our conversation. If you want to ask me about Jeffrey Epstein, you have to agree with me that that is a logical description of what you would have to have if you wanted to commit conspiracies, is that you have to make sure that people are dissuaded from investigating them.
Where do you think the captain is going to put in for shore leave?
It'll be Wrigley's Pleasure Planet.
What makes you think that?
I don't think. I know. Because everyone on deck 6 and 7 thinks so. They can't all be wrong, can they?
Well, I don't know.
Excuse me, gentlemen. I couldn't help overhearing. Yes, sir? The argument you are employing, helmsman, is not logical. In fact, it exhibits the fallacy of argumentum ad populum, also known as appeal to the majority.
The argument seems to make sense.
That may be so, Lieutenant, but the form of the argument is invalid. Your argument exhibits the fallacy of attempting to prove a conclusion on the grounds that all or most people think or believe it is true. The main problem with arguments using this fallacy is the fact that many people agreeing on something does not prove what they all agree on is true. Belief is not proof even if many people believe. You use this fallacy with your statement that we are going to spend shore leave on Wrigley's Pleasure Planet because everyone on deck 6 and 7 believed that we were.
Thank you, Mr. Spock.
Yes, I should rethink what I'm trying to say. That would be best. Even if an argument seems to make sense, it cannot be valid unless the form is valid and that it does not exhibit one of the logical fallacies such as argumentum ad populum, the appeal to the majority. It's only logical. Sensor Suite Pattern Charlie 4 is the best way to find cloaked scout ships in an asteroid field.
I don't know. I always thought that Pattern Sierra 1 was better.
No. Finding cloaked ships in asteroid fields is essential if you're defending supply convoys. Sensor Suite Pattern Charlie 4 is where you set the Tetryon threshold at level 4 and the anti-lepton permissivity level at maximum. Then dial up the former as you dial down the latter.
Okay.
Defending convoys is very important when cloaked ships may be around, so it's best to use Sensor Suite Pattern Charlie 4 to detect any cloaked ships in asteroid fields.
Oh, I see.
Excuse me, gentlemen. I couldn't help overhearing. Yes, sir? The argument you are employing, helmsman, is not logical. In fact, it exhibits the fallacy of ignoratio elenchi, also known as the irrelevant conclusion.
The argument seems to make sense.
That may be so, Lieutenant, but the form of the argument is invalid. Mr. Sulu's argument exhibits the fallacy of attempting to prove a conclusion that is not pertinent and quite different from the intended or required conclusion. A valid argument is one in which a number of premise statements are presented that support the acceptance of a conclusion statement. Helmsman, your argument was invalid because your premises were irrelevant to your conclusion.
Thank you, Mr. Spock.
Yes, I should rethink what I'm trying to say. That would be best. Even if an argument seems to make sense, it cannot be valid unless the form is valid and that it does not exhibit one of the logical fallacies such as ignoratio elenchi, the irrelevant conclusion. It's only logical.